Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, no maniacs. Welcome into another edition of Some Extra Sauce. And boy, do we have an entertaining show for you all tonight. Perfect off-season content, man, to keep everybody engaged, keep everybody talking, man. And, as people start to trickle in, man, I tell you, I've had a week, man. I'm starting to do some other things on social media accounts and different stuff like that. And then kept me pretty busy all week, plus doing some of the reviewing some players, man. I got a guy that you seen on that thumbnail. That's John Franklin Myers from Denver, man, who's going to be probably a free agent if they don't sign. He is a free agent. They have to sign him back to Denver. But I am telling you guys right now, that football player would be an immediate impact on the Chicago Bears defense in more ways than one. I mean, absolute violence when it comes to his play style, man. His hands are, oh my God, I just can't get enough of his film. Just been watching different guys from college, putting guys out there, a couple here and there, but that's going to pick up. The momentum of that's going to pick up here coming up soon. But having a good week, man, doing some stuff. I want to talk a whole lot right now, but Keds and Trips, man, let's go on around the bend a little bit. Trips, since you up at the top, man, let's just start with you.
Yeah, Coolin. I would recommend that anybody who is not subscribed already to the Nomad Network, go ahead and do that. Who's not subscribed to Keds Canuck or Sports Chicago Style, also known as Triple R SCS. Shout out to Chef Trips, Coach Tripping, and Trip. But then a shout out to myself. Yeah, that's right. A shout out to me, as I was a whole vibe for the Super Bowl as I held that down with the live call. It's the last game of the season, and I was like, might as well call it. And then it was just a sharing session of a queso dip that was delicious. And it was beautiful. Of some thoughts about how to fix the Bears, some thoughts about the Bad Bunny Rabbit and the music, and I saw Jessica Alba. Hey, boo, I saw you, boo-boo. And so it was just the whole thing. And so go back, watch that. The game was boring, because by the end of the fourth quarter, I had my feet up, laying back in the chair, like, oh, the game's still
Well, before
on.
you get into all that, we're gonna definitely talk about the Super Bowl here.
Oh yeah, but just watch the video, and it's a entertainment that you can find not many other places. So Sports Chicago Style at Triple R SCS. Check it out. Kids, go ahead.
Before you go, kids, I'd love to see all the new people jumping up in here, man. Please hit the subscribe button. It's totally free. Nothing, because we got some great content for you all. We're here to entertain tonight for sure, and you guys are going to enjoy the show. So thank for all the people that's jumping in on their cell phones, everybody on their computers, man. I see you guys in here, man. Thank you guys for being here. Go ahead, kids.
Yeah, what it do? It's Wednesday. Welcome to Some Extra Sauce. Big shout outs to the White Ghost out there, Ralph Love, Sicario 3030, good to see you. Temperance Reagan or Rogan. Either way, shout out to all you guys for jumping in and representing with us tonight. Be sure you like, share, subscribe if you have not done so thus far. Big ups to my guy Triple R, man. I didn't realize that you were gonna do the big dance. So I might have jumped on with you, showed a little representative.
Y'all some punks, man. Y'all didn't want to do the show over here.
I didn't really want to do it at all. I'll be honest with you. I had a good time, except I'll be frank, I probably would have had a better time doing it with you guys because the game was kind of
Booty.
Save it.
Booty.
We're gonna open up on that, man.
But truth be told, I did it through the YouTube Studio,
Mm-hmm.
and so it
So only
wasn't
one license. I
StreamYard,
see what you mean. I know what you're saying. Okay.
so I didn't really know how to do all that.
Okay. All right.
And so
No,
I didn't
no
have
worries.
any art. I didn't have any storyboards. It was just moi. But the camera does love moi, so it was all good.
Man,
Funny, but yeah. Anyways, we'll leave the game alone. We'll get back to that shortly. Um, big ups to these gentlemen here. Big ups to a historic Bears season, and welcome to the offseason, y'all.
that's where we are, man. Hey, listen, let's just get on right on into it, man. I opened up the show, so I talked a little bit. Let's just be human for a second, man. What's been going on with you the trips this week? Anything good happen? Anything bad happen? You healthy? You happy? What is it?
Yeah, everything's good, healthy and happy, and sometimes wise. Um, yeah, just hard with the nose to the grindstone. Everything's good. Got some family coming in town in a few weeks, so looking forward to that. Or a couple weeks. So yeah, everything's cool, kids.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's been a week. It was nothing spectacular this week. Just getting back to brass tacks and chasing that buck. That's really where I'm at. Nothing too spectacular. Just just getting into February vibes. Freezing cold and dead of winter in the Canadian tundra. You know how it is.
Well, one of the things that happened, Sonny. What up, Smitty Q? Everybody's just jumping in here. Frank Beru, everybody. Thank you guys for being here, man. Listen, there is some let me start off with a little bad news, man, because like I told you guys before, my girlfriend, she works with dementia patients, and if you know what I know, then it's going to be a season where they lose a lot, and you work in an environment like that, you become attached to the people that you work with and you work for, you service, and all the things that you have to do to be there for those people. And she came home one night, a couple nights ago, and she was like, hey, I went to visit one of my residents. I left there. She was doing fine. She was having a good time. They was playing beach ball, volleyball in wheelchairs with the old people and all this kind of shit. And she came back after 2 days off, and the lady was completely yellow and not very responsive. Her skin was completely yellow and not very responsive. I mean, so what I say all that to say this, having experience with the dementia patient that live here with us, her mom, they turn really, really quickly for the worse, really, really quickly. When it goes bad, it goes bad. Downhill comes and happens really, really fast. So it's like almost a shock to the system. So she came home feeling that, but she had a couple of days off, and she got back to work, and that lady had passed 12 hours before she got there. So it was somebody she was really, really fond of, and I was trying to be a good dude and listen. That on the brighter side of things, man, some good series happened, bro. I don't know what just happened to kids. Some good series. We one of the good things that happened, Trips, by us not doing a show this Sunday was my girlfriend had the weekend off, and she looks forward to those weekends when she can be off and I don't have shit to do Saturday and Sunday. And so I'm gonna tell you guys something. Netflix is knocking it out of the park in the limited series category. You got 6, 7, 8 episodes of this or that, but man, they are doing a really good job. I'll tell you a couple of them that you should probably write down. Really good thriller mystery called His and Hers. Great actors in there. That's one. Another one is, we just finished this up over the weekend, Black Rabbit. Really, 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 really good. What's his name that plays in what is that show? Everybody loves that show. Ozark, the lead actor in there. I can't think of that. Jason Bateman. I think that's
Bateman.
Yeah. Really, really good stuff. What up, Benjamin? You help us cope, bro. You help us cope. Frank, what's happening, man? Crimson, shout out to you, bro. I'm finna reach out to you really, really soon, man. Got some good news to share. I want to make good on some stuff we've been talking about before, but I'm going to reach out to you in the next 24 hours, I think, 48 hours. Hopefully we get something done, but thank you for being here, my guy. Yeah, limited series, kids and trips. Should look into those. You should look into those. They must have a studio or something. They bought some land, but they are knocking it out of the park. If you like thinking,
let me put you on timeout. So, yeah, they got a studio. They also, I'm not sure if this deal has gone through, but they're trying to buy out Warner Brothers. This is how big Netflix has become over the course of the last few years, like since COVID.
That doesn't surprise me, kids, because remember when we used to joke around when I say the new Bear Stadium is going to be YouTube Stadium, and it wouldn't surprise me if it was Netflix Stadium, because they are morphing, bro.
Like, and when I say Warner Bros., like basically the vast majority over the past 20 years, media has sort of been stockpiled and split for the most part between two entities. Entity A, Disney. Entity B, Warner. If Netflix does come across all of this Warner Brothers intellectual property, we're talking about all of the DC, Superman, Batman. We're talking about HBO, which is by proxy owned by Warner Brothers, which means Game of Thrones and the new one, Night of the Seven Kingdoms, like crazy stuff, y'all. This is why the Penguin, I never figured this out, but this is why the Penguin is on HBO, because Warner Brothers owns HBO. I didn't really realize that. But yeah, this is what's going down behind the scenes. They're trying to yeah, and you were wrong about AOL. Crimson. But yeah, this is what's going on behind the scenes. There's a big bid, I believe, between I if I'm correct, I think it's Paramount is the only other player, right? I think it's Paramount and Netflix that are going head to head for all of the Warner Brothers intellectual property right now, and Warner's willing to sell out. So we'll see how.
I think Paramount is coming with the big cash offer and the hostile takeover, because the part of the bid is also Jared Kushner and the people, the Affinity, rather, the video game people, the Saudis with all that gas money.
Oh, okay.
And so that's part of where they're getting the cash for that bid.
Wow. And you know what? I gotta say, man, the Penguin really surprised me, because I started thinking, when I started seeing the promos of it and hearing that it was coming out, I'm just like, what are they gonna do with that? You got to be pretty creative. The storyline was really, really good, man. The storyline was really, really good. The way they build the characters rather, and the plot line was really, really good. Not Netflix, that's HBO. They who are also doing really, really good series.
HBO knocks it out of the park every single time. There's no two way. I
think they're the benchmark, as a matter of fact. Kid.
They are. You tell me about a Netflix property that ain't, or sorry, an HBO property that isn't on point. But that Penguin, though, man, like a couple minutes for the Penguin, it's like Sopranos meets Batman, which is two real good things to say. You know what I mean? And man, like, I have to give Colin Farrell just I don't like Colin Farrell under normal pretenses. I can't really tell you about a movie where I was like, yo, Colin Farrell's a bad MF in this movie. There's one. Go ahead. Which one?
That vampire movie he redid. What is it?
Interview with the Vampire?
No. What's the no, it's like a 80s, 70s, late 70s, early 80s movie he redid.
I thought that was the one, no?
Interview with the Vampire.
Yeah,
come on, Chad, help me out. He was a vampire in what is it? Oh man, but he tore
One
that.
more time, Jeff.
Interview with Vampire?
No.
I'm like 90% sure that's what.
No, I wouldn't.
That's what I thought it was too.
Yes, he made phone booth.
Fright
Yeah,
Night.
that was
There you
cool.
go, Crimson.
Fright Night. Oh,
Fright
okay.
Night. I
No,
mean, he
Fright
tore
Night.
that role up, bro. I seen the old school Fright Night, but this Fright Night is actually frightening.
McDowell.
It's frightening, bro.
He's not like. Don't get me wrong. He's not a bad actor. There's actually
no SWAT fans.
There's actually which one? SWAT?
Yeah, with LL.
SWAT. Yeah, SWAT was like tables. It was really just a film, just 90 minutes of life that I could do other things with. But there's a couple movies he's good in, not to knock the actor or anything. I'm just trying to say that when I watched the Batman the first time around, I was like, who was the Penguin? And then I clued into who the Penguin was. I was like,
Danny DeVito?
shit. No, I'm talking this. So this latest iteration of Batman is called The Batman, with Robert Pattinson of all people playing Bruce Wayne / Batman. He does an all right job. Pattinson is from the Twilight series, if you're not familiar with who I'm talking about. But it's more or less the last Batman to come out from DC. So it's a good movie. But the Penguin makes his appearance in short in this film, and I'm looking at this guy. I'm like, who is this dude? He's doing a good job, but who's this dude? I could not. For the life of me, I would not have put Colin Farrell and this particular guy together. Like I would not have done it. And then I stopped and jumped on IMDb and looked, and I was like, oh my Lord, this is Colin Farrell. And then you see him actually like do the whole. Because it's just like a little bit, you just get a little taste of the Penguin in this movie. But when you see the Penguin show and he's full on this character, even for a minute, man, I'm like, wow, this is a British man who's really come a far way to embody this character. And the character don't look nothing like him at all. He does a great job, man. He does a really good job.
Dog, I wish I can get my girl to watch some of that with me.
Oh, no, you need to, like, honestly, You have to get her into that one too, because me and the missus the missus got in on the Penguin, which surprised me. I just threw it on, times where you're eating and you just throw something. Oh, baby, I got nothing to watch. Throw this on, and she's like, yo, and she got right in. We watched the entire series together. She loved it, and the ending there was like a punch in the face. Right, so up to now, her reaction at the end was classic. That's what I'm saying. If you get her to watch it and watch it right up to the end, man, I think she'll really enjoy it. It's a great series, man.
Let me ask you guys a quick question before we get into the next topic. Before we get into the drinks, do you guys enjoy a well-made Western?
Look. I'm going to answer this question with no. For me, Westerns, there's only one exception to this. There's only one Western that I like, and I think it's one of the baddest movies of all time.
The Unforgiven. It's got
No.
That's like one of the top 100.
A lot of people like that one, huh?
Blazing Saddles?
No, I don't really consider that a Western. That's just Mel Brooks being Mel
comedy.
Brooks. Okay. You know what I mean? That's just Mel Brooks, man. All Mel Brooks things are good things for me. But for me, it's Tombstone. I don't know if y'all seen Tombstone.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Tombstone takes the cake for me. That's like I really don't mess with Westerns. I stumbled into Tombstone and I will watch it anytime. You know what I mean? At this point of life, Kilmer's that good in this movie.
I'm your Huckleberry.
Damn straight.
Man. Yeah, but the original gunfight at OK Corral.
Well, that's what that is. Oh, that's OK Corral. That's OK Corral. You know what I mean? Like,
but the original. I mean, that was dope as a Western. Right. Anything with Clint Eastwood, obviously. Anything with Charles Bronson, Lee Van Cleef.
Bang bang.
You know what I mean? Those were just their genres.
Yeah. Outlaw Josie Wells, No Country for Old Men, Smitty Q. There's so
I
many
don't
good ones.
consider
That
that
wasn't a
one.
western.
I don't consider that one a western either.
They
That's
were in like New Mexico.
Yeah.
That's-
But yeah, you get what he's saying. Yeah.
And 310 Yuma either. I don't consider that
Yeah,
one.
that was a western
either.
one with the other English actor,
I don't consider those two westerns.
the Gladiator, Maximus.
Shit.
Yeah, him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 310 the Yuma one with and then the other guy with the attitude or the temper.
I guess it's a western. I didn't really like 310 Yuma's okay.
Yeah.
No Country for Old. Oh, you know what else is also kind of like a western, but I don't consider it a western, but it's dope as all hell. Is There Will Be Blood. Show that one's a good one though.
Mm-hmm. So what about Butch Cassidy and Sundance
Russell
Kid?
Crowe. Yeah. It's, like I say, out of them all, that like my two favorites out of everything we've just sort of gone through would be There Will Be Blood and.
Well, I give you guys two of them
Russell Crowe,
that I've seen that probably some of the best shits that I've ever seen. One was Hateful Eight, was just absolutely crazy good.
Who?
The Hateful Eight by Quentin Tarantino.
Oh, the Hateful Eight. Yeah.
The Hateful Eight.
Denzel.
The Hateful Eight, and the one, no, that Denzel wasn't in that one, but I can't think of the name Denzel, the one he was. I think it was the Magnificent Seven.
Oh, that was a different one. Okay. Well, Hateful Eight, that was had the other black dude, motherfucker. Samuel L. Jackson.
Sam Jackson in everything Quentin does.
Okay.
You just, you know what I mean? Just
motherfucker.
Yeah.
Am I
We need a black guy. He's calling Sam.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
I thought my shit went out. But all right, I said all that to tell you this, man. I saw a really good one. And you know, I don't know about you macho motherfuckers, man, but I gotta tell you anyway. There was one on Netflix called The Abandons. The lead actors are females. So they're giving you what the Wild West was like through a female's perspective, a female landowner, a female baron, against a female who had a little ragtag bunch of people helping her keep her little situation together. That they were orphans. Really, really good story called The Abandons, man. It's really good.
Yeah, all the females, in the westerns we see is never really a good look because they're usually the saloon girls, and it's like, ooh, rough life.
Yeah,
rough life.
The Quick and the Dead is also an all right one. I think it's Sharon Stone.
Yeah, she came back. She was mad.
It wasn't bad, but because Sharon Stone could be kind of a badass.
And there's another Russell Crowe. He was in that one too.
That's right. Yeah, he was an asshole in that movie. I remember that movie. But he was good, man. Like, sorry, it was for like, female western, not bad. Quick and the Dead.
Yeah, you got to put Django in there too. White
I agree. Django is a western, and Django's a dope western.
Benjamin Williams says Magnificent Seven or Hateful Eight. Man, that's like asking people to choose their kids. Both of them were really good, man. The Hateful Eight is so good.
It's like the original Magnificent Seven with Yul Brynner.
This one was really good, man.
Have
you seen it?
Steve McQueen.
Have you seen this new one?
I haven't seen either one of these.
I gotta see that shit.
I'll be real about this one. This is I think the single Quentin Tarantino film I haven't seen, and I didn't watch The Magnificent Seven either. So I'll have to do that.
Oh yeah,
Posse's all right. Posse's okay. Like, it's okay, Sarah Collins. It's okay.
You know what I'm saying? If you want to represent for the, for the power of the people.
It was all right, right? Like Big Daddy Kane and all that. That was all right. I got no qualms. It was okay.
That shit was good, bro. I don't know what y'all talking about.
You know what I mean? Anytime that you can have Zeus Tiny Lister in a movie, you know what I mean?
Mario Van Peebles was able to get his dad in that. They put that shit together. Mario Van Peebles, I think his dad is
his dad is I can't remember his first name, but Van Peebles. He's named in his own right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was
the reason that Mario is Mario.
Like you know how hard it is for black guys to get like major motion picture. You the star, you the director, you the executive producer kind of roles. And those are the reasons why that shit's prolific.
I don't know about Once Upon a Time in the West, but that is actually a good film as well. I wouldn't call it a Western, I don't think. That was a good movie, though.
All right. That again, man.
There's one more with
it's a limited series. It's probably worth about 8 episodes. Really good.
One more with Johnny Depp that I like called Dead Man. It's dope. It's dope.
I think The Unforgiven has got to be in my top 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Tombstone's there for me for sure, man. Like that damn. That performance. I don't know how it took, like, Joel Schumacher's an asshole because it took a lot for Val Kilmer to flop Batman. That's all I really got to say. Like, that dude's one of the baddest actors in my opinion of all times. But
hey kids, the best line in Westerns is Unforgiven. He said, I'm gonna come back here in like 3 days or something, and you better bury him right. Talking about Clint Eastwood. He says, I'm gonna kill every last one of you sons of bitches.
Mm-hmm. And then Pimped Out of Town.
Man.
Yeah, Young Guns. Yeah, nice. Shit, nice. Shit. Kiefer Sutherland.
No, that's like, for me, the cast is better than the film. Young Guns is all right.
Lou Diamond
Phillips, Kiefer, Emilio Estevez.
Yeah, Estevez. You know, Charlie Sheen, his brother.
Brothers.
Hey, you know how I started watching Westerns, man? As a little boy, getting in trouble.
Regulators.
In the summertime, getting in trouble and getting no punishment, having to sit in the house and sit with my pops, and he'd turn on the Western and make me sit there and watch me. He knew I couldn't stand it. And make me just torture me. But yeah, that's how I got into Westerns, man.
See, I would
love baseball.
I not got into Westerns, but had to watch Westerns with John Wayne, and he was the corniest motherfucker I ever saw.
Yo,
and I was a kid. It was like, who's this dude,
bro? They used to love him, though,
right? And it was like, why? I don't get the appeal myself.
Like, I get the Charles Bronson appeal. He's just coming through to bust caps. Like, I get it. That's cool. John Wayne, I didn't get it, man. He just had that slow drawl and
that's just
how you doing?
All sound effects and shit. He's socking people falling out of doors and shit. This is ridiculous, man. But hey, listen.
Shit, because I mean, he wasn't no Lone Ranger in Tonto.
Mm-mm. Yeah, listen. All right. Let's get to this, man, before we get into some alcohol and food.
Oh, that's
so the Super Bowl happened, and we wasn't here for you all Sunday, and it was personal choice, man. We just chose to chill out and no harm done, right? It's off season. We can take a little time off sometime, but the Super Bowl, I enjoyed it because I'm a defensive player, right? And I keep saying all the time on these shows, over and over, and I know I've said this at least 200 times. Defense wins championships. And for the last 2 seasons, what has happened? Defense has won championships, which is why I spend so much time in this offseason making sure that we cover ground on that particular part of the team. Because I know that's if we win it,
the lone chemo.
Everybody's crazy over the moon about Caleb, the offensive weapons, and all that kind of stuff. But I'm telling you now, when the Bears win another championship, it's going to be an elite defense that does it. I'm telling you. But I enjoyed that game. My girlfriend couldn't stand it because it was all defense.
Yeah, I just shout out, speaking of defense, to my draft crush, Nick Amenwari. You know, he did his thing. Yeah, if you remember, I was quite smitten with him. But I've got a new draft, someone that I'm kind of getting close to now on the offensive side of the ball, and I'll save that for later. But congratulations, Nick, and Will Campbell showed the need for a good left tackle because that defense was pushing him around and in the middle of the defensive line. But the left guard got pushed back into May. Then the center guy swam on.
Slow down, Trish. Stop at Will Campbell, man. Woo! That boy need to press charges on somebody, man. He was out there getting assaulted
multiple times.
So,
I'm calling the game, right? You know how I'm doing. I'm calling the game, and it's like, all right, they're showing blitz. It's like, oh shit, turnstile Will Campbell once again, and it just became repetitive. It became a thing, kids.
Brother, I guess we dodged a bullet there, right? Like with all the Will Campbell love last season, as we're going through the draft, all kinds of folks are like, we need us some Will Campbell. Well,
man,
I guess we kind of lucked out somehow in not going down that road. So thank goodness we did not go down that road. And
you know what Will Campbell's problem is?
he's a tackle and not a guard.
The arms became, you can see it.
The arms, brother. That's probably really the problem.
Greg Gabriel called that.
I got something else. Will Campbell is like 315, 320 pounds, but he's fat. He's fat. And those boys on the other side of him are all muscle. He's got to get in the gym and turn some of that fat into muscle so he can anchor better. He's got the body type. It's there. The body is there. He just got to turn it into muscle. He's mush out there. This is walking him.
They were walking him back. You're right. He probably does need to put on some a little bit of strength. But I think the arms might have also had a little bit to do with things because they not only were they walking him back, the speed rush was working. You know what I mean?
It was like sticking to the face and go right around him,
bro. It was not a good look for Will Campbell. He's
too short to box with that guy.
Yeah, he's gonna have some he got some work to do. Big shout out for me as far as Super Bowl is concerned to Christian Gonzalez. I think Christian Gonzalez might have played the best football game out of anybody out there not named Kenneth Walker or Seattle defense. You know what I mean? But
I beg to differ with that.
I'm just saying, I think he had a fantastic game.
He had two monster plays, big time plays that basically took 14 points off the board. So you're right, kids, in that regard. But I'm telling you, a guy that I put a short out on, a rehash short, was Craig Woodson out of California, rookie safety.
He played well as well, actually.
He was all over that motherfucker.
He played well. Why I bring up Christian Gonzalez is just because Jackson Smith and Jigba was a non-factor, and we're talking about a guy who's putting up 100 yards a game.
Well, doesn't he go out concussion protocol
later in the game? Yeah, he does. Like
kids, they did the Belichick rule: take the head off the snake.
Well, they took the head off the snake, but it was mostly Christian on that snake. Is really all I'm saying, man. And I had to give the kid a shout out. He played
granted,
great.
Not to take anything away from Mr. Gonzalez, but a couple of those balls were just short as well. And he was in position,
You're right.
But if the ball was out there further, he wouldn't have got those.
Once he got rattled, the balls were starting to come out erratic.
Well,
really erratic. Once
like
they start touching them up.
Let's call it like it is. Neither one of them. It was not. It was not a day for quarterbacks. We'll just put it that way. Neither one of these dudes looked great.
Hey, Darnold got his money.
People got paid. He got paid. I guarantee you, even Drake May might be looking at some additional paper. But
you know who it was a day for?
Kenneth Walker Jr.
Oh, hey man, look, he might have been looking at, say, $10, $12 million contract. He probably boosted another $7-8 million a year. He's gonna get $20 million.
Whoa.
Oh yeah.
The only reason I'm saying whoa is because it's like $20 million for a running back is wild.
Yeah.
Didn't Saquon like that probably 12?
Your play dictates your contract, your worth, your market value. I don't no matter what you think about how much a running back is worth.
I'm just commenting on the market. He probably will get 20 mil.
He just became too expensive for us, I believe.
I think so, but that's all right. Like, there's other guys on the market.
Well, I mean, but it's like, there's other guys. You go to your ATNs, your Brees Halls,
man,
your rookies.
on the market, $8 million, whatever it is.
But just looking at Lil Walker run, the patience, and then he just kind of picked his feet. And when he decided he wanted to go, he was gone.
You know what? Just a slide. Shout out to Dan Brown, man. Good to see you, man. I hope what you're doing out there in social media and with the written word is working and paying you and doing well. But he just brought up an awesome topic that I think we sort of need to touch on, and it's really the two lessons of the day with respect to the Super Bowl. And the first one, Nomad already touched on, which is defense wins championship. So, God damn it, we need to fix this defense, especially that pass rush. Those two pass rushes, more so the Seattle one than the New England one, were monstrous. That's really all we watched. It was just pass rush city. The other side of this is a lesson to be learned. You know, people say like field goals don't win football games. Well, fuck that. Yeah. that needs to be there because that's what happened in this Super Bowl. The young kicker set a record, I believe, for the most amount of field goals in a Super Bowl, and that's what sealed the deal, right? It wasn't touchdowns. It wasn't really offensive play. It was them field goals. That's really what set the game.
And punting, special teams,
right? So these are areas that.
Shout out to Ron, man. Shout out to Ron for renewing his membership, man. Thank you so much, my guy. We need everybody to keep doing that.
But I must have to thank someone for a big belly laugh because I haven't laughed that deep and that long in a long time. But Velus Jones Jr., when he got in the stat book by knocking the ball out of bounds that was already out of bounds on his coverage. That was hilarious,
man. Imagine they found a way to get him to fumble and have it be a positive.
To this day, I do not understand that part of y'all.
You clearly. You know what, brother? You're not on Twitter. That's why you spent a whole.
I've seen what he said, man.
Did you?
What he did. I've seen everything.
Well, then you should get right along the fuck Velus
Jones. He deserves the right to feel that way about you motherfuckers, man. Because people talk too much shit on
social because we was mad he busted out?
Nah, man, y'all. Man, I swear.
It wasn't our fault he busted out. Shit.
People take too much.
You know what? I really had nothing for this guy until he opened his mouth again. I totally forgot he existed, to be quite frank. But he had to say something. He had to poke some level of fun because he wound up and he tripped. He poked the bear. He tripped over failure and landed on the Seahawks team and wound up getting a ring somehow. Like it's kind of funny, but I don't know, man. I've never seen. I show my family these highlights and they're like, no, this guy doesn't really exist in football, does he? I was like, he's going to win a Super Bowl. He's winning the Super Bowl. This guy.
He got a ring.
He does. Again,
got the fuck up about it.
Now, granted, it might be in the pawn shop sooner than later. You know, eBay.
Is his? Where yours at?
Shit. Oh no, that's too funny. Right next to OJ Simpson's.
All right. Y'all are cruel, man. That's why people don't like fans, man.
Oh man.
Like y'all, man. Just don't let shit go. Every chance you get, you want to kick somebody in the sack when they leave.
But he did it first, though.
He started it.
He was just responding. You know how much shit Velus Jones took on social media when he was here?
But rightfully so.
This is his chance to kick back.
But rightfully so. You cannot drop every pass.
He can't kick you back.
You can't drop every pass and fumble every kick that comes to you and get away scot-free. You can't. I've never seen a
Velus Jones. You deserve your get back. You got your back. You deserve.
I've never seen a worse football player.
Congratulations. He can say I'm a Super Bowl champion.
I guess
People
we
on
have to
social
give him
media talk too
congratulations.
much shit,
He's a
and they
champion.
fat ass can't play no football. So
He
F them.
said, "Shit, what'd you do in the day? What'd you had touchdown? Like nah. What you had a couple runs? And like nah. I should that I hope that ball go out of bounds. That was out of bounds."
Hey, all that being said, listen. Last thing I want to talk about, we just talked about Kenneth Walker, but
Nice.
word is Reek
Crimson.
Woolen, the corner from the Seahawks, might be available. I don't know if I don't know if his stock went up a little too much too.
Well, I got a competing offer. I would prefer Jude. What's the other
Josh Jobe.
Job? Yeah, him. Because he was nice. He was very active in the run support. He was bringing the wood on those tackles, and he was good in coverage.
Well, two different caliber of football players.
Well, yeah, but both supposedly free agents. There's a lot of free agents, on that team.
Yeah.
And we may be looking at cornerbacks, so it's like Tyreek Woolen or Job. Both of those cornerbacks are like possibilities.
Success brings all of that to your team. You're going to have to basically call your team and keep building from the draft. And that's the last thing I wanted to talk about was building in the draft. And, you got the draft. People talk about this stuff every year. It's one thing to have draft capital, which Trips just absolutely his manhood grows just talking about draft capital. He don't want to give it up. He don't want to give it up.
Whoa.
Here's the thing about this is the thing about draft.
Where's the show going?
Hold on, man. Let me finish before y'all get to the joke. This is the thing about draft picks. They mean absolutely nothing unless you know exactly what you're doing, getting those players, and having the right people in the facility to develop them and turn them into what you saw today. The other day with the Seahawks. Those guys made some really good choices, and it didn't start with the new coach they got, McDonald. That started when Pete Carroll was there. And they they just continue to draft young guys, young talent in the middle rounds and turn them out. That's the key. They draft them in the middle rounds, sometimes late, but in the middle rounds is where they ate at, man. And so you got to give respect to, I think it's Snyder is the GM on that team, man, but really, really good job executing those draft picks, man. That young draft, those young draft picks won that game.
Yeah, that's what gives motivation. That is like, man, a couple free agents, like the kid in the thumbnail that you mentioned. Well, not kid, but player. In the middle of the defensive line, then you draft well, and if we have the confidence in the coaching staff in the development of young players, like last season's draft, that was more so on the offensive side of the ball, but now the opportunity for Dennis Allen to get his groceries so he can make his Allen stew, and we want to see those players. So we have encouragement as Bears fans that the defense can be flipped into a more aggressive, more faster unit. So seeing the Patriots defense, they spent a little money and drafted well. Seattle spent a little money and drafted well. As long as we can replicate that, spend the money smartly and wisely, and have everybody stay healthy, and then draft well and develop those guys, we should be all good.
I just don't know if they can do that because
which one?
All of that, like just the really, it's got more to do with the spend money well, and I think they've made a couple of relatively large cap heavy mistakes that they can't shed. And I think they got to sort of find a way to work around that. And you know exactly who I'm talking about. I'm talking about both those guys very specifically, not the Tremaines of the world. Tremaine, you're at a point where you can you can do things. But those two guys eat up a lot of cap room, and you're kind of stuck with the production that they give you over the course of the next little while. So
I'll even raise you one with TJ Edwards.
well, TJ, yeah, okay, I see.
Well, hold on, we straying into the Bears conversation. Let's hold that.
Oh yeah, all right, go ahead.
We got food and drink to do. You know what? I'm gonna go get myself a drink. You start up food and drink. I'll be right back.
We gotta do drinks, but
see how we get. Good job, Nomad. My bad.
It's okay, man. That's what we do, man. We excited about our team, so we stray into those conversations before we should. But let's get into the drinky drinks real quick, man. I don't know. This one I like, man, because it's vodka and everybody likes vodka.
Not everybody.
You don't like white liquor, man.
That's all. Just the liquor. All right, Maduri sour. Ingredients: lime juice, Maduri mixer, lemon juice, cherries, club soda, ice, and vodka. It looks bitter and kind of tart.
We're gonna talk ball. Don't worry about it, Crimson, man. But we're gonna get into some drinky drinks and shit first, and then we're gonna get into the ball. Get into a little food after that. But I like, okay, so Trips, if I'm gonna get a mixed drink, right? I'm not gonna want something that's got too much sweet in it. Don't like sweet mixed drinks. I don't know. I've been at a couple jobs where they like to go out for happy hour and do all that kind of shit after work. And usually you got those happy hour mixed well drinks. I don't know if you ever heard of those, where they got them things all set up for you at happy hour, just cheap ass $2-3 drinks and shit. And maybe that's what really spoiled it for me, is drinking those cheap ass drinks like that was really, really sweet and I couldn't stand it. But if I'm gonna drink a mixed drink, I would like to have some twang to it to cut the little bit of sweet that's coming in that mixer, right? And so that's where the sour comes in. You gotta love that part of it.
Oh, not me particularly, but sure. This is, see, I'm not nothing in like, I'll eat a cherry, and like if I'm at a bar, I'll do the thing where you tie a cherry stem in a knot with your tongue. I can do that, but like lime is like this. Midori is like really sweet, and then lemon is like just too much for me. I'll eat the cherry, and then in the club soda and ice, but the vodka I can't do that. So there ain't nothing about this except for the cherry, the club soda and ice. That's all I can mess with.
The club soda and the lime and the lemon juice and the lime juice is gonna apply the cut to it.
Kind of balance each other out, counterbalance.
Yeah. I've had this. This is kind of tasty. I've had it in different, you might not have a Maduro, you might have something else, but combine them.
Now I would try this. Looking at the ingredients, I would substitute the vodka maybe with a little tequila.
Yeah, I guess you can do that,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a white tequila.
Yeah, Blanco.
You like white tequila?
Not too much of it, because that has counterintuitive effects. I'm more of an añejo kind of fella.
Yeah, I still just listen to you talk Trips. Something tells me that you trying some white liquor now, being the person that you are now, knowing what you know now, what your body can do, how to go about it.
I know not to do it.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I know.
I'll leave that alone. But I'm trying to convince you that, what we done in our youth when you're a little younger doesn't mean.
Oh no, this was like a few years ago. I mean, this wasn't like youth. This wasn't like the Remy Martin incident, that happened like 35 years ago. The clear liquor stuff was still like in this decade. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I'll tell you one thing I probably wouldn't want to ever do is I don't like brandy. Don't like brandy. I don't like bourbon, but I'm still open. You know, I had some bad experiences with both of those, especially with the brandy. Bad experience.
I've had it's different and it sounds weird, but bourbon and brandy both have versions that they are made into a milkshake, and it's a spiked milkshake, and you can have either one. You know, have had that, and it tastes weird, and it's like you can taste the brandy, you can taste the bourbon or whatever you're using, but it's mixed in with the milkshake flavor, so it's kind of like, huh? You know, it's kind of like a Irish coffee or a Kahlua and cream, but different. It's pretty nifty.
See, you one of them people that you have a different kind of stomach. You got like a cast iron stomach when it comes to dairy and mixing liquor and dairy products and stuff like that.
You know, and then
Like I had an
maybe
uncle.
a little bit.
He likes a vodka and Kahlua. He liked the vodka and Kahlua. He's
Uh-huh.
not here with us.
Yeah, like what is that, White Russian?
Yeah, basically. It's basically exactly what it is. Every time when I used to go and do part-time stuff for my uncle at his bar, he come in there every single day after work and get 2 White Russians. I mean, not you call it vodka and Kahlua. Teaching me how to make the drink, you know, while I'm doing it. And no. Do it like this, do it like that.
Measure it.
But you got to have a certain kind of stomach, man. You can't like freaking dairy and liquor for people like me. You don't mess around with it.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, because like I've looked up eggnog recipes just to make eggnog not in the holiday season, just so I can have it spiked. You know, because I like spiked eggnog, but they only sell it during the holiday season. They only sell the eggnog and you spike it yourself. Well, they do sell spiked, but they don't sell that all year long either. But it's like, yeah, so like spiked eggnog, I can sip on that. Make me a nice milkshake with throw some use leftover coffee. You know, throw that in the blender. Shit, a banana, a little cinnamon, a little vanilla, and then a little liquor, and then some ice cream. Mix all that up. Yeah, it's like a cocktail, but a shake.
Man, you weirdo.
A dessert cocktail. There you go.
You weird.
Yeah, it's delish. And it's like you can get your little buzz on. I mean, it's like an ice margarita, except it's ice cream.
Man, you just said use coffee.
Well, I mean, like a coffee ice cream, coffee flavor.
Use coffee?
Yeah, coffee, banana, ice cream, ice.
Oh,
I mean, it's like coffee and whiskey or coffee and bourbon, or you know.
I don't know. I know there's such thing as used coffee.
Oh yeah. Let me say in the morning, if you make a pot and you only drink a cup, you use that coffee. Coffee ice cream. You never had coffee ice cream? You know, coffee milkshake, iced coffee.
I've had toffee.
You know, all the different flavors of iced coffee.
You know, my girlfriend is probably somewhere in the other side of the house. Like, oh yeah, Trip. She loves coffee in anything. She just loves coffee.
Yeah.
I don't like coffee like that.
I mean, but like iced coffee, how often do you make iced coffee at home?
Never.
Exactly. But people will make hot coffee, you know, every day. And then go out and buy a iced coffee latte or milkshake or a smoothie or something. And it's like, no, you just make coffee, let it cool down. Obviously, that's why it's old or left over. And then you pour that over the ice and then the ice cream and you mix up your own thing.
Brother, I'm gonna tell you something right now. My pendulum doesn't swing coffee. I'm just telling you right now. Swing coffee, doesn't swing dairy, but like you turn your nose up to white liquor and white liquor mixed drinks like this, Midori sour. I feel the same way.
But you know they got flavors of coffee too.
I will try it, Trips. I'll tell you that. I'm not gonna be rigid like you, and I'm not never doing. No, I'll try it.
Well, I mean, hold on. Let me, because it's what the hell is it? Hold on. Oh.
What?
This is
What the hell? He about to go get something and totally.
Because I had this, I want to try it. Hold on, here. Because before I tried the Southern Pecan, but this one is hazelnut cream,
Stinks.
and it's coffee.
Stinks. I've had it.
Oh, okay, well, it's pretty good. You know, I like the flavors because I would put the hazelnut half and half or the hazelnut cream in the coffee. And so instead, it's just like, oh, let me try the different flavors of the coffee. It's like, yeah, it's different, pretty tasty. And then like you spike that into ice cream, and then you throw a little liquor in there and a little woo woo woo, you good to go. And it's like, hey, let's have a little beach day.
I'll tell you why I feel that way about it. And this is a little short story. My brother, again, who passed away from drinking himself to his demise, used to when I moved to Columbus, Ohio to stay with him. He got up every day. He worked at a car dealership, so he's up at 4:30 in the morning getting himself ready. He's out the door about 5:30, gone. And every morning, all you would smell is that hazelnut coffee, and it stinks. It stinks, and it's strong. He made it strong, and so strong that all that time that when I was staying with him when I first moved there, I stayed with him for a couple months until I got a job in a place. All I smelled every morning was that hazelnut. And so fast forward to a little while later, when I'm getting ready to move out of there, a couple months later, his wife came up and told me, she's like, you know how strong that hazelnut is in the house when you smell him making the coffee? I was like, yeah. She's like, you know what he's doing, right? He's making it really, really strong because he's pouring like a half a fifth in there. So he's got this big steel coffee mug. Nice. He's got this big steel coffee mug, and he's pouring like a half of a fifth of liquor in there and pouring the hazelnut on top of it to hide the smell, to mask the smell. So he's putting that down the entire ride to work. And I had no idea.
You had to get right.
I was like, man, you just fucked up all day. I was like, dog.
That's what you call a functional alcoholic.
He was.
That just reminds me of one of my bosses, man. I remember just, go to check out my boss. He's like, hey man, do me a favor. Go in the kitchen there and put a coffee on for me, man. Put a couple coffees on for us. So I'm all right. Fucking come in, bring him his coffee, and he just reach in his cupboard and pull out a thing of it was Sheridan's at the time, and I'm like, yo, what's up with you? You just holding up in here with a little bar stash? He goes, come over here. I look, he got a whole bunch of bottles in his big drawer at the bottom, man. Moving forward, I would just reach up and hey man, I'm gonna make some coffee. Just come back. He blessed me up with some good stuff, and that was the morning ritual for quite some time, man. It was those were good mornings back in the day. No. But wait now. So what is Midori Mixer?
Midori is a mixer. It's like a liqueur.
What does it taste like?
It's like a sweet mixer.
Okay.
It's got a if you wanted to give it a taste, to me, it's got more of a strawberry or a cherry flavor to it.
Oh, okay.
Which is why you would garnish it with the cherry.
Okay, makes sense.
I'm sure you've had it, man. It's very common.
I haven't had this. The only sours I've had
Midori. You've gotten it in something if you had a mixed drink.
Maybe. The only sours I've had, amaretto sour, which is good stuff. It's been a minute since I've had an amaretto sour. Whiskey sour. I like me a whiskey sour as well. Both of those are good drinks. But
yeah,
one of these days.
Agree with that. Any sour I'm good with, because if it's gonna be a mixed drink, like I was telling Triple R, I don't want my drink to be sweet. I would like it with a little, that's where the lime juice and the lemon juice comes in to give it that proper cut to balance it. So yeah, this is Midori sour ingredients: lime juice, Midori mixer, lemon juice, cherries. Club soda is a great cut on sweet liqueurs. Great cut. Ice and vodka, of course, but It's a tasty drink, man. I've had this many, many, many times. And I enjoy it, man. You know, it's almost like a Tom Collins, but with a different kind of flow.
Okay. I see what you're doing here. All right. I've had a couple of Tom Collins. Oh, they're okay. A little sweet for my blood, but I'm with the sours. I'm with the sours. Like
My girlfriend just walked in the door right now. She heard
Tom Collins and she was ready to go.
She heard Tom.
She heard coffee in the blender.
She heard that too. She heard that too. But Tom Collins is her shit, man. I made that the last time I made that. Well, just saying, Georgia. I made it here once, maybe once, but I made it in Georgia with her and one of her girlfriends. Man, I made them for them. Hooked it up with the shaker and shit. Put the cherry in that thing. I make a Tom Collins a little bit different. It looks like a Shirley Temple when I'm done with it.
Okay.
But it tastes like a Tom Collins, but just better. So I do my own interpretations of any drink that you see on the screen. I'm going to do my own stuff to it, which leads me to the next drink.
What do we got?
I think you're going to enjoy this, kids.
Who? Right for me. Oh, no. Punch you in the face. Jamaican rum punch. Yeah, this is so before I get into ingredients, this is different than I've ever had it, to be honest with you. But this is basically the first mixed drink I've ever had. This was at every single domino party I know my parents were throwing or attending through the course of time. I remember just grabbing when I must have been 6. And I just grabbed a drink on a bar counter, and next thing you know, I'm a little bit smash-a-root at 6. I grabbed the wrong drink. Clearly, should have left the punch alone. There was kids punch, looked a lot like this. I wasn't drinking the kids punch, but this is what they put in the Jamaican rum punch. Orange juice, yeah, check. Pineapple juice, big check. Lime juice. Nice little sour kick. White rum. They got the Rain Nephews right next to it.
Can I stop you there, kids? Because
yes.
I found out when I was in Jamaica about this brand. I had no idea about it, man, but it's extremely popular in Jamaica. Extremely popular. That's why I put it there. Because I think I might have heard you mention this brand before.
I talk about it all the time. I'm related to this family. I'm related to the Ray family, not the Nephew family, but the Ray family is quite frankly like the white side of my family. Like I got a little bit of white blood in there. But we get cases of this delivered to Canada for free because we're related. So there's always been an abundance of Ray and Nephews at the crib. Me and my cousin used to steal this stuff and put water in you know what I mean, in the bottle, and next thing you know, you might find his face down in a closet somewhere. That's how we grew up. But this stuff, bro, this stuff is like straight up rubbing alcohol or absinthe. Like that's the level. There's 150 proof. It'll smash you up, y'all. Like I'm just saying. This is probably the strongest rum you can get access to. It's crazy. But it's in abundance on the island because it's made on the island. It's everywhere. You find a Jamaican.
That's where I'm coming from, kids, because when I first got there, like my first experience on the island was getting off the plane, getting in the charter. I mean, not in the charter, getting in the shuttle and stopping at, the little huts on the side, man, little shacks on the side that had, food, drink, and they're pouring it up for you. I'm just oh shit, what the fuck is this?
Bruh.
And that's when I heard the name.
3 of those, you're licked. 3 of them little hut drinks, and you're having a good time on the island. Mix a little bit of trees with that, and you might not remember where you were or how you got there.
The little mini solo cups, the little white mini solo cups. I remember they was pouring them up, man. They was pouring them up. Everybody that stopped there, is like pouring. Hey, have you some? Boom, you can hit a blunt if you wanted to. It was there. You know what I mean? But wow, man. By the time I did, you was right, man. By the time I got to the hotel and I'm unloading my baggage and shit and getting into the room, I'm like, hold the fuck up.
How? Yeah,
I
man.
need to go get something to eat.
Man, after 3 of those, welcome to the island. You know what I mean? You're in Jamaica, bro.
I was there, but I wasn't of a consumption imbibing age. But rum wise, just like tequila, I'm a darker lover. Prefer.
Okay. Me too, actually. Yeah. And I think it's got everything to do with this. Like, I think
not in Jamaica. You ain't getting no dark rum, bro.
Yeah.
Not on the side of the road.
Not on the side of the road.
Well, I wasn't living like that.
Yeah. They ain't drinking no dark rum on the side of the road. We stopped 7 times, and I seen not one.
No, you got to be on the resort. Like on the resort, you get whatever they got. And they
more upper crust.
Yeah, they got good stuff on the resort. But if you're like in Jamaica, if you're on the roads, if you're in Kingston, this is what you're getting.
Ghetto!
Yeah, it's dirty, cheap to get it. They're pouring it up in abundance. And my Lord, it will send you off in style.
Just so, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, so let me get all these ingredients out. So orange juice, pineapple juice, lime juice, white rum, Ray and Nephews is the preferred selection. Strawberry syrup, allspice berries, nutmeg, ice, and a shaker. So a couple of these I'm not familiar with them using. So nutmeg, I don't think they really ever use nutmeg in the ones that I've had. Strawberry syrup also. I guess they must have been using strawberry syrup because it always has that reddish hue, that color. So maybe they were using strawberry syrup, but I didn't clue in at the time. But man, like I'm telling you, this is like my mom's, man. When she get to the party, man, she's in the punch. You know what I mean?
But I'm sure you can customize it. As like, hey, let me go in, throw in that mango syrup instead of strawberry. You see the garnish of the pineapple up there. It's like, let me throw that pineapple syrup instead. Customize the fruits as you will. Then give me the gold rum, and then I can mess with it.
Hey, kids, here's what I want to ask you. I'm back.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is somebody's recipe. I've had rum punch. I don't know if I've had it with allspice berries in it.
Meaning those are the two. So allspice berries and the nutmeg. There, as much of a nutmeg sucker as I am, like
the nutmeg. But
I'm just saying, I've never had it. I've never had it with nutmeg or allspice berries in there. I've never had it with either one of those. But the rest of this stuff for sure, definitely chunks of pineapple juice, orange juice, lime juice. It got to be something for that red tint. So it's got to be strawberry syrup because it can be a little bit sweet, and you need that sweet because of how rotted stiff that drink is, man. Like that rum is stiff, and like I'm telling you, those first 2 cups, you're like, damn, like what did they put in this? You get to cup number 3 and all bets are off. Everything is good. You can drink that for the rest of the night. Cool. It's man, that's a hey, Quatu, get your ass to Jamaica.
Hey, Kez, you know what I learned in Jamaica really, really quick in that ride to the that shuttle to the fucking hotel was my lesson. Sip when you're drinking in the streets of Jamaica. When I say sip, I mean sip.
Yeah, you turn shots like nah.
Yeah, nope. Those motherfuckers those motherfuckers, they know what they're doing, they know where they're going, they know how to get there. You don't.
Because also remember in that hemisphere, that humidity, you're sweating your ass off. So you're losing, a lot of your hydration.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Them first 2 drinks, you're nursing it because it's stiff. You can't really do anything but just kind of nurse your way through it. After drink number 2 and you're on to drink number 3, things kind of smooth out and you get used to how harsh the flavor of the, like, look at all the stuff they're using to cut the flavor of the rum in this drink. Like, I'm just trying to say, I'm like, it's the only way that I could put it. Even the ice kind of waters it down as you're sipping, as you're going. And we're talking like normally you're heavy with the ice, but bruh, this will hit you so fast
and hard.
It's great, hard, bro. Like it's crazy how powerful this liquor is. And what's wild is it is in such abundance in back home, man. It is everywhere. Like you can't go if you're walking around Kingston, you will see 2 or 3 brothers just holding down a bottle, walking up and down the street. Like it's everywhere.
He is not fucking bullshitting, dog. When that story I told y'all when I got a chance to go up the Blue Mountain, and listen, man, we stopped 3 times before we got all the way up to where we were going, and everybody had white rum. I ain't gonna say everybody had Ray and Nephews, but everybody had that white rum. So people on that live there are accustomed to people on vacation and on trips coming up there to see things, and they got all that stuff set up. Like, hey, they want you to have a good time. Like when you get in that part of Jamaica, I realized real quick, you better be somebody that they respect or they like somehow, because you in Neverland. When you get off that beaten path, and I was never
what you got on my 40.
I was never scared, but I was just like, I let's just say I gave in to the fact that this can go any way it wants to, and I'm just here. And I just
you turn the wrong behind the wrong hut, and you got a group of fools with machetes looking at you.
The people that were with me knew that, one thing they told me was take that diamond out your ear. I took the diamond out my ear and put it in my pocket.
Bro, like man, you catch a rogue yardie with a bottle of this and a spliff, all bets are off. That's all I can really say. And that's at least in, like, for me, it's a bit different because I can at the very least I can chat patois with these guys and get out of shit that, you know what I mean, that might be popping off. I talk my way out of things. Your regular random guy, good, like it could be problems, man. And this is why my suggestion: stay on the resort, y'all. You know what I mean? Stay on the resort, enjoy the resort.
Yeah, don't do what I did.
You know what I'm
saying? You better have some kind of qualified something.
You need a certified G, man. You need a certified guide, man. You do. You really do.
You better not do what I did, dog. I had it. And what's funny about it is, before I went, the job I was at, I had a Jamaican homie, and I loved that cat, man. He was just like, he kept on looking upside my head. He was just like, going to Jamaica? Man, don't wear that shit. I was like, what? He said that. He's pointing at my ear, my earring. He's like, man, they'll cut your head off of that. I was just like, man, I'm wearing my earring. And I wore it up until we got ready to go into the mountains when old boy told me. And that's why I took it out.
Yep.
Once we got there, and he said that confirmed it for me. I was like, they know what they're talking about.
No, see you shining from a mile away.
You don't want to be flossing off the resort, man. You don't.
Mm-hmm.
You don't. They will a couple of these in your system. In their system they will pull your car. Like 90% of 90% of all like amputations occur due to Ray and Nephews and likely Jamaican rum punch. You know what I mean? But it can get wild out there in yards. So like I say, you kind of have to have your guides and your locals in your pocket. You know what I mean? You need some locals in your pocket and you'll have a great time. It's an amazing, beautiful place, but same time they will pull your card if you're slipping.
Hey bro, let me tell you something. Before I read off the rest of this drink one more time, I said it many times, man. Jamaica changed my life, changed who I am as an individual. Spiritually, it changed me. That place is magical, not only in the scenery, talking about the people. They are absolutely thoroughbred, thoroughbred black people and white. You know, I met some cool ass white people there. Met some Latinos there. I met, but the through line
Ever
was
bumping any Jamaican Chinese?
no, I did not.
Bro, throw you for a loop, man.
Bro, I was like, I was in another world and I enjoyed it. Every single bit of it. It made me into the nomad you guys get to hear today. I'm a much better person because of that experience in more ways than one. So Jamaica, I have nothing but absolute admiration for the people, the environment, and the way they conduct themselves with people that come there and wanting to learn. I was there. I was one of those people that wanted to learn. I wasn't a person that came there and just wanted to enjoy the beautiful sights and everything that comes with Jamaica. I wanted to learn about people in Jamaica, and they showed me. And the result of that is beauty, almost a little bit of tears, and at the same time, it was just like my people are so goddamn resilient everywhere. And Jamaica is a perfect example of it. This drink, this rum punch, which I had many times. And kids, I was hoping you was going to be able to give me a little clarity on the allspice berries because I don't know what that would have done to any of those punches I had. But I can imagine, I guess.
So like
Pretty strong.
Allspice is in just like I'm not surprised by it. I've just never seen it done here. Allspice is in everything Jamaican. It's like allspice is jerk chicken. You know what I mean? Like it's in. They put that in everything, so I'm not surprised by it.
I think that I differ with that. I think the jerk chicken is in the wood. It's in the pimento.
No,
I think
you
so.
like you would be surprised what I'm saying. So allspice is made from pimento, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Add more pimento.
Yeah. You like if you're using real legit pimento, it's gonna give it more of a sauce, but you can do it dry without the pimento, and like allspice is like dried pimento. That's basically what it is.
Imagine what that flavor explosion must have been like for me the first time tasting anything pimento.
Bruh,
I had no idea what pimento was.
Bruh, the first time I had it, it blew my mind as well. Like I truly have to say it, and I was like, shout out to Fishy. So my sister's dad, he's a chef, and he made some jerk chicken for the first time. So he has, my family has they have 3 different Jamaican restaurants, 3 different sides of the family here in town. But the first time I ever had it, he was over at the house and he was like, yo, I just copped this recipe from back home. I'm gonna make some chicken. You're gonna love it. And he made some and I ate it and I was like, dog, like what did you do? I was so mad because it was like it's not like, you know, it was super dry, not saucy, and just punch you in the face spicy. And I'm like, bro, like what are you trying to hurt somebody with that? What kind of chicken is that? And when you're done, you're like, wow, this was, you know, I'm not sure if I love it or I hate it. And then you get some more, you're like, you know what? Yeah, I love this. This is super good. So like initially I was cussing him out saying it sucked. And then like by piece number 3, I was like, damn, Fishy, you need to make some more. There's like this is some serious chicken. This is a bomb ass chicken. He's like, I know. When I open my restaurant, I'm gonna sell all kinds of this. And like down the road, he opens a restaurant and they sell mad jerk chicken, mad oxtail and curry and rice and peas. He's got a real nice little thing going on. He's had it for about almost 20 years now, at least.
Nice.
Jamaica.
Hey, as the expression goes, you don't know what poontang tastes like until you do.
Oh, all right. Jamaican rum punch ingredients: orange
That's the
juice,
expression.
pineapple juice,
Well,
wine
it is
juice,
now.
white rum, strawberry syrup, allspice berries, nutmeg, ice, and a shaker. You need to shake that up and get that thing mixed up well. We are not letting Trips take this to the dark side. I
He
refuse.
said licking.
All right, let's get to some food, man. This is pure Chicago right here, kids.
All right, where we going? We going Chicago.
We're going to enlighten you today.
Uh-oh.
Trips going to ready to take off. I already know it.
It's gonna be a hot dog.
What do we got?
There you go.
I'm close.
Shit,
I'm
rib
so
tips.
close. Oh, it's rib tips. Okay, all right.
Okay. Ingredients: charcoal, oak wood, your seasoning blend, your rubs, your pork brisket, seasoned vinegar, cheap ass beer, some Natty Light or something. Basting mop, barbecue sauce, and a lot of time because you just want to let them go low and slow, 225, 230 degrees or so under that oak wood, soaking that up. Then no seasoning in there, and then you throw that the vinegar in there and the cheap ass beer as your moisture for your bastings.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's just, man, no sauce, just it's sauce, but like you don't put the sauce on there. You put the sauce on there after the fact.
Okay.
You want to just enjoy that smoky, seasoned, slow cooked meat. And then you add a little sauce on there, just how that goes.
So
yeah.
Kid, let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something, man. You come to Chicago and you in somebody's backyard and they hooking up some rib tips. If that dude ain't got seasoned vinegar, and that might sound crazy to you, seasoned vinegar.
I was just like, it does sound crazy to me. What's seasoned vinegar? You can buy that at the store?
No, you just get vinegar.
You get vinegar, you season it up. What do you put? What are we seasoning it with? What
Key thing is seasoning salt, pepper, seasoned salt and black pepper. But like for me, I'm putting beer in that shit too.
All right.
So as that meat is cooking and you turning that pork brisket. So basically it's pork brisket bone when you go and buy it from the store. So you go and looking to buy some rib tips and you go up to a register and say, hey, I'm looking for some rib tips. And they're going to be like, rib tips, what? No, you go the box because you buy these in boxes, big cases. It says pork brisket bone. That's what it says on there, y'all.
Okay.
Pork brisket bone. You get them, you take them, and you put them in your sink after they unthaw because they're frozen. Let them unthaw, and you got to clean a whole buttload of fat off of them things. And that's the conundrum, and you gotta work on those things to get them to where you see it on the screen. These are limbs rib tips right here. Chicago staple around here. It's like the place to be when it comes to rib tips. Yeah. But to clean them and get them to the point where they're ready for cooking and selling them, you got to go through the process. But when you in somebody's cooking these, if they ain't got seasoned vinegar, some beer sitting around to base those things as they turning them around, and as they're cooking them, they don't know what they're doing.
The vinegar, what people do is like they'll substitute like an apple cider vinegar or apple juice or pineapple juice. What it is with the vinegar is not only the seasoning aspect of it, but the acidity that is good for the meat as it breaks down low and slow. So anything with acidity, your apple juices, your pineapple juices, apple cider vinegars, balsamic vinegars, anything like that you can use in place of seasoned vinegar. But yeah, the seasoning is important because you have the seasoning of the rub on the actual meat itself. Then you have the flavoring of the wood, whatever wood you're using, and then the flavoring and the alcohol of the beer is what kind of keeps the moisture in, because as the science of the alcohol evaporating, the moisture is still there from the from the alcohol of it or some shit. Science, I don't know, look it up. But yeah, all of these come together to enhance the flavor of the meat. And then now after 6, 7, 8 hours of smoking, and now you pull it off and taste it, you got the smoke ring in there, and it's just succulent all the way through to the gristle, and it just makes you want to just clean all of that.
Well, let me dumb it down for you a little bit, kid. He's saying 6, 7, 8 hours. That's a whole entire case. That's the entire case. Which most of the time when we cooking for families and shit
That's
like
what you're
that around here,
Yeah, because once you thaw it out, you cooking it all.
You might as
cooking
well.
you cooking it like me when I thaw it out, I'm refreezing it.
Oh, you can't do that though.
I told you that last week. What that was? Once you let it unthaw, get it to room temperature or unfrozen, you can put those back in the bag and you can refreeze them. You can separate them. Like I'll do mine in like 4 or 5 different bags. I'll get 4, 5, 6 bones in a bag. Boom, 4, 5, 6 bones in the bag, and each one of those are a meal for us. In my house. But when you got to cook for a family, you got to do it right. And the seasoned vinegar and the beer mixture is absolutely when we start talking about people in your neighborhood coming up and be like, hey, what y'all over there doing? What y'all cooking? That brings people that you don't even know to your yard. You don't even like, man, who's you, man? How the fuck how you get in my yard, man? What is you doing back here, man? Let me get some of that. That smell when you pour that on the meat and the fire hits it, kids, and the aroma it gives off in your vicinity is going to attract people like roaches.
Yeah. But certain yards people just don't be walking up in. Raid. No.
If you get yourself a dog.
Hi, sir. May I enter, sir? Announce yourself.
Hey, kid, it's like a kicker. It's like an NFL cookie. Like, who are you? How you getting? What you doing here?
Right? That's three
room for special teams.
3 more questions, and then we'll get asked.
Wow.
They would get asked after the fact.
Okay, like I'm gonna have to give this a shot this summer.
Oh you do.
My boy's he's got like a smoker, and he loves stuff like this, man. So we'll have to.
Well, what does he smoke up there? Like moose?
I don't know. Well, he sometimes, but like that's not really what he's trying to. He's usually just doing ribs. He'll do like a straight up pork brisket. It's a little bit different than this, but it's fall off the bone when you're done. It's delicious. Yeah, that's usually what he does. He'll also like, man, bro, he smoked a prime rib in there, and he had that thing in there for about 8 hours, bro. It was nice. You got me at prime rib every single time, but it was we spent a good I don't know, about $100 just on that, just a big dirty slab of prime, and smoked that thing for the whole day. We played we're out in the backyard playing dominoes, and we just let that thing go. The scent was like, bro, can we eat it now? He's like, no. You know what I mean? No, we still got 4 hours to go. Are you kidding me? Damn, I gotta sit here and smell that for 4 more hours. Ow.
You gotta know what you're doing. This right here in particular, it's a Chicago thing. Everybody does it now because it's become popular. You go anywhere in the country and people be talking about you got rib tips, and that came from here. The thing is this: when it comes to the basting mop, you see that down in third from the bottom, the basting mop. Like if I'll do this 2 ways. If I'm doing this at my house, so we got a thing around here where like the seasoned vinegar, you go get your last Gatorade jug that you drank, a 20-ounce Gatorade or something. Pour that out, wash that thing out, and you stab a hole in the top of that Gatorade top. And you pour that vinegar, you pour the seasoning in there, you pour the beer in there, and you do all that. If you're going to do that, you're probably going to do it open pit. That means kind of you're not smoking it. So you're going to do that on the fire. So directly on the fire, not indirect fire. So you're going to cook that. So you're going to be out there all day like I tend to do.
Oh, okay.
And that mop he's talking about.
Yeah, he's flipping it around right now.
That mop he's got, that's for when you're doing a long time smoke.
Okay, I can dig it, man. So you're basically just dipping that in okay, you're just mopping it and basting it with the liquid, making sure the top catches stays wet.
You're making sure everything stays moist.
Okay.
You're adding moisture to what the heat is taking out of your meat.
Okay. All right.
The heat is absorbing the meat, the heat. I mean, the moisture. You're adding it back to it. Every time you go out there and baste that thing. Every single time you go out there and you baste it really, really good, and you don't you don't half step with that. You lay that thing on thick because you're not going to see it again for another hour, maybe.
Because like what a lot of people have these silicone joints.
Yep.
Yeah.
I got one of them.
You got to be very generous with these and then spread it around because the actual mop is like a mop
gonna soak up
absorbing.
Yeah.
And so with the silicone joints, you got to just put more on and then smear it around. Whereas the mop you putting on there and it gets moppy like. So this whole thing now is vinegar or sauce or whatever you got it in there.
Yeah, man. Y'all Chicago don't really play with your barbecue, man. So
bro, let me tell you something. Like, now I see it as an honor. But at first, it was just like when I didn't realize I was at that status. I had uncles and great uncles and granddads and shit like that used to be like the guy you call when it came to making this shit for the family. A whole bunch of it. It might be 2 or 3 cases of them. You got to make it for the whole family, and they trust you to do this right. And guess what? I don't know how I became this dude. I ain't that fucking old. I am this dude in my family.
Oh, that's a rite of passage, my friend. You know what I'm saying? It's a rite of passage. It is, man. Over time, I'm not sure what it is, but at some point in life, you will just become the barbecue don, and that's just how she goes. Like, my boy Big Lou, yo, we should sell Big Lou barbecue sauce off of this channel, man, with this stuff. My boy Big Lou makes some dangerous sauce, but let me tell you the 2 things. Like, real talk, I should get the chef and Big Lou connected, because Big Lou makes 2 things that will knock your socks off. First off, Big Lou's ribs, I've second to none. Like, his ribs will defeat. You can put his ribs up against anybody's ribs. I don't care. They are fall off the bone, delicious. But the second thing he makes, man, that caught me, man, was his sweet potato mash. Oh no, Big Lou, it is so good. But yeah, man, I totally forgot about Big Lou, man. Like, if I'm hosting in like a jam or a joint, whatever, I'll holler at Big Lou and be like, "Yo, bless me with some ribs and some mash," and he always gives me like a 50% deal on the food, because me and Big Lou go back to like 1990, like we're old homies. But yo, man, one of these days, I have to bring Big Lou on to do a little side joint with the chef.
Let me tell you guys before we get out of this. I want to give you guys a tip on what a rib tip is. I think people will relate to it better when I say it this way. So when you go in the store and you go and get a rack of ribs, St. Louis, that's what they call them in the stores. They call them St. Louis ribs. It's not a baby back. These are St. Louis ribs, the big ones in your store. And you get one of them that's really untreated, uncut. You can get them like that. They're really big. And that's where you're going to get the rib tips from. Or you can get them already cut and sliced, and they're perfect size to throw on your grill, and you got to do nothing. Excuse me. You ain't got to do nothing to them. All you got to do is season them up and put them on there, and you're good to go. You get them untreated, uncut, untrimmed, they're going to be huge. You put them on the grill as is. When you're done, that top layer of the rib, that you're like, oh shit, man, what am I going to do with all this? That's what they're cutting off to give you what you're getting in the store when you get the perfectly cut rib in the store. That's the rib tip at the very, very top of that bone, which is why you see all the gristle and all that. nobody wants it because it's pretty fat up top there. Nobody really wants it, but we've turned it into a delicacy. That's what it is. That's what you get in the very top of your rib.
Because if you go any place and you get a slab of ribs, it's going to be the uniformed, line of the ribs. Like dozen of them. The tips is the part that was cut off above where those ribs are, and usually a butcher knife, pop, pop, pop. They'll chop them up, but what they do, they cook it as one rack. The rib, the bone, everything. And then when it's done, they separate it. So it's more flavor that way because all of the fat, all of the juices are all cooking together as fatty as the what do they call it? The shoulder, the back, what do they call the top part of the rib slab? Whatever they call that.
Yeah.
It's very juicy. And that keeps the interior of the meat juicy and moist. Whereas when you're mopping the outside, it's creating a shell. So there's going to be a little toughness to the outside.
Yeah.
And then tenderness on the inside.
Yeah. One last thing before we start talking about this. This is the last thing. And this is just a pro tip for anybody that likes to cook ribs and loves ribs. I really love ribs. Rib tips or anything like that. I'm going to tell you a pro tip. And when I get through saying it, you guys will be like, oh, I noticed that. So when you cook ribs or any kind of meat, but particularly ribs, when you first put those things on there, the meat kind of swells a little bit. Once the fire hits it, it kind of raises up a little bit, gets a little bit of swelling to it. And then once it starts to cook down a little bit, they kind of gradually kind of decrease in size. The pro tip is that's time to take it off the direct heat and slow your heat down. Because if you get a rib at a store or at some restaurant and they're just completely flat and they're just coming off the bone and that shit is really, really overcooked meat is really what it is. But because it comes off the bone, everybody talks about, oh, it came off the bone. And everybody thinks that's what you want to buy. No. You don't want it to get completely flat so there's no substance to it. No, that's the wrong way to cook meat. If you look at these rib tips, you can see the heft around the gristle.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pro. I probably shouldn't have said that out loud. And it's still tender. You don't want to cook it so long so that all of everything came out of the meat because you're so busy trying to get the fall off the bone stuff that you forgot you need flavor. This shit's gonna be dry. It's just gonna be. It's like, what am I chewing?
And one thing you got to remember about gristle or rib tips in general, there are no bones. It's all gristle.
Yep. Chew right through it.
Yep.
Mm. You enjoy gristle like I enjoy gristle.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Cool. What we got?
Here's the next thing. Trip's gonna have a good time with this one because I am.
What we got? Oh, you got the
euro,
the gyro, the gyro, the gyros. Depends on where you at, how you say it. But the gyros, classic Greek. But the Chicago gyro. You got your ingredients of onion, tomato, banana peppers. That's a different one. Lamb loaf, cucumber sauce, the tzatziki.
Yeah.
Pita bread, sweet pants,
sweatpants,
and Listerine.
Sweatpants, man.
Oh, sweatpants.
And Listerine because
your breath be hot.
Okay.
You
might want to put deodorant on underneath that too, because sometimes you get that. See, it doesn't. Y'all ain't using garlic on it. I don't see any garlic.
It's full of garlic.
I'm just gonna say you might be sweating garlic into your sweat.
It's so full of garlic and onion. This is where the Listerine comes in. At they used to call these when I was little. They used to call these a funky breath sandwich.
Right. So this is okay. So
yeah, but you order it. You got to get it on the grill. because then it'll toast up the pita bread a little bit, and then you add cheese, on the inside, and then you get your French fries with your barbecue sauce on the side, and get you a 40-ounce. You're good to go.
Hold on, Trish. I'm gonna let you fuck this all up. I'm gonna tell you how this shit goes, man. Because you start adding shit and talking about doing other stuff. Listen, the ingredients I'm gonna explain. Onions, you can see clearly on the picture. Tomato, you can see clearly on the picture. That's not necessarily something that I want in my gyro. It's called a gyro. I get kind of my stomach start hurting when I hear gyro. That's Chicago shit. It's a gyro. I hear gyro, and all that kind of stuff. It's gyro. Banana peppers. So where that comes in, if you get this order, so it would come in a sandwich.
Put maple syrup on that shit.
Listen, this will come in a sandwich, or it will come in a plate. So in a plate, so you would get the separated gyro meat. You would get the bread, the pita bread on the side, the gyro. You would get the banana peppers and all that stuff separately, onions, tomato and all that stuff. That's where the banana peppers comes in. If you get that kind of meal, but I get the sandwich and the fries. I want my stuff already put together with extra tzatziki, which is the cucumber sauce. Man, the pita bread, the combination of that, like the loaf of lamb, I do believe it comes with a little bit of chicken and pork.
Shawarma.
You can, yeah. So, man, I'm telling y'all, man, like you guys would be real surprised with the food out where I'm at, because it is very, very similar in many respects. So, you can get pretty decent Greek food here. I love me a Greek salad at this point for some strange reason. I'm not a big salad guy, but a Greek salad, I'm in. Let's go.
Some Greek chicken.
The lamb loaf, they do a great job with the spices, etc. The way they spice that up, it is a very specific flavor platform. Where I'm at, there are a couple of different versions of this same sandwich. So one is a shawarma, as you guys may be familiar with from good old Avengers,
and the doner,
right? So we do the doner. Doner is big where I'm at because there's a very large, there's a very large Lebanese community here, and always has been, because of French language. French is a very mainstay language in Lebanon. A lot of Lebanese folks speak French and English. So because of my proximity to Quebec and French, there's a lot of doner here. So I've been up on a doner for years before I ever had a Euro gyro, call it what you will. Same thing with a shawarma. Shawarma is just another take on the exact same sandwich. Major differences. The pita in a gyro or in a Euro is thicker and softer than you would get on a shawarma or a doner. It's a bit of a different bread. I love this bread. It's really good. Really? Another difference where I'm at, they usually don't serve it with regular French fries. Got to say this. They serve it with potatoes, and it's usually garlic potatoes. So what they do is they slice down potatoes into like something that's just a little bit thicker than a chip. It's soft yet crispy, and they cook it in garlic butter.
Well, that would come on when you get the pita plates. That would come on as the side dish there. Also with the olives with the little feta cheese on them as a little salad.
As a side, absolutely, yeah. Antipasto, right? Antipasto is big for Greek, so you don't get that with the Lebanese folks or the Middle Eastern guys with the shawarma, but you will get it with a Euro. Shawarma, as opposed to French fries, they give you or doner, they usually give you garlic potatoes, so it's just much thicker potato, sort of fried down. super good. And they give you a like, as opposed to tzatziki or cucumber sauce, they give you a garlic sauce, and the garlic sauce is dope. Like you need Listerine after this. After those potatoes for sure, like no jam, no question, but super good. If you like, obviously y'all familiar with the Chicago gyro, Chicago euro, go get yourself a shawarma or a donair. You got to do it. Just as good, slightly different flavor profile, and like Nomad was sort of inferring before, you can likely get it mixed. You can get it with the lamb, you can get it with beef and or chicken. So I usually get mine, 3 meats. Let's go. Wrap that up in a pita, tomatoes, onions, other things that they also use. They use turnips, and it's like a pickled turnip. It's very specific for shawarma and donair. The first few times I had it, I'm not sure if I like turnips, but because of like the vinegar content in it, because it's pickled, it has a very specific flavor profile that has a good crunch and a good kick as you go through. So don't shy away from the pickled turnips. They're pink and weird, but they taste real good.
Let me say this, man, and I'm gonna get completely all in on this Chicago Euro ingredients again. Onion, tomato, banana peppers if you're getting the meal or the plate, lamb loaf, which is the meat that you see on this sandwich, cucumber sauce. Around here we call it tzatziki. Well, they call it that everywhere. I just put cucumber on there so it's relatable to everybody. Pita bread, best bread I've ever tasted. Best bread I've ever tasted in my life. You're gonna need some sweatpants because your waist gonna get big as shit. You're gonna need something. And you definitely gonna need some Listerine because your breath gonna stink. But let me get into the sandwich a little bit. This is the best sandwich I've ever had in my life, and I say bar none. There's not a sandwich I've ever had that tastes this good. I can remember the first time I've ever even had a whiff of it. I was in another room. My mother was in a relationship with a guy, and they were together, and we were all staying together. He had a couple of kids. She had me and my sister, and we all in there, and we in there playing around. We just little bitty kids. Next thing you know, I'm like, what the fuck is that? I smell food. So I go out, and he's stretched out on the floor, watching TV. He's out on the floor, the couch and all the furniture is all around, but he's stretched out on the floor. He's got this thing spread open on the floor, smelling good, and he's pulling meat off this thing. I just walk up to him. I'm like, man, what is that? He's like, a gyro. He said, you don't know what a gyro is? No, what is that? He said, you want to taste it? I was like, yeah. He gave me a piece of that thing, gave me a big, long piece of meat off of that thing. I was smitten, kids. Absolutely smitten. And I didn't get to taste that thing again. I smelled it, seen people eating it. I didn't get a chance to even touch one of those till about another 6 years later. And when
it's not fattening though.
Hold on, Trips. When I first got my chance to get my hands on a Euro sandwich, when I tell you I fell in love, bruh, I was like jilted lover. I'm stalking your ass, love. Like I stay away from these things because I like them that much. I can't tell you the last time I had a Euro.
But they're not fattening though.
Yes, they are.
No, because just typically Greek and Mediterranean food isn't because of the ingredients. The cucumber sauce and the garlic, it's not fattening. You can use Greek yogurt, and the pita isn't heavy, and the meat drips when it cooks on the spit.
The oil. I've seen how they put this together. The oil it takes to get this loaf to where it is, to when it gets on your plate. Like I tell you what, go get your Euro and don't eat it all, and go put that meat in the microwave or wherever you want to put it, and see how much oil comes off that thing. You'll see what I mean.
Yeah, it's oily. Yeah,
very oily. So
but it's not what's crimson? It's not olive oil, but it's a very lighter oil. It's not, like vegetable oil.
Are they not cooking it on a spit like a?
No, it's
yeah,
on the spit.
yes,
It's on it goes
yes,
around and they
yes.
slice
On a
it off as you
rotisserie.
cook.
Yeah, there
It's
shouldn't
on
be
a
too much.
rotisserie. It's on a stand-up rotisserie, and they slice off of it
Yeah,
from the
rotisserie.
top.
Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't personally. I wouldn't consider it like. I wouldn't consider it a particularly fattening thing, and like it's funny because a lot of the time here they'll serve it as a platter, and let me tell yo man, the Euro platter I get here is crazy good, man. And they throw rice in them potatoes I'm talking about, full on Greek salad, and then just meat on the top. They'll give you the pita on the side. So in my opinion, the fat part is just the pita. You know, because I'm getting it mixed, it's not just lamb loaf, mixed meat, beef, chicken, etc. Not as much oil content in a three meat situation than there would be just in the lamb. It's also not as there's not as much spice in the three meat as you get with the lamb. The lamb is really a very specific spice situation. It's like that's the other piece. But yeah, man, I them salads, them salad platters, you could lose some poundage off of that, man. I gotta be real.
Well,
enjoy
hold
the
up.
Greek salad, man.
One stipulation. They can be fattening when you buy them, and they come with the 2-for-1 specials.
Oh yeah, they got a dope 2-for-1 at the same joint.
Wait,
$10 for two, and away you go. And they throw the potatoes
wait.
in for free.
Wait. You talking about a Euro sandwich?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, man. You eating two euros?
Well, yeah.
It's happened. Like let's not lie about this now, Trip.
No, because they had a specials 2 for $1, like in the lunchtime.
No.
And it's like, well, you gotta get
you got no business eating no 2 damn euros, man. You fat bastard. You don't eat 2 of these. I can only eat half of these at this point.
Oh, well, you got some.
Are they big?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it depends on where you get them, but I mean, when
Yeah.
you get the 2 for $1 ones, if they're being generous, yeah, they're big. If not, they'll half the size them, and so you're getting basically two for the size of one.
Like even Patrick is like, you can't run through two because like I'm telling you,
you ain't got no business eating 2 of these, man.
I've got two joints where it's either two for $10 or it's like $4.99 a piece. So like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like $10 you get two.
And let me tell you something, man. You gotta love yourself, man. Don't eat 2 of these. Don't eat 2 of these, man. You eat 1 of these, you definitely need them sweats. You definitely need them damn sweats. You eat 1 of them.
I'll double down on the Listerine, though. You know what I mean? Like I'm with you.
Or at least leave out the pita and just enjoy the lamb.
Hey, Patrick, it's not that I like if somebody challenged me to eat 2 of them, like, hey man, you can't do it. I find a way to get that thing down my gullet. But I'm telling you right now, these things are so addictive to me. I only eat a half of them at a time. If I eat a whole euro, I didn't eat shit the whole day. And I ate that thing at 7 to 8 o'clock in the evening. So I'm absolutely I'm just starving. But if I can put a whole one of these, like in my section, the way these come, these things are overloaded. And I love it. And it's sloppy. And it's just meat flowing. This fall, as soon as you open it up, you get to the last wrapping, the last part of the wrapping. It's going to be 2 or 3 pieces of meat stuck to that because you probably put some cheese on it.
You got to get that off there too.
Yeah, man.
But here's what you do, kids.
Oh, brother, it's cool. You eating 2 of them is crazy.
Well, no, you're right, no, man. So here's what you do, kids. Instead of getting the 2 for $1, no, I'm sorry, not 2 for $1, but 2 for $1, you just get 1 and then get a pizza puff on the side.
Oh, damn. Now we're doing all kinds of other things. So,
just, little side dish. Pizza puff.
All right.
Yeah. My favorite, it's 3 things It's three things that I got to have: Chicago pizza, wings, and a gyro.
Mm.
Four things. I take that back. And a Maxwell Street Polish.
Mm.
Damn.
Got to have them. Got to have them.
That's,
Yeah, very distinctive foods, different flavor profiles, different cultural backgrounds and meanings, but all Chicago street food.
Look at Patrick Higgins.
I'm reading it too, man.
First he said, "No man, you can't handle too. Nah, man, it's too much." He said he can't help.
Yeah,
I know what the deal is. Like
hit his last one, man. He said it's probably why I'm 280. I'd be 320 if I lived in Chicago with all that great food. I'm so with you, 350. I'm so with you. Real talk though. What's funny is 2 out of the 4 things that you listed there, I lost a lot of weight eating them. One of them is this, right? So cutting out the pita, just the Euro meat and salad, cutting out the potato and rice, throw that on a salad and chicken wings here and there. Those two items and specifically dry wings, no sauce. If you want to live it up, maybe some honey garlic, honey hot, just honey natural, sugar, worst case scenario, but dip, don't marinate.
You talking about gyros?
No, I'm talking about just
wings.
Food. Wings and gyros. Those two things, I lost a lot of weight with those two food items as a staple of my diet, man. I have to keto.
To just close this thing out about the Chicago gyro before we get into the Bears, which everybody is here for. This is it's the most unique flavor combination I've ever had. That absolutely, when it comes to Greek food, Greek salad, had a couple, 2 or 3 things Greek. I ain't gonna tell you I'm well versed on Greek food. I'm not. It's just a lie if I told you that. I've had a few things. That's it. But the flavor combination of raw onion, tzatziki sauce, cucumber sauce, the pita bread, and this garlic loaf is so absolutely done well in the Chicago area. I've been to many different places. I've tried them. You get back to here, you'll notice the difference right the F away. It is so good here, man. And you're talking about getting your money's worth in a sandwich. You can't get a more filling sandwich than a gyro in this area. Maybe that Rico Beans.
I keep hearing about it, man. I got to get one of them when I come, man.
Yeah, man.
Also, if you want to actually experience authentic Greek restaurant food or Greek food from a restaurant, Greek Town, which is a few blocks in Chicago that specializes in Greek restaurants, and they have all the original menu items and things like that. So you have the neighborhood places that you can pick up just the street food and keep it moving, but you can also sit down and have a authentic gyro plate and any other Greek foods that you want as well because of the international flavor.
Man, yeah. I think I've had people, like, I don't live directly in the city. I'm not by the lake shore. I'm a little further south than the city of Chicago. I'm in the suburbs. And in my section, people have come down here. They drive all the time down here from the city to come down here and get this gyro. It is special. It is special. So just to close this off, man, this is like my baby right here. You looking at my baby on the screen.
Oh wow. Okay.
And the fact that I haven't bought one in this long.
I'm gonna ask you something wild now. Here we go. You're a Chicago pizza head and you love gyros. Have you ever had it like a gyro meat pizza?
Yes.
I had it. My brother was telling me about it before he passed.
Okay.
Man, come on, and Euro pizza.
Trip, I'm not surprised that you've had it. You know what I mean, Trip? I'm not surprised that you've had it.
Euro burger.
Oh,
I had
snap.
a Euro sandwich now. I'm talking about like a
I mean,
a
like
sandwich?
a
I know what you mean.
sloppy double cheeseburger. You know that you would get, off of a greasy grill, and then you put a couple slices of the gyro meat on top of that, and then top with a little tzatziki sauce. So now
Okay.
you got a gyro cheeseburger.
That's crazy. I've never had that. I've had like a submarine that's like a Euro submarine. But bruh, so the first place I ever had a donair, which is more or less the same general thing, slightly different. This joint it's a pizza joint, and it was right next, like within walking distance from my crib, man. And like my Lebanese homie growing up as a kid was like, yo, we're coming back from a club, and he's like, man, I'm starving. There's a joint that's open till like 3 a.m. It's right by the house. I'm gonna get you a sandwich. And I was like, okay. So blessed me up with my first donair sandwich. I loved it. And now I'm going to order a pizza a couple of weeks later, thinking, get something to bring back to the house. And I see donair out there as one of the ingredients. And this is not a regular ingredient for pizzas, period. But this joint had it. So I was like, you know what? I gotta test this out. And like, let me tell you, man, top shelf, man. Top shelf. Like no word of a lie. If you like that meat, that flavor profile works so well, you would be surprised. I'm sorry, Crimson. This is a punch in the face to the Italian community. And let me be honest with you, what's surprising here, the Lebanese community has bought out a lot of the pizza joints and done their own thing. Like they've taken the traditional pizza and they've done their own thing and run with it. But it's
Fusion.
it's a whole vibe, and I'm just saying, I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, you got to test it out. It's just basically you're swapping out pepperoni for donair, and it works.
All right.
Works
I'll
well.
tell you what, because I think I know these two guys well enough, and I definitely know me. We're all foodies. We all enjoy food. I think everybody enjoys food, but for me not to be a big guy, what I mean? I enjoyed it, and I put food in its place over the time, you know what I mean? Because shoot, man, anybody can overdo food, man, because you enjoy it so much. You're an adult. Nobody's there to stop you. You can just be like a freight train and just run over all the food that you want anytime you want. And that can become a hamstring in your life, health wise. And so, all the food that we do on the show, especially recently, please be mindful of your moderation. Self control, self discipline, and love for self is important. I'll just leave y'all with that. But my euros, maybe a couple, 2 or 3 a year. That's it. I'm not gonna eat them that much, man. It's just not good for the body. But anyway, man, let's get into the Bears conversation. For the conversation, let's just stick to one thing at a time before we move down the line. Let's talk about Bears free agency, which is the first thing that's going to happen sooner rather than later. It's going to be that before the draft. We can get into the draft conversation in a second, Kaz and Trips. But let's talk about free agency. And the guy that we have on the screen, that's John Franklin Myers out of Denver. Going to be a free agent, about 27, 28 years old. I've just been studying free agents a lot more than I have draft recently because that's coming first. It's not that I haven't been doing the draft, guys. I'm just focused more on free agency and some of the pieces that are out there. And he just keeps ringing in my head. The more and more film I watch on this guy, the better it gets. John Franklin Myers, Kaz and Trips. Absolute violence when he plays. Absolute violence. Now, he's listed as an edge. He's like 6'4", 6'5", about 288, 290. So he's a tweener. He's in between one of those guys that's an edge rusher and a D tackle. You ask me, he's a D tackle. based on all the film I've watched in these last couple of weeks, I like him at D tackle. It's not to say that he can't get off the edge and give you hell. He's going to be held off of any position. So what I'm saying to you all is, if there's a perfect guy in free agency, as far as a D tackle goes, that you can use as an edge in Dennis Allen's system, it is John Franklin Myers. He's exactly what Dennis Allen would want. Exactly, to the T.
Yeah, I think he's like 29 years old, and he was a force to be reckoned with in the middle of that Broncos defensive line. And he was disruptive, getting pressure, eating double teams, good off the line, very disruptive. And that's something that we want, into the face of a quarterback. And that's something that we do not have right now, unfortunately. And, obviously it depends on price and other teams bidding for his services, but he shouldn't be hugely expensive, shouldn't in quotes, but he would make a huge impact immediately, being a veteran and being a day one starter, instant producer. So yeah, I would enjoy him being a free agent signing indeed.
I'm gonna have to look more closely at this particular player. What I will say is that Denver defense is stout across the board. No problems on that line, that's for sure. So if this is a guy coming off of that line, it's probably an upgrade to what we have today. 29, not a bad age case scenario for this guy, and I don't suspect that he's going to be commanding a very hefty price tag, a price tag nonetheless, but not
He ain't free.
Nobody free, right? But he's not going to be like Myles Garrett money. So it really, I'm interested. Let me take a closer look. I don't know what the stats are, which I could pull up here.
Hell with that, man. You got to watch the film.
Well,
you got to watch the film, kids, and I got to emphasize that. Looking at somebody like that football player, looking at his stats, you're gonna be like, oh, okay. But it's not gonna be
okay. I'm looking at his stats now, and I am like, yeah. So you're right. I think I would have to. This would have to be a film study situation. It's this. So what I need to look. When did
allow me to embellish while you're looking?
Yeah,
I'll tell you why he's to me top tier in free agency. As far as the free agents go, you got Trey Hendrickson up there. You got, talking about free agents, we're talking about Kenneth Walker, we're talking about Breece Hall, guys of that ilk. I think he's right there as far as, and I'm gonna put this in frame for the conversation. I'm gonna put it in context. For us, I think he's right there at the tippy top. Even with Trey Hendrickson on the board at 30, I don't know how old he is, 30 something. Really, that really doesn't matter to me. It matters to Triple R, not me. It's about the play on the field. But I'm talking about, this is why I say this. I think John Franklin Myers, let's just say we don't go spin wild on an edge rusher like everybody wants them to do. The truth is they're going to do what the Bears think they can do. I'm making an argument for not spending that kind of money on an edge rusher. And if you don't, what's the best value in free agency for the Chicago Bears and Dennis Allen's defense? And I'm making the case to you right now that John Franklin Myers is that football player that can really, really unlock the interior of your defense with his pressures and the way he gets off the ball, his disruptiveness. His hands are absolutely violent, and which is why that's the key to his play. It's his get off and the violence in his hands and his urgency. Like, there's like, life is urgent. Water, food is urgent. To him, football and violence is urgent. You can see it in his game. And so what do I mean by him being the top of the echelon, right there at the top of the echelon of the free agents? This is why I say he's more valuable than Trey Hendrickson. It's because you have an emerging Austin Booker who really, really came on. I'm not saying that Austin Booker is going to end up being Trey Hendrickson. He's definitely never going to be great. I mean, what's his name? Myles Garrett or any of those guys. What I'm saying to you is how they may be evaluated inside Howard Saul. They may think, like, we can go in the draft and back Booker up and get somebody else and make sure he's got somebody to really, really compete with. But they may think the D tackle is the better value for them in free agency while everybody is so stoked up and geeked on the edge rusher. I'm telling you right now, don't be surprised if that's their first move. Because they could be thinking exactly the way I just broke that down.
So the way that you broke it down pains me, but it ain't to say that you're wrong, right? The reason why it pains me is that, like, that exact formula is kind of how we got here. They looked at it at an edge last season and thought that he would be able to do all the things that you said just now, right? And he didn't, and it cost them. And that's how the Bears got to where they are.
Don't forget, we got trade deadline. Everything doesn't have to be done now. Don't forget that.
Well,
let me before you say anything, Kez, it's important that I point out that Trey Hendrickson is talk about him being franchise tagged. And so what that franchise tag could mean is you franchise tag him for now. We keep him as long as we can keep him. We can get him for 8 games, 7 to 8 games. We'll take that production, and then we'll trade him at the trade deadline. Sign, franchise tag him, and trade him. So you got to think that way too. They keep him for 7 to 8 games, and then let him go at the trade deadline. You know, they got everything they wanted to get out of him. Plus, they got him signed, and they're going to get definite money off of it. It's going to be a price tag value to that franchise tag, so you know you're going to get a certain amount of whatever.
Can they even franchise tag him?
Yeah, you can tag and trade, bro.
Man, okay. Like, I'm surprised they didn't do that last year.
They should have. That would have been the perfect time to do it, but I think somebody is very stiff and difficult in Cincinnati. I don't know.
Well, it's got less to do with stiff and difficult. It has more to do with the mouths that require feeding in Cincinnati, right? Like, they had to pay Chase, they had to pay Higgins, they had to pay Burrow. Like, those are 3 very hefty price tags. Something had to sort of give, but they found money somehow to pay Trey for the year. So I don't know. And the one thing that I will say is it didn't really help them get to the playoffs. So
it was just resistance, kids. That was just resistance. They were just resisting and using the power that they had.
It's interesting. I would be almost shocked if they turn around and tag him just after the season that they had this time around, except for the fact that tagging him means they get something out of him leaving, right? So maybe they do tag him. Back to how we got here, right? So I can't argue with your stance, because I have a strange feeling that that's the stance that is actually going to occur as well. Ryan Poles has been strangely
to be crystal clear, this is not going to be Ryan Poles. This is not going to be Ryan Poles' call. This is going to be some Dennis Allen shit going on. I think he takes priority, because who got priority when Ben Johnson came here? Ben Johnson did. He got what he wanted. Now it's time for Dennis Allen to get what he needs to take that defense over the top. This ain't going to be a Ryan Poles move. This is going to be all Dennis Allen.
So yay and nay, right? So budget dictates. If there's no budget for one of these higher end guys, then Dennis Allen goes to the well and he tries to figure out what he can, what can we afford and what fits my scheme, right? Like that's where that is. If Ryan Poles goes to Dennis Allen, he's like, bro, like the coifers are open. The let me crack open the treasure chest, get what you need for your arsenal. he's going to go get one of these top-end guys. It's really a question about budget. Either way, it boils down to Dennis Allen and what he decides. If he also turns around and says that budget is there and I can spend it on XYZ and get a guy that I believe in that doesn't cost top-end money, then that's what he decides to do. It could be a combination.
Let me just say this, kids, and this will set the table for the rest of this conversation. And Trips, I just need Trips and kids, I just need y'all to give me one word answer, and then y'all can fill in the blanks right after that. This free agency period and the draft is going to be Dennis Allen time. Agree or disagree? And I'll give you guys get a chance to fill in the blanks. Agree or disagree?
For the most part.
Agree?
Yeah, it's his turn to go to the grocery store.
All right.
Well, I would say that two things on offense that I think might be addressed. One is DeAndre Swift. He had his best season, but I think Ben Johnson wants better. Swift is expensive, and he's kind of slow. You know, Ben Johnson's going to want his Jamar Gibbs, and Swift ain't that. And then left tackle, you know, everybody's like, well, Ozzie will be back. And it's like, well, if you are looking at his injury and it's like, well, Tooney re-sign Braxton Jones for maybe a year and Theo can all battle it out and hold it down until Ozzie gets back. And that's the only other thing on offense. But if his injury is as bad as it is, and it takes him a year just to get back, you're already looking at the end of the season. And so we're going to put, you know, him back out there at the end of the season. No, redshirt him next year. And I say all that to say, on offense, do you look at either trading for or drafting and developing a left tackle as if Ozzie is not coming back, or he won't be back until like next year, and then he can compete for swing tackle, depending on his health. Other than that, it's all defense.
I forgot we're talking to Trips. You ain't gonna let me get to that. I'm trying to stick to the defense, man. And so you believe that this is going to be a Dennis Allen offseason?
Yeah,
I think it's going to be defensive all season. And you know, offensively, we'll get to that, but there are reasons why I say that. You know, because as much as I watched the games like you guys did, it became real clear to me where the holes were real quick, especially after the cornerbacks start going down. But not only that, the linebackers start to show some weaknesses. They were leaking. The defensive front was especially just really non-effective. So what I think is going on, so roll with me when I tell you this. I don't think whenever Dio gets back, they're going to use him exclusively as a defensive end. I think they're going to move him inside. Most of his snap and reps will come from the inside. So look at Dio moving forward as probably one of your guys that's going to be looking at the role of a 3-tech and all that kind of stuff. I think, and I told you guys when I watched him, when we got him, those are his best reps was from the inside. And so you got to think about that. So they're going to probably slide. I would. And based on the stuff that I heard Dennis Allen talking about and Ben Johnson talking about, they like his reps from the inside better than they like him as an edge, which is going to open the door for Austin Booker and whoever else they bring in here, whether it be a free agent or a draft pick. They're going to move those guys around. And another thing before I stop talking is you got to get some insurance for Grady Jarrett. You got to. You can't count on, based on what I've seen, he might be a different player next year, but you got to get some insurance there, man. One of the things about Javon Dexter, guys, one of the things that people talk about him like, hey, he ain't developed into what I need him to be. Think about this, Kaz. I think you can speak to this specifically, and you, Trip. I think he's played way too many reps, to be honest with you. Way too many reps, especially the last couple of years before Dennis Allen got here. He started to get supplemented out here and there more than I've seen him since he's been here. But you talking about when Flus was here, when Javon and Billings wasn't on the field, we was getting skinned. absolutely skinned. So I say that to say this. Javon Dexter, and I don't give a shit what defensive tackle you're talking about, the more and more consecutive reps they get, and we couldn't stop nobody on third down. The more and more consecutive reps you get, the less and less great player you can be because you're tired of shit. That's the reality.
Well, yeah. And then also we Big Dex he had like a knee or leg issue or something that he was playing through. So he wasn't healthy at the end of the seasons. But yeah, you need a presence on the interior of the line because Billings is probably not back. Chris Williams is probably not back. Not Miles Garrett. Grady Jarrett is, getting up there in the years. Dale's coming back from the Achilles. Shamar Turner's coming back from a season-ending injury. And it's like, I know we say like, well, this guy will be back and that guy will be back. It's like, we hope they'll be back, coming back off of these injuries. So we need an injection of not only proven production like a free agent will provide, but also an injection of youth, so that they're not only cap friendly, but you get speed and youth developing, behind the veterans while we still have them.
Yeah, defense. It's where I'm looking at free agency. The way I'm looking at it, defense is where you want to spend your money.
Same thing with the draft, right? It's either and or. I'm interested in that line across the board. I think the only way to get your return on investment with Dio Dangle is to kick him in the 3 tag. I think you're nailing that. We really need to see what Shamar Turner has in the tank. I think he's got a lot, and we just haven't seen it yet. Trip, you nailed the attrition piece. I as good as I think Chris Williams is, we're likely to lose him in free agency. We're likely to lose Andrew Billings this time around.
Before you finish that thought,
and we just lost Jonathan Ford too, right?
Before you finish that thought, let's make sure you understand physically that you got two guys coming off two edges, coming off of major knee surgery. We're talking about Shamar Turner. So how much they're going to be able to, we don't get to see how they're recovering on it inside the building. And even if it looks good in there, it still won't matter until you put pads on them and put them out on the field and they get full contact. And you see how much that's a disadvantage because you got hopes about what these guys are going to be able to bring to the table, but you don't know exactly how healthy they're going to be 1 year after.
It's a gamble. You're right, man. It's a gamble with all three of those guys, and I say three to include Grady Jarrett, because for the better part of this season, he was clearly working through an injury. I am going to give Grady Jarrett a whole bunch of love now because towards the end of the season, it seemed to me like he kind of, whatever he was working through, he'd worked through, and we got to see who Grady Jarrett was again towards the end of the season. I think he was a lot more impactful. But it took him, I don't know, 8 to 10 weeks to get there. Like it took him a long time, most of the season to get there. So I don't know which version of Grady Jarrett we get considering the age that he's at. So there are some question marks on this line. I don't know if we address this in free agency effectively, or if we really look towards the draft to do so, or if it's truly a combination of the two. I am going to raise my hand and say, because of how late we're drafting, I am not opposed, 100% not opposed to chucking draft picks at a guy who will fix the problem. So,
all right. One thing this is the last thing I'll say about this before we move to the offensive side of the ball and free agency. Defensively, when we're talking about those two guys we were just talking about, just coming off those major knee surgery, talking about Dio, we're talking about Shamar Turner. Here's the thing I know from experience. I'm just going to tell you guys a quick story. One of my homies, teammate in college, had a major knee surgery, and I watched him go through rehab to get back on the field. And I watched him, man, and he was frustrated, man, because he's got that big brace on, and braces ain't heavy no more. They're light, but you got that brace on. So I don't know if you ever met someone. I just met a few people in my life that had some kind of injury going on, and they're limping. It's because they're used to limping, and there's nothing wrong with them. Man, you limping just because, like I told my teammate, I was like, dog, you just favoring that thing, man. What you talking about, man? You know what kind of shit I had to go through to get back on the field? I said, yeah, motherfucker, I watched you. I seen you in the training room. I seen you go to rehab. I know what you went through. I said, you just thinking about it too much. That's the thing. You think about it too much, you're going to start favoring that area of your body. That's where the limp comes in. That's where the dragging of the leg a little bit comes. And I convinced him to take off that brace and just let it go. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. And he took that thing off. It wasn't the next day. It was like 2 days later, 2 practices later. He took that thing off, and he took off from there. And so it's not about just the injury and the physical nature of that injury and what you have to do to, yes, kids.
It's a mental aspect.
Mental.
It's mental. My son does have an injury that he's been playing through for the last couple of years. And, like I was like, dude, you're injured? Like, how is this really affect? And I'm watching him. He's playing great. I'm like, doesn't look like it's affecting you on the field. He's like, it's definitely affecting me, but I just power, I just power through it, Dad. Like I power through the pain. It is for, a couple hours every week. Rest of the week, I just live with it. I'm fine. But, every week I go through just mind over matter. I hunt down quarterbacks, and that's my job. That's what I do. I was like, okay, damn. All right. I'll leave you with it. Until you're in a position where an effective surgery can take care of that issue, great. But in the meantime, go get them, and that's just how you get through these things. Mind over matter.
Yeah, it is so mental, and I never had a major injury, so that's my closest relationship to it was one of my teammates that went through it, and convincing him to just let it go, and whatever's going to be is going to be. To this day, he thanked me. You know what I mean? Because it was always in his head about, and that's the same thing with Dio and Shamar. We think, all right, you get out there on the field this year, we expect some results. People are gonna be judging them because if they don't give them the results that they're looking for, people are gonna be, oh, it's a bust out. No, man. You get like these people have to get through their heads after they're done with that injury.
So just to be fair, like I wouldn't call it a bust out for either one. Injury is a thing. Like it's a real actual thing. They may be, gangbusters in a year's time from now. The problem is we need them in 2026. Like that's the actual problem. So what do you do? How do you manage that? And will they be ready? All question marks for the Chicago Bears. I just want to give a shout out to Sherry, man. Sherry, you're crushing it in the chat, and we'll get to your stuff.
No, go ahead and get to it because it's time. Let's get to
okay. That. You want to talk about Zay Frazier? I don't know, Sherry.
Yes.
The Trip is saying yes.
Yeah, because he at the end of the season he had a post on the Twitter, that says something about happy to be back or whatever. But whatever the issue was, he's been cleared.
Yes.
So he's good to go on the field.
He's cleared. He's ready to compete for a CB position, and we will at the very least see him through that in training camp in towards the season. Just for me to say there will be competition at that position. It's the one position where there is a surplus as long as there is an injury. This season was riddled with injury. So I expect to see somebody who ain't nobody really talking about, but I expect to see Terrell Smith in a major way this season. I do. I think this is the season where Terrell stakes a claim for his position because he can. And he doesn't. You know what I'm saying? And it's also hoping that he doesn't suffer from the same injury comeback situation we were just talking about with those.
When has Terrell been able to stay on the field? What season?
Well,
come
no,
on.
no. That's a fair. It's a fair question. He was fine the first 2 years. He wasn't that bad.
Well, didn't he come in with mono?
Man,
and didn't play like the first half of the season?
Gosh, he asked a question about Jay Frazier.
He's right though. Hold on. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He did come in with mono, but the expectation wasn't for him to start. So that's all right. You know what I mean? So you're able to nurse your injury behind the scenes without affecting the starting case scenario on the team.
Well, it's not a Terrell Smith thing, even though it is Nomad. It's when we say that, well, we're good at cornerback. All right, well, Nashawn Wright is going to be a free agent.
Yep.
And he's expected to get his money because he's a Pro Bowl, guy, all the turnovers. Jalen Johnson coming back from injury. What's he going to be like? Kyler Gordon, coming back from injury. What's he going to be like? Terrell Smith coming back from injury. What's he going to be like? And then Stevenson. I don't think it was physical, but there was something disciplinary that happened with him at the end there, and he wasn't on the field.
Trips, you got.
The point being, I don't think we're as secure at cornerback as we think we are.
No, ain't nobody secure at no positions, man. You got everything in the salad bowl. And listen, everybody in the offseason getting ready for the season, getting their bodies healthy and training and doing all that stuff, you game as hell. But then once you start playing football, guess what? People get nicked up. They get nicked up. You got a 17, 18 game season.
Well, yeah, but I mean, just look at the comparison. Nashawn Wright played 98%
Wright next year, Trip. That might be Nashawn Wright that can't stay on the field next year.
Right, but he hasn't been able to stay on the field his entire time here. Terrell Smith or Noah Sewell.
That could be anybody.
Yeah, but the thing is, it has been them. So it's like, how long do we give them? They're coming into their last years.
What you gonna do?
Well, in that
and a different defense.
No, Trip. In that respect, you give him the year, right? That's really what you need to do because of the price tag associated with this final year. You make your decisions in November 2026. Like that's how that's going to work. If Noah's hurt again, it's a problem. We got your brother. Maybe we'll play your brother instead. I'm just being facetious now. As far as Terrell Smith is concerned, Terrell Smith should be fighting for that CB2 position. Whether he gets it or not, I don't know, but we'll see. Worst come to worst, he's CB, 4 behind Kyler Gordon, playing backup for CB2 in case of injury. I'm with that. I think that was really the expectation this season, except he got hurt in preseason. We lost that situation, and then Jalen went down, and then Tariq went down. Major problems, right?
If I don't mind, allow me, because Sherry did Zay Frazier. Let me speak about Zay Frazier. And I'm going to tell you, Sherry, cornerback here, the thing with Zay Frazier, I don't know exactly what it was that was going on with him. I don't think anybody does. If they do, holler at me through an email or something. Send me an email. Here's the thing. Taking a year off, and this is another thing that I don't know. How much were they able to get in with him on the side? Was he able to practice? And we don't know. I don't know any reporters that said that they saw Zay Frazier in practice. So I'm thinking
he didn't even. He didn't even show up for the first few weeks, but it was excused. Ben Johnson addressed it and said that there's a thing going on and he won't be at practice, but he was not. There was no reports on him through training camp at all. He missed all the training camp.
Okay, speaking from somebody who played it, I would imagine for me, a year off of football, then getting thrown and thrust back into football. It's going to take basically repairing a lot of muscle memory and getting used to the speed of the game, which is the most important thing that tends to happen at any level, is getting used to the speed and getting used to the repetition. The speed that some receiver has, lining back up and doing it again, lining back up and doing it again, the multiple reps that you have to have. Now it's about, okay, I've been working my butt off and doing everything that I can do off the field. Now it's about actually going and taking the reps on the field. The wind, it's the wind. How much do you have in your lungs? That's going to be his first challenge, getting back up to speed with NFL receivers, taking those reps and getting the win, which is, if you want to talk about on the level of things that you want to worry about when somebody hasn't played football, a corner hasn't played football for the year, it's at the lower end of the spectrum. Because that's easy. You just go out there and you just play. And when you get there, you get there. That's the only thing with Zay Frazier. Other than that, hopefully he's been in the weight room and making sure he's building up his body, because he's going to need that. He's a little slight frame guy, kind of like Nashawn Wright.
He's built like Nashawn, yeah.
Just if you can get on that body while you got this time off, I'm pretty sure Ben Johnson was telling them, while you got all this time for yourself, get in the facility and get in the weight room and making sure that when it's time, you got your body built up, get that body armor on you. So that's the main thing with Zay Frazier. I think everything else physically will come to him in a certain amount of reps. It's going to take him a minute, but he'll get there.
I'm gonna layer on just a little bit as to where you're at, and the reality is, because he's like still technically a rookie at the NFL level, he's never lined up against an NFL receiver before, so he still has, you know what I mean? Like, given what you're saying, being a year removed is one thing. Also, being a year removed from a brand spanking new situation or reality for him is a whole other thing. So he's got a ladder to climb to get to where he needs to get to.
It's not. It would be different if he had some injury that he had to work through, but it was just, now it's about getting your body back right, getting the wind in your lungs, and getting your mental back right. That's all it is for him. It's an easy hill to climb for him. It's just about the amount of reps you can get.
Yeah.
I hope he challenges somebody, you know what I mean? And all what I saw on film was really, really good, man. So he could be a surprise story. And I think also Terrell Smith can be a surprise story in this camp. I really do.
Yeah, I don't even think he make it that far.
I think they both do. I think they both do. I have faith in Terrell's.
Because isn't Terrell more of a zone corner, different than like a man corner? Isn't Dennis more a man corner?
This is a factual statement. Yes, he's much more of a zone guy.
Many times, but I'm telling you right now, I've seen that guy play man really, really well. I've seen him take a lot of reps at man when Flus was here and play it really, really well. And I'm telling you, from the reps I saw and what he's going to be asked to do with Dennis Allen here, getting the full repertoire of what he can do, I'm telling you right now, if he stays on this team, which I don't think is stupid for them to try to get rid of him, why would you?
You're paying him peanuts right now. They probably won't cut him just because of the dollars and cents around him. But is he any good? Like there's always the factor of him coming back and not being any good. Like that could be the case too.
I think he's gonna be one of the darlings of the offseason. Mark, if he's on this team, I think Terrell Smith will surprise everybody.
I agree. I'm hoping so, because facts of the matter is, to me, we looked at this secondary, let's say last August, and we were pumped. And then September came around, and by the end of September, it was like, what happened to this secondary, right? Like it happened very quick. Everybody was hurt. And we realized that just the general depth in this secondary wasn't what it was cracked up to be. And then out of nowhere came Nashawn Wright. And again, hate to see him leave if he does have to leave in this offseason. It's very likely. But one more time, man, big ups to the effort that kid put on the field. And, if he winds up elsewhere, whoever pays him, you got yourself a corner, man, for sure. But yeah.
That's the thing, though. We believe in the coaching staff, yet we're afraid to let them do their thing and want to bring back everybody or any kind of veteran. And it's like, well, if we believe in this coaching staff, Let them find the young guys they want to bring in and let them coach them up and turn them into the next highest paid at their positions. As opposed to it's like, well, Hendrickson was with Dennis Allen like, 15, 20 years ago. Let's go ahead and get Henderson back with him. It's like, no, let's get the new Hendrickson. Let's let the team grow and not be afraid to be like, well, these guys were good, but can we get better?
Trips, football don't work really like that. And I know you want to see all the people that's anything over
Really?
14.
So when
Anybody over 14 trips
he didn't be like, yo, go ahead with the running backs, give me this rookie.
Anybody over 14 on the roster. He just wants all young.
He was like, get rid of not Laporta, but the tight end Hawkinson, and it's like, bring in me this rookie because this is who I want. And then all of a sudden that Detroit offense was like, oh shit, Gibbs and Laporta. Who is this Ben Johnson guy? And then you pepper in, the St. Browns, and now you are growing your team with young players that you are developing as coaches.
As much as I love you, man, sometimes you only make trip sense.
No,
don't be trying to cover for him. I'm just
let me. I have to cover for both because you talk a lot of shit.
He's an agent. I'm gonna chew his ass out, and you're gonna be quiet while I do it. Shut the fuck up, Trip. Everybody on the team can't be.
You don't hate my draft. My offseason.
You're mocking offseason. Everybody over 30 is fired. Look,
27 and a half. You gone.
I can't argue with the sentiment. There's a good sentiment there. There's also a huge problem, and the problem is you're betting the farm on what ifs, right? Like just like Bear Truth 9 was saying in the chat here. Where is it? You saying it anyways? Like you're betting the farm on potential, as opposed to
have some veteran in there, man.
As opposed to proven reality. This guy can do this and will do it on the field. We've seen it. We know it. This is how this is straight from the tape that we've seen at the NFL level, right? It would be great if we could onboard somebody, draft him, bring him up to snuff, and release the hounds.
Well, but there's the question. The last draft class of this past year, all of those guys contributed, that were healthy enough to play. If we can keep doing that, wouldn't that be better?
So you're right. It is. You're giving the best. You're giving the best, like the best potential platform, right? Like that is, if we get a young guy, he's going to be with us for 10, potentially 10 years, and we'll get awesome. We'll get better on the line, and we'll have a better overall team as well as a cheaper team. Like what you're platforming is brilliant. The problem is what it is, but it also isn't, right? Like, what if he's not that guy? Okay. What if, you know what I mean? What if he's just
the perfect example? I'm gonna give you the perfect.
And we waste Caleb's next couple of years where he's not extremely costly, right? So there's two ways of looking at it.
Look, man, I'm gonna give as we go to the offensive side of the ball, which is really only one area to talk about, and that's mostly the left tackle line. That's the offensive line and the offensive tackle, the left tackle, and trying to make sure we got that solidified. And if you watch the Super Bowl, I'm not expecting you guys to have seen what I saw. I'm always looking to what's going on the sidelines, who's talking to who, what kind of conversations are being had on the sidelines, because that's where the magic happens. Just like in your MTV cribs, your bedroom is where all the magic happens. The sidelines in the locker room is where the magic happens before the action happens on the field. Tony. So on the sidelines, you had the right tackle for the New England Patriots, Morgan Moses. They got him as a free agent. I think they scooped him off of Washington, I'm not sure. But
I think that's where he was.
Very qualified, very, very qualified. Somebody I had my eyes on for the Bears for the last couple of years. He's been like a mercenary. He's been here and there.
All over the place, no?
Yeah. I
think he was in Seattle for a little bit, if I'm right.
He might have, but
I think he was in Seattle before Washington. But keep going.
yeah, the point is having that veteran presence in a particular situation. They could have went and got a rookie right tackle and ran him for the year like they had a rookie left tackle and ran him for the year. You see what that ended up being. Guess who was bringing that whole thing together? The veteran. It was Morgan Moses on the sideline that got all of them together on the bench and was like, hey, look, this is what's happening. This is what's going to happen. This, that, and the third. We're going to have to help out over here. He's talking to the coach and talking to the guys talking about Will Campbell. He's talking to the coach first. We're going to have to get him some help over here. This is what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to adjust. The value of a good qualified veteran on a solid unit is priceless. It's absolutely priceless. You have to invest. You have to invest in really good veterans. You can't just go get any veteran just because he's been there and done some stuff. Doesn't mean anything. If he doesn't bring some value to your team outside of what he does, snap in and snap out, if he can't do what Morgan Moses did on the sidelines and bring everybody together and make the stuff work, he's a waste of a veteran, basically an investment. So when you go and get those veterans, make sure that they bring extra qualities to the table. You got to have those guys, man. You got to have those guys. That's where, Grady Jarrett came in handy. Kevin Byard came in handy all season long. Those veterans are important with all those young people that you want to bring on the team, Trip. You got to have a good mixture of them both.
Oh yeah, no doubt. But like my previous draft crush, Mr. Emenwari. He was crucial to that defense. He made a difference, with his young self. And speaking of offense, my draft crush this year, kids, no maniacs. I would say the Duvernay replacement as a wide receiver and returner, Barryon Brown, LSU. I like that kid's moxie. I like the way he catches with his hands. I like his routes. He runs all the route tree. I like his speed. His he got the toe drag swag, and his returns are electric. And he's got that sprinter form stance to where you got the high knees and the head don't move at all. And it's like his head's like, just perfectly still like the sprinters do. And it's like, yeah. And it's like, yeah, I want him. I want him.
You know who else is a free agent, Trips?
Who that?
Rashid Shaheed.
Yeah, he's gonna get paid though.
Just putting it out there. I think he's gonna be I think he's the next Devin Hester.
Yeah, but he's gonna cost a pretty penny in free agency.
He might, but I'm just putting it out there. I think that's your next Devin Hester.
Well, but the thing is, we're looking at Franklin Myers and this guy and that guy. Granted the cap went up like $30 million, but those guys are gonna now want more money. Because they know the cap's going up too. So it's like, instead of 12 million, well, let me go ahead and get that 16 kind of thing. And it's like, all right, so it's like Shaheed, he would be nice as a returner, as a wide receiver, as a weapon. But ooh, you know what I mean?
Look at it this way.
We get other expenses.
Look at it this way. So if you're a team like a fringe team like the Chicago Bears, you're a fringe team like the Rams, you're a fringe team like I guess you can say the 49ers, you're a fringe team like the Texans, multiple fringe teams that got right there like we did. You're looking for that extra thing, and don't be surprised this year if he's right there in the top 5 of the best free agents in this class. Talking about Rashid Shaheed. He's that good. I think he's that explosive. He can help you. I mean, he's explosive on the offense. It's not like Devin Hester, who sometimes had a problem catching balls. Not like he's got really good hands. Rashid Shaheed has really good hands. And so he's an added value. So he's extremely valuable in the free agent market this year. So I don't want to get through this conversation and not mention the fact that he brings extreme value to a team that's on the fringe like the Chicago Bears. He could bring something to the table that we didn't see. And I like Devin Duvernay, but I think this dude is a couple of notches above that.
Well, look at he was a trade acquisition at the deadline from the Saints to the Seahawks.
For that
So they
reason.
saw his value, and now it's like Super Bowl champions.
Mhm. For that
And
reason.
so, go ahead.
No, I was just saying for that reason.
Yeah,
They knew it.
they knew they needed a weapon, and that's exactly what he was for them. And now he's gonna go in free agency and get paid. And I would love him on the Bears. And let me put this disclaimer out there. Whatever players the Bears decide to keep, trade for, sign, or draft, I'm gonna support. So whatever armchair GMing we doing, that don't mean shit. Because guess what? I ain't making them picks no way. I'm just saying, logically, here's what I think I would do, but I ain't doing it. So whatever Pole's doing, I'm gonna support. That said, looking at how we need defensive line, we need trenches. If Poles was to go out and spend money on Shaheed, I think there would be a mutiny.
All right. Well, everybody gonna feel. I hear you, Bear Truth 9. I get it. When you compare somebody to Devin Hester, you better know what you're talking about. And I'm gonna say this to you. I can see it, man. I can just see it.
Wow.
He is absolutely explosive. And if you got the right special teams coach that can really coach that up and make that special teams unit a factor, which I'm not sure that we have that guy here in Chicago. Now,
Barryon Brown.
I'm talking about Richard Hightower. I'm not going to shortchange him. He's as capable to me as any other special teams coordinator out there. It's about the X's and O's, and can you get the guys to execute the plan? That's it. But that guy's one thing. But let me keep the conversation going, and let's talk about left tackle. We're gonna end it kind of there. Now there's a couple things that the Bears can do. We talked about this a couple times, Cares and Trips. We got the draft that we can talk about and what guys are in the draft, and I've seen them, and I feel firm about. I don't know that there's a tackle in the draft right now, a left tackle in the draft right now that the Bears can peg and say, you're going to carry us through this season. I don't know if he's there.
Now, what about was it Alabama Proctor? Left tackle, Alabama?
Caden Proctor.
Yeah.
He's going to be solid, but I don't know what he's going to be, whether he's going to be a tackle or he's gonna end up showing what he is once he gets to the league, because he's got guard size and shape, but he can play tackle. He's good. Now, can he with the right coach? We do have the kind of coach that can get him up to speed. He's got the power to really, really, really be dominant. But where he comes up short sometimes is just like any tackle. It's the quicker guys, the little guys that can get underneath you. 6'1", 6'2" guys that can dip and rip and really create havoc with their speed and quickness. Every big guy has that problem. He's a big guy. He's like 340 pounds. So
the other one, Bowery, Jude Bowery,
nice,
Boston College,
nice, very technical, but I'm saying this.
Well, the question is, just hypothetically, go with me now. If Ben Johnson was like, "Yo, we love Ozzie, but let's plan on him not coming back, and if when he does, it's a bonus going forward." Is there a left tackle in this draft that you think Ben Johnson would be like, "Yeah, this is my guy"?
Not so far.
Okay.
And the only reason I'm saying this is because we Ben Johnson, Ryan Post was expecting Ozzie to be the left tackle, but that's what you get for expecting. It took him pretty much the entire first half of the season to become Ozzie that we got to see towards the latter end of the season. Am I correct?
Yep.
So you're going to get a left tackle and hope that guy can carry you through the entire season. He might end up being Ozzie with it's got to be like a shock to the system to see that every single guy that you come up against in the NFL is that guy in college. So the guy that he had to do extra work for in college and make sure he had a good game against, that guy is every goddamn on week. You understand? It's like you got to be really, really consistent. And early on, it was like Ozzie was a bust out at left tackle. We need to get back into the draft and get another left tackle. They moved him to the right because he was more natural at the right tackle. But when they had to use him, guess what? Before that, we had to use Theo Benedict, somebody that we've seen on the scrap heap. But he ended up being instrumental. So that's the problem, Trips. When you get a rookie left tackle, the shock factor that rookie left tackle is going to get when he gets to this level, you can't really measure until he gets to this level and has to go against that competition.
So I'm gonna say two things here. The first one is part of the problem with Ozzie was that they drafted a right tackle to play left. Perhaps if they draft a left tackle to play left, that learning curve that we experienced this season might be a little bit quicker. So I'll give the benefit of the doubt there. Personally, though, I don't think it's in our best interest to draft another left tackle. I'm just going to say that out loud. Call it what you will. I think it is in our best interest to get a veteran left tackle. And I'm not talking Cam Robinson that costs $13+ million. Just a guy who can hold it down on the left side that's not going to A, command a long contract, and B, command a lot of money. Because in my opinion, they should be looking to move off of whoever the interim left tackle is to get Ozzie back into that position. That's my thoughts there. Hopes that and intention that Ozzie comes back from injury and gets back up to snuff. Same words could be said about Karan Amagaji, who nobody wants to talk about anymore. Maybe he comes back from injury and can help out at that left tackle position. At this point, all bets are off there. In my opinion, again, you get a stopgap for the next year and a half. Simply a stopgap. You don't pay him an exorbitant amount of money.
Braxton, retain him?
Absolutely not. But yes, right? Like potentially, maybe you want to retain Braxton Jones in that case. Unfortunately for me, I'm under the impression that where he is in his contract case, like what you want is a guy who's been here for longer than in the NFL for longer than 4 years, has received his big money, right? And is now, we'll say 29 years old. Like I know you hate the age thing, but that's like exactly what we want is like a 29-year-old guy who's been paid, and is now on this, the plateau of his career or the decline, so that we can move off of him when Ozzie's healthy.
So
that's
when I start looking at the left tackle free agency class, Cam Robinson definitely is a guy that
he's the tippy top.
He's definitely a guy. Again, like I told you and Kez the other couple of weeks ago, you can look at this. I think you have to take a macro view before you take the micro view. You look at all the things on the outside. You're talking about your Cam Robinsons and everybody else that might be out there in that class. And then you go back to your micro view. You look at how much money this is going to cost you on your macro view versus what you have on the inside. What I think is important to mention, and I said this and I'll say it again to you kids, product knowledge, first-year coach, first-year head coach, first year in the system, took a long time for those guys to get up to speed, that offensive line to get some continuity to become the offensive line that it was for us the entire year, which ended up being one of the best offensive lines that I've seen all year. The continuity that unit came up with was really, really impressive to me. Towards the end, it started to get a little bit rocky because guys were getting a little mixed up. But I'm talking about when we start talking about the offensive line being really good in Chicago, that's a new one, right? That's a new one. And that continuity and the coaching that was happening behind the scenes that we didn't get a privilege to see, there's a value to that. And the guys that were involved in it, whether it was Braxton, whether it was Theo, whether it was anybody else that we can talk about on that offensive line, and the value that brings leads me to believe that they may really look inside the building, micro view, to fix that left tackle spot.
Well,
so you're saying Karan and Theo?
Karan, Theo, maybe Braxton. I don't know.
Karan, I got no confidence in Karan, and I wonder why. Another question, Nomad, schematically, how is the Ben Johnson left tackle? How do you categorize that as far as left tackles schematically?
Ben Johnson is. I think the conversation should be about Roshar.
Well, no. Well, okay, Roshar, but he was working for Ben Johnson. So, I mean, Ozzy, is he there are classifications for offensive tackles, right? There's, your elephants that are more there, and then your more running guys. What do they call them? Hold on. But my point is, like, schematically, they're different tackles, right?
Different types,
yeah, exactly. So the research that I would like to know, that I'm sure that the pro scouting department's doing, is all of the teams that changed over their coachings and their schematics that have players that don't fit what their new coaches want to do. And if those players happen to be a left tackle, it's like, yeah, nobody gives away left tackles, but it's like, kid don't fit no more because we want to do this and we want him to anchor more. Whereas in a Roshar Ben Johnson offense, they want to pull more, or vice versa, whatever the case may be. So identify trade possibilities as well.
Well, you just kind of, towards the end of what you were just saying, you kind of put your finger on it. And when you said, what type of offense are we running? Are we running a zone scheme offense?
Yeah.
Wide zone, inside zone? Are we running a gap scheme?
Yeah, all of that.
You got more pulling. So basically, are you looking for a guy that's more powerful than he is agile? And that description would be a Baltimore Ravens kind of offensive line that's going to do a whole lot of pulling. It's going to do a whole lot more power, running into people and plowing open holes for the running backs, because he's going from one spot to the next. And how fast can he get there from A to B?
As a long arms and athletic.
No, more stout and more powerful. So the thicker guys, your Cade, the Alabama guy you was talking about, I forget his last name, Caden Proctor. That kind of guy is perfect for what the Ravens used to do. They have a totally different regime now. We don't know what that's going to look like, but put that to the side. What I seen work here in Chicago is more zone concepts, more inside and outside zone. That's what I seen work here. Now, with having Darnell Wright gives you the flexibility to do a little bit gap stuff in here and there, and you got Tooney who can move around a whole lot better, and you got the center who can move a whole lot better. So we've got the perfect kind of line that can kind of be an amoeba of both of them. You know what I'm saying? So you can do some gap stuff, you can do some zone stuff, and you got the kind of offensive lineman that can pull it off. Where Braxton Jones, where Theo Benedict, and where Kieran Amagashi come into that conversation is they're all probably less Kieran Amagaji than the other two. Those guys are mobile and they're strong. They got long limbs, except Theo. But you got guys that can really get shit done. So I think inside the building, I think our offensive line, as far as the tackle group, is better than advertised. I really do.
All right. Well, just for all you draft Knicks out there, left tackle wise, you got Spencer Fano from Utah, Caden Proctor from Alabama, Caleb Lomu.
We ain't talking about the draft right now, Trips.
No, but I'm just looking at left tackles and Freeling. I mean, these are like the young guys that are possible replacements or the trades or the free agents. It's like left tackle is a thing. And I think I don't know. I think it's just so up in the air because of the options that anything's a possibility.
I think they add to the group. I don't know who, but I think they add to the group, and I don't think it's going to be a huge major swing. I think they just add to the group because of Dan Rochar and how well he was able to bring that unit together. He's going to want to bring in another veteran to add to the continuity. At some point, they probably will bring in a draft pick. Where they get that draft pick is anybody's guess, but they're definitely going to bring a veteran into that room. How he fits into what they have planned for whoever they plan on keeping, it's anybody's guess. But I don't think the answer is in the draft whatsoever. But let's keep on moving, man. I think any last thoughts on the Bears conversation quickly before we get into other stuff?
I don't know. I'm just not comfortable with like Tooney, at left tackle. I don't know if that's a thing.
I don't know if that's a bad thing.
No,
I don't know. Let me just say this out loud. I would 1,000,000,000% rather that than Braxton Jones.
Well,
I'll just be real there. And the reasons for it is I think we have a couple of guards that are really stout. McFadden played very well in the one appearance that we saw. I think Luke Newman is a diamond in the rough waiting to appear. So I wouldn't be completely mad if that's how we entered the season because of the veteran gangster offensive lineman that Joe Tooney is, right? So I would not be completely let down if that's the case.
Tooney's a better pass protector than he is a runner.
Yeah, like Red Baron is saying, can't run the ball with him at LT.
He's right, though. He's right. He's a better pass protector than he is a run blocker.
You're right.
Truth.
It is a fact, right? So that will wind up hurting the run game, which in turn, so put it this way. So then we upgrade at the running back position. You put Tooney out on the left side and you leave it on a bit of the shoulders of the running back to get the job done, and you go get Breece Hall to do that or somebody along those lines. Probably still be cheaper than getting a Cam Robinson. Anyhow, I think Nomad and I are kind of line of sight on this one. I don't think you go to the draft for this season. I think if it's still a problem next season, you go to the draft.
You go to the draft, Kaz, but you don't go to the draft with the expectation like we had this year of that
one hot.
Yeah, him coming in and having to be a starter. Yeah. I think you got a little cachet with the work that you've done this year and developed some of the guys that we had, and now you're bringing in a guy that can sit there and develop behind these guys. I think the guys that we have are more valuable than we think.
I agree.
All right. So let's get into some other conversations, man. You guys got to ask you a question. No, I'm not going to ask you a question because it's going to take too long. But I do think so. I look at what I want to lead this off with is I look at a whole lot of trends. I'm not really involved financially in the economic market. I don't put my money there, and I got good reason for doing it. It's a long conversation to have, but I do look at trends markets, and different things like that just to see what's going on. What's this? What's that? What's up? What's down? What's really consistent? And what I can tell you right now is, to me, and I'm just going to give you an overarching view of what I see, and we can argue about what that means a little bit later. But what I see is, I think we're coming to an economic crash. I ain't talking about just the United States and North America. I'm talking about a global one, worse than the one that we had in 2008. It's gonna be 2007, 2006, whatever year it was. I think this is gonna be catastrophic. And wait, kids, before I got to let me
I
do
haven't.
my point.
You just keep going, bro. I ain't saying nothing yet. You keep
I
going.
think with that mindset, I think prepping to me becomes a little bit more important. And I just want to lead the conversation off with that, and we can argue about some of the other stuff on the outside after we do this. All right. So what we have here is something extremely practical. Trips, I know you usually lead, but let me do this. This is something I have something similar in my home. This is a cordless tiller or
What is that?
cultivator, tiller or cultivator.
Oh, okay. I'm with it. Okay.
Where I'm trying to get people to think, the way I'm trying to get people to think is the mindset that you may or may not have a power grid. God forbid that happens where we don't have a power grid and can plug things up and get electricity. For the people who have no idea on how to generate electricity, what you can do is have you a generator and hope for the best. But this is one of the things you're going to want to need. You're going to need a tiller to cultivate your land, plant crops and vegetables, and something to sustain yourself. You're going to need this piece of equipment. It's very, very essential. And this is a cordless piece, man. I don't have this particular piece, but I have this brand. Trip, anything?
Yeah, you done? Okay. Yeah, it's if you're gardening or something, you tear up the earth. There you go. If you're gonna be doing the gardening, I'm surprised you're not doing the worms as well for your compost and all that. But yeah, I don't garden, so I get it. I know the process, but I wouldn't use this because I have no place. I don't own a patch of land or nothing for it, so I get where it can be useful, but yeah, I ain't got one.
So the thing is, for people, even if you don't have a piece of land, Trips, let's just say I know you speak from someone that lives in an apartment, and you have to think outside the box a little bit, I think, for a situation where you always talking about, like I'm always talking about things that you can have in your homestead, right? Things that you can have around the house to keep you good. And you always think, okay, what if I had to put this in a bag? What if I have to move? You think like that because that's your reality.
Yeah.
And you will have to move at some point, but when you do move and you get secure location, something like this, let's just say you didn't buy it, but you came across it. And everybody's going to be cultivating land and trying to grow vegetables and trying to keep food coming in. This is the kind of thing you want to be looking for, something that doesn't have a cord.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I'm sure that the rechargeableness, you hook up to your off-grid batteries and such, but you're also going to have some place to store it. Excuse me. So you're going to need a stable location, with a shed or a basement or a garage, and you're going to need a patch of land that you can safely cultivate and grow for a growing season of, what is that, 6 to 8 months. So you're going to need a stable location with space. And yeah, this is a good thing to have, but it's not something that you're going to be toting back and forth. But it is something that if you are scavenging, you're going out looking for things, this is a cordless tiller. Yeah, because you need to sustain food and to sustain yourself by growing food. You need to till the earth and make a garden and all that, and there you go.
What if you just got a bunch of hoes?
Well, then you put them out on the strip and make a few dollars.
How about a back? How about this? Kids? When you think about it, I think doomsday survival sounds like some dystopian fantasy that most people have when they think about this stuff, and they think everybody's crazy, gunning each other down and shivving each other with knives and all this kind of stuff. I think totally different. I think there's going to be a certain amount of that going on, but I think situation is going to be stable on the ground more than we think it is, and it's about securing locations and cordoning off areas so that you can cultivate and you can grow and you can take care of a community and protect it at the same time. I think it's going to be more of that going on than people just running the streets going crazy like it's the purge. No.
Well,
people have more sense than we give them credit for.
You did open up a bit of a can of worms before we got to the tiller, and that was with respect to the economy. And there's a couple comments in the chat regarding it. I'm going to say you're probably bang on right. I think we are more or less headed into an economic downturn. Whether that is going to require full doomsday survival action, I don't know. I do expect the world to move off of the U.S. trade dollar, and if that's the case, that affects the world. Just much along the lines of what Nomad was saying. That affects the U.S. in a major way, because the shift for the United States of America then becomes, how do we move back into a manufacturing country? How do we start to manufacture goods and sell it again, as opposed to consuming goods that are manufactured elsewhere? That's kind of what the orange gentleman is trying to do, but it's
well, but the problem is
it's a painful move.
He's not being consistent, and so we don't make anything as a country other than like weapons.
You make cars as well. Those are probably the two things.
But the parts are coming from Mexico, coming from Canada, coming from China, and then they are shipped back and forth. By the time they're put together, that's not an American product. Yeah, they're trying to prop up the AI and all of that. That's mainly what is holding up the economy right now, because all of the manufacturing and all of those things have closed or moved for various reasons. So right now, the only thing propping it up is AI stuff. And when that bubble bursts, like the housing market did, like the other bubbles do when they do, now things are going to get to a point where you're going to need tillers because of the imported food from South America is contaminated, or it's not coming in. The vegetables and the corporate farms don't have the migrant farm workers to pick it. So there is no food in your Walmarts or your grocery stores. So you have to come together as a community. And all of the things that we talk about on the doomsday survival doesn't have to be a doomsday, but a loss of a power grid, a loss of the just the operational systems of the food network, or the measles outbreak that's spreading around the country affects things. And so anytime you come together as a community, you get those big shipping containers, you put a wall around your property, you get your tiller, you use those things as storage, you got security, and you can make your food and your greenhouses, and you utilize your solar, your wind, your hydroelectric, and you recharge things like this, because while you may be out working in the fields, you don't want to be out working in the fields, so you want to utilize the technology to make it as easy as possible.
Absolutely.
Really quickly, before that got really close, and thank you, Trips and Kez, for not letting us stray into a political conversation, which we tried to avoid here. This is very practical, man. This is just very, very, very practical stuff right here. This is just dumb sense right here. All you have to do is have some sense, and you'll know. Just get up in the morning and look at anything going on, and this is practical right now. You know it. Whether or not you have the will to go out there and execute the plan and go and get that tiller or not is indifferent to me. But I'm telling you guys right now, you should start thinking. I'm not going to tell anybody what they need to do. I'm giving you suggestions. We're giving you suggestions. Start thinking about some things that you may have in mind, as things are pretty uncertain right now. Pretty uncertain at best. That requires practical thinking. What can you simply do to keep afloat, to keep family fed, to keep you fed, to keep your community fed? And I would hope that everybody's thinking, as they listen to this show and watching the show, that you're thinking community first, because whether you want to or not, you want to cordon yourself off and block yourself off from the world. Guess what? The world's gonna come visit you, bro. They're gonna come visit you. Do you have it in you to share? And this cultivator right here will help you set any ground up around you so that your community can be fed. Give me one day with this, and I'll feed a 5-6 block radius easily for a winter. That's how valuable this piece of equipment is. As low as $129.99, you can find them as low as $49.50, but don't go beneath the $79.99, because you're probably gonna get some shit. You're gonna use it once, and you're gonna have problems with it, and you're gonna need pieces. That's some
because you want to have it as easily maintained as possible. Because remember, in these scenarios, it's not going to be as easy to get parts as running down to the hardware store, or just calling up, ordering up online someplace. You're going to have to be able to fix a lot of this stuff where you're at with the materials you have. And these tillers can get eaten up pretty bad, the blades, because of what may be lying beneath the surface of the area you're trying to break up.
Can I add to that, Trips? Because you just brought up, but I didn't even think about that. Like, if you live in like in the South, a region that I lived in, it's got a little less, the soil isn't very, very, very fertile. It's sometimes clumpy. I don't know about rocky, but in particular, the people that live out west, like desert regions, like Arizona, New Mexico, places that have a lot of rock, brick, that kind of structure beneath the surface, you're going to make sure you get some extra blades. Get some extra blades. Like we here in this Midwest area and where Kez lives, pretty fertile, pretty fresh dirt. You got to go pretty deep to start hitting rock in this part of the country. If you live out west, it's very rocky out there. So if you get this piece of equipment, make sure you get some extra blades. But carry on, Trips. I had to say that.
Yeah, because that red clay soil-ish in like Huntsville, Alabama, to like the lime deposits as you go out west, it makes a difference. And these blades will get ate up real quick. Yeah. And then now you're back out, with singing old Negro spirituals in the sun, with a handheld hoe, not her, and then tearing it up yourself.
She hold your hand.
Well,
all I know, Trips, is what it does here. Like I've run into rock here because my uncle that owned this place, he had a little driveway in my backyard, and he ended up burying it. And so as I'm planting, getting ready to set my garden, I ran into pieces of his driveway that's underneath the surface.
Yeah.
And so since I've been here, I've been pulling up big bricks of it, and my tiller has hit it, and it's very similar to this, right? What you see on the screen, and it's durable. I haven't had to replace that tiller. It still does the job. It still does the job, but I don't live in the west part of the United States where there's a lot of rock and bricks and dry land. I don't know.
What happens is, like in the East and Midwest, they're in the old timey times when they had the brick streets and the stone streets that got covered up by layers and layers of dirt and stuff. You could be tilling an area and not know that 6 inches down is brick, is a sidewalk or an old piece. And like, who is that? Patrick is saying he's got a half an inch before he hits limestone.
Where you
so
at,
he has to grow above that soil. So a half inch, that ain't deep at all.
I know you told me before where you was at, Patrick, but hit me that one more time. But that's real.
Crimson is saying some real stuff there too, man. And what he's saying is raised beds is probably your best move regardless. And why I'm sort of doubling down on what Crimson is saying is just the fact that a lot of folks don't actually own land. You know what I mean? Like there's that reality. You might not be able to really get out there and till the land so that you can. He's in Santa Ana. Okay, so that you can actually plant and get stuff done. So having a raised bed with soil that you can manage and replenish, probably your best case scenario. Put that in some sort of a greenhouse, and we've done doomsday survival chats on this type of stuff, right? Like we've had this type of conversation, but I think that might still be your better route of passage in these situations, just because
now you got to buy dirt.
Well, but it's better to buy dirt if you don't have access. Like, what if you're in an apartment?
What's the price of dirt? What's the price of dirt going to be when you're living out in San Antonio?
Well, but that's my point about having the worms and the vermiculture, is that you're putting all your compost in there, and like you have a garden in your house now, so you can be replenishing that soil, all of that dirt in your compost, flipping it up, putting all your edibles in there for the worms. And by the time spring comes back, now you got
fresh soil,
that fresh and that nutrient enriched soil to put back in the garden. So it's a cycle, because even if you till this area, wherever you're tilling it, you're going to have to reinvigorate that soil, replenish it with the nutrients.
You're preempting a segment of doomsday survival. We're going to get there.
But right
now we're talking about what is and what you can do with the land you got. But Patrick, thank you for that information. Knowing the fact that you live out west, I don't know what that's like, and I would imagine that you're gonna have to do some things. You're gonna have to spend a little bit of money to be able to cultivate land out there, especially if you live in a really, really arid place. Doing raised beds is gonna cost you what? Thousands of dollars. So you have to plan around the environment that you live in.
With 38x4 beds.
I'm worried about Haru Gobi. I'm just saying. What are you doing?
Well, it should be full of nutrients.
Yeah, I was just gonna say definitely nutrient and rich over there, but I wouldn't want that human being flavor in my my produce.
Tastes like chicken.
All right, let's finish this up. This is a cordless tiller with batteries included. You get this piece. Make sure all of them come with an extra battery. But in my opinion, I think you should buy an extra battery to your extra battery. So
And
at
then
least have
also
three.
get I think I don't know if it matters by brand name, but like drills, the tiller, anything electric can utilize these same size batteries. So you can take this drill out of your this battery out of your tiller and put it in your drill.
No, you
You can
can't.
take it out of the drill and put it into your next
Mm-mm.
device.
Tried that. No, it ain't.
So
No, not exactly.
he's
Ah, damn.
not wrong
Yeah,
per se.
yeah. I got
No,
the
no,
shit.
no. You may be able to find a brand that has
Like
interchangeable.
DeWalt.
You know what I mean? That has interchangeable batteries. You would just have
But
to
you gotta make sure you buy
research.
that brand because
Ushvana.
it's not all the same,
They're
kid.
not universal.
You're right. Not across the board. You can't mix and match. You would likely have to work with one company and ensure that that company supports the ability to swap out batteries between different equipment. So keep that. See, Crimson is
Ryobi.
suggesting Ryobi might be one of those. I would
They
believe
make
that.
that
DeWalt,
kind of equipment.
Ushvana, Wyobi,
They do have that kind of equipment.
Black and Decker.
Black and Decker. I don't trust that for a long term, but they do make like nice household. Like you need to fix some shit around the house. Anything outside of that,
So you talking about Craftsman?
Damn.
No, I'm talking about the yellow brand.
Snap on.
Yellow brand. If you want to really get serious about this shit. Anyway, any last thoughts on cordless tiller, its practicality, and why I think doomsday survival situation, this is one of your apex predators on that list you got to eat.
Mhm.
Cool.
All right, let's get to the next thing. Guess what, man? I don't know too many hunters. I know a couple. I don't know too many people that know how to trap when it comes to protein. I don't know too many. They're out there, but not your average person that you're going to walk up to in Walmart or whatever store that you're in is going to know how to hunt and trap. Guess what? What do you do to supplement your stuff? Give me a second.
You if you can't hunt and trap, you forage for greens and veggies, fish.
Give me a
Is
second.
it is the next item a crossbow? Damn it.
Fish. Fishing starter kit, that is. And in the picture here, it's a regular sized backpack, and the collapsible fishing rod is in the one of the side pouches that you can carry on. And then it has a little tool, not bait, not what do you call it? Box, fishing tool box with little weights, little lures, hooks, the thread, all of that. Then you got various tools there. Looks like little pliers, a little crimping tool, maybe a little hook release thing. I don't know what that is. And then the extendable rod, and then a reel. Something that you just get you a little din, cook it up, and then keep it moving.
So this is just basically a backpack, which I love. That everything is collapsible and you can put it in there for. So it's perfect for someone like Trips that always thinks of it that way, where he can just pack it up and just keep on moving on down the road. It's got your lures down there. It's got your weights in the middle. That middle section where you see all that gray, those are little beaded weights. So it's got a variety of different lures that attract different kinds of fish. And it really leads me into a story I want to tell, but I'm just going to explain what this is. It's a great setup for somebody like myself who's not a fisherman. I am not nobody's fisherman. Nobody's fisherman. I grew up around people that do it all the time. Grew up around them. I just never was attracted to it. Thought it was boring. I went out there with them, here and there, and I just ate the sandwiches.
There's a good miss. I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it.
Hating. Stop, Minister Charles. Just think about it this way, Minister Charles. This is for people who don't know anything, like me, about fishing. You got to start somewhere. And why I say as low as $49.99 on this set. You don't want to go beneath that. You can go to Walmart right now and get you a $19.99 fish and start.
Yeah, you don't want that.
You don't want that shit. It's gonna break on you. First time you get something heavy on your line. You want to really start, to be honest with you. I put $49.99 on there to be like, you really don't want to be there, but $79.99 is about as low as you want to go. That, like, the weight, you got to think about the line that you have and how much weight that line can carry. And you got to think about the substance of the pole that you have in the water and how much it can carry. You don't know what's going to bite your line, right? You just don't know. You know what you're fishing for if you put a certain kind of lure in there, right, kids? If you put a certain kind of lure in the water, you're fishing for something.
Sunfish, panfish, across the top, like your little carpies or, your smallmouth bass or minnows even. Or if you want, your bigger fish, you want more weight, earthworms and such down deeper. Because different fish, different levels, kids.
I'm with it. I can see the benefits of what you got going on here, because you're just rolling down the street and you can just, oh shit, I'm by a lake. I'm gonna just pull something out that lake and away you go. So I see the benefits. I think Minister Charles probably has a deeper relationship with all this than any of us three do.
Well, he ain't here. We talking.
That is the truth. Speaking of that, so the truth is hating.
Oh, no, you ain't got to repeat what the fuck.
I'll get into it later on. But I like I said, I like what you're putting on, what you're putting down here. This is something that you could just throw on your back and get the job done. The question is how durable and useful is it? That, in my opinion, I don't know. I would probably rather have
a get you where you're going kind of rig.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like you might want to have might want to have a real rod and reel.
Is it practical? Is what I would want to ask.
Yeah, no, I'm and that's and in that respect, I like what you're putting down, right? Like from a practicality perspective, and in a weird situation like doomsday situation, yeah, this is exactly what you could just leave the compound with and get the job done. But right. I would say you could also you'd probably get more things done with a true actual rod and reel. But
no, not even, because this is a rod and reel, and all a rod and reel is a system to get the bait out farther or deeper, depending on what you're doing, and an easy way to pull it back in. Now, I can't show this whole thing on here, but just as this the end of it, and you take the end off, and all you need is a little space, that can hold a hook and a little fishing line. And then you rig up a branch or a stick, and you find your bait, whether that be a lure or you dig up some earthworms, or you find the guts of something that fish will like to eat. And then you just fish with it like this. You don't need the whole rod and reel. This just makes it easy, convenient. But then also remember that if you are moving and you want to be stealth, you want to look like you ain't got nothing. You want to look like you're a hobo vagabond. And so if somebody sees you with a collapsible rod and reel in your bag, they're going to be like, oh, you kind of geared up. Let's see what else you got. So, take that in mind too, as you're, when you got stuff in the open, security wise.
Well, I've heard you say that a few times, Triple R. I just don't think life is going to be like The Walking Dead, with people just preying on people from the side of the road and just picking them off. I don't think it's going to be like that.
You don't think it's going in the United States of America?
In the garden, in a gardener in a war, little dragon.
Like,
all right, you have to
might not be like that.
You have to think through that way of thinking, but nobody's going to be walking in the middle of the highway and people on the side of the highway just sitting in the bushes, just waiting to jump out there on them. And
you
shit.
Crazy? It's also
man. It's just
hold on now. So
in Canada, man. Come on.
In Canada, I'm going to say what you're saying might rot. I have much less. I expect much less full-on purge situation here. I'll just be real. Mainly because of one simple factor: guns. Right? Like, so, like, that's the secondary piece to this is population. When you have mass population with mass access to guns, what he's saying is I would be surprised if it didn't go down that way. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I would be surprised if there
We're talking
isn't
about let's just say let's just say 3 weeks into a power grid failure, Trips. And I'm talking to you because you're living in a certain kind of location and you might have to get mobile, which is what I was thinking about when I did this.
Mm.
In the first few weeks, you still got stuff going on. I'm not saying that what Kez is saying is impossible. No, it's very fucking possible. Do we get to that point? And if you get to that point, I don't think it's going to be what people think it's going to be, where people just going to be running up on people from the bushes, because it's going to be people walking down the street, down the road with their family and their kids and dog. I mean, nah, dog. Nah, it ain't going to be like that, man.
So look, given the time frame you laid out, fair, because what in a 3-week case scenario, what you're going to have is the mass public in a holding pattern. They're going to be like, wait a minute, are the lights going to come back on? Because if the lights come back on, I probably shouldn't, hijack this family. You know what I'm saying? Like, I will go to...
Right. If the rule of law is going to regain itself, no.
I'm going to go do some time if I step out of line here in 3 weeks. But if we're talking like year 3, oh, man, all bets may well be off. And, do what you got to do. So I'm being a real one here. I think the general Canadian public, shout out to Canada, I think y'all a bunch of wusses and you're unarmed. So I'll be fine here. You know what I mean? I will survive regardless where I'm at.
What does that have to do with being a wuss, having an arm?
No, I'm saying that Canadians don't have arms.
So that makes you a wuss?
No, not
It makes you an easy victim.
Not it does make for you to be an easy victim. It's just that you would have to experience society here. Just the general society here is a little bit more easygoing than general society with the immediate access to weaponry.
Let me just say this, and this is to your point, Patrick. And I think this, man, in a calamitous situation, this is what I really believe. You're talking about people going to basic instincts. There will be people like Kids is talking about, Trips is thinking about, where they'll be totally lawless. And to be honest with you, I think those are to be the first ones to go. And I think community and people's natural instincts to help, give, love is going to override everything. It's going to override everything. People will come together like you wouldn't believe. That's their natural instincts anyway. And so the negative, like you got the yin and the yang. I think the yang in most people's heads is more powerful than the yin. And so, yeah, I do have more faith in people than most people. I do, because there's a lot more good people in the world than there are fucked up. The problem is the effed up people in the world have all the power and they get all the attention and they're doing all the things that we see and matter. But you strip that away from society and society would come together. They will. And if it all depends, they'll have to eliminate some of those effed up people that will do the things that they're talking about.
Well, but that's the thing, though. Who in a polite society, the people that it would take to eliminate the bad people aren't in polite society. And it, like, I look at myself and I try to
here we go
learn myself over time. It's like personality type. I'm more of a Sigma personality type, and emotionally, I'm more of a dark empath. I have some sociopathic tendencies, but I'm still empathetic. And so if you are a good person and is like, well, I don't hurt other people, I keep my hands to myself, and I expect them to do the other to me as well. And it's like, yeah, but I'm a realist. And it's like, yeah, people will try to take advantage of you as much as you let them. And so you have to be able to willing to do things back to them or do things to them first to make them not want to do things to you and then send a message to other people. It's like, well, you see what happened to this one, right?
That's where your dark side. That's where your dark side kicks in. Trips. You say, oh, you said,
right, but you got to have that though. That's
you said all that good stuff. I'm from the streets, man. You said all that good stuff, but the dark side took the most power. But so you know you're an empathetic person, but you don't want to lean in that. You want to lean into the side of you that will,
But no, man, that's
steer from one neck side to the other without saying it the dramatic way. I'm telling you guys, and I'm challenging you guys to think of your better nature.
No. So if you're from the streets and I'm from the streets and Trip from the streets, and we're all good people, natural instinct is for us to want good things to happen and turn the other cheek. It's just good-natured human beings. If you're trying to tell me that at no point in life you've never been just a good-natured human being and had somebody try you, you know what I mean? Try to screw you over for the sake of doing it, then there's a lesson for you to learn. You know what I mean? Like whether that was a woman in a relationship, whether that was a dude in some level of a deal, it's been known to happen. And that is the one thing that I have to say is at some point, being a good-natured and well-raised, awesome kid, somebody tried to test me. Somebody tried to test me, and I had to recognize that everybody is not above.
It doesn't take a long-ass conversation to. It's about the carrot and the stick. It's about the carrot and the stick. I'm a good-natured person, but I do carry a stick. Like I will serve court right in the middle of the street in front of anybody. It's not that you're dealing with a naive, stupid. You're not dealing with that when you talk to me. I'm talking about people's inner nature, that most people are good people on the inside, but society has taught them to be, lean more into your dark side because of the people around you. I get it. You don't have to, it's not a long conversation. We're talking about fishing gear in a survival situation. I'm telling you, and this is my way of thinking about this. I see this stuff as you strip structure away from a society. And I think overall, after some of the stuff that you guys are talking about, some of the hurt and pain and the destruction that can happen to people will happen. But once it settles, I think you'll see the best of people, is what I'm saying. That makes any kind of sense? It does. But yeah, man, it's, of course, man, I'll put somebody's head on the ground.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is in doomsday case scenario, you may have one shot, right? Like it might be a one shot situation where that person ain't just trying to test you. They're trying to do you in. They're trying to finish you off early before you get that opportunity to say, okay, well, now I get to turn the other cheek, or now I get to,
respond in kind.
Respond in kind. Thank you, Trip.
You're going to be that TV show called The Last Man on Earth.
Well, that was a great show, except for Tandy.
Except you couldn't get laid.
Exactly.
And there was two chicks there.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna let Boris Kojo come in and mess up your whole shit.
That's where you're going down that road, man. You're gonna be the last one on earth because you're gonna lay domes on the road because you don't trust nobody, man.
I'm saying,
that zero sum game mindset.
I'm saying Tandy was closer to what you're describing. Tandy was cool shit. Okay, come on in, Boris. It's snap.
All right. We're gonna end up.
He's like, this is mine's now.
I hate that I even brought that up. I love that show, man.
It's a great show, man.
That was hilarious.
I wish it had one more season because in the end they brought in Kristen Wiig, and I think she's one of the funniest people on the planet. I think she's super funny. And she got maybe 2 episodes towards the very end of the show before they were going to introduce her character. And then they cut the whole show, man. I was so mad. Anyways, love that show.
Patrick Higgins probably brought the best chat so far tonight. We had some really, really good chats, but this is probably the most poignant one for the conversation that we're having. I'm going to read it off. Shout out to Super No Maniac Patrick Higgins for this one. He says, any expert would tell you that in the first month, the society breaking down, it's the most dangerous.
Yeah, probably right.
I just said it a couple seconds ago. 3 weeks into it, it's going to be a lot of crazy going on. Then that's going to settle.
Again, it really depends on what, so we're just going to take COVID as a for instance. It could have been like that during the first 3 weeks. First 3 weeks, everybody was just trying to get toilet paper. And that's basically what happened with the expectation that, you know what, like the light's going to come back on. Everything's going to be fine. It was fine much later. If what we're saying actually happens, I think folks will be cool for a little bit and go, okay, well, we went through COVID, so let's just see how this plays out until they realize the play is already been made and you now have to survive on your own. And the powers that be ain't gonna come and help you out. Ricky, man, I didn't realize you were out in Dartmouth, man. Next time I'm out there, I'm gonna have to somehow connect with you, man. We'll hang out and we'll see why I wear the shades for sure. You know what I'm saying?
One thing before we get out of this and get into the next conversation. Fishing is practical. I only have 2 reels in my basement. I have I got a story to tell y'all. I got probably $1,000+ tackle box kit that will cover an entire long, like you went to a banquet, those long fold out tables. This thing covers that almost. This huge. I ended up, one of my partners, he was getting a divorce and his wife was trying to do everything for him. He was just like, you want this? And I'm just like, how much you want for that? He's got every goddamn thing and a great white shark lure in there. How much you want for that, man? This thing cost me like a couple $1,000. He was like, how much? He was like, how much can you give me? I got like $80 in my pocket. Let me have that. He said, I'm gifting you this. I had to have 3 people help me put that in the bed of my truck. It's got that much stuff in there. And I ended up giving it to my uncle for nothing. It was just because he kept on irritating me about it. He's the fisherman around me and my family, man. He's the guy that's always at the bank and out there on the water. He's doing that shit. And I was just like, it didn't have nothing to do with money for me. It was like, I can sit there and hoard that stuff. I didn't really need it. I'm not no fisherman. I'm not going to act like I'm a fisherman. I won't even play one on TV. I gave it to the person that I know can get the most out of it, man. And so, that's my story about fishing. I got two rods left, and I got a couple little pieces out of there that make me a small tackle box. But to me, that's all I need. I gave it to the person that really does that stuff, man. So my advice to you all is this is very practical for your doomsday survival kit that you're setting up. Hopefully, as we keep having these conversations, it's worth it. 110%. Get you a couple of rods and a starter kit so that you can make sure you get some protein in your body while you're trying to get to the next moment in life, man. Any last things about this?
Yeah, one thing is look at the different kinds of fish you could possibly be fishing for and familiarize yourself with how to clean them. because not all fish are clean the same.
Well said.
Figure that out.
Well said. It is a skill that folks should go and get into. I wish I should probably go more frequently just to mess with it. Minister Charles, you said you went ice fishing recently. How did that go? Did you catch anything? Let me know in the chat.
Walleye, trout,
people out here go ice fishing all the time, wild and crazy. You couldn't if I have the ability to stay indoors, you ain't catching me outside freezing.
Well, kids, if you're on the ice fishing, and you're in one of those sheds, are you indoors or are you outdoors?
If I'm freezing, I'm outdoors. If
I can't in the shed.
If I can't turn the heat up, I'm outdoors. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. It's cold as all hell out there. It's warmer because in most of those cases, you might be able to
lying like a mother. He gonna be inside because that's
Kansas is that dude that remember that game that you hit the button and it dropped the hook in the water, and then you pull it up and it's like you try to catch fish, and then you get like 500 points. The more you get, that's as much as a kid.
That's about as fishing as I'm trying to do. Really, if we're talking ice fishing, I'll go out in a boat. You know what I mean? I'll go out in a boat. I'll do that in the summer when it's warm. You know what I'm saying? I can't stand Canadian winter. Y'all need to. Canadian winter is a thing. Anyways, you got a few walleye and two small cats.
Let's put that to the side so we can get to the rest of the content, man. Let's
too funny. All right, cool.
Do this thing, man. I'll start this conversation off with this. This is one of the top 3 or 4 most fascinating things that I've ever laid eyes on in a read or ever made witness to in a conversation or just having people talk about. It's fascinating to me. It's right up there with the pyramids of Giza, the Sphinx, the deep blue ocean. This thing is the best interesting thing, man. But let's get to it right now. 1 second. So, guys, let me just explain what's on. This is the Bermuda Triangle and its geographic location. You got Miami, Florida down there at the very tip of that thing, and you got Bermuda all the way out there to your east, and over to your west, you have San Juan, Puerto Rico.
Sorry, I had to do it.
That makes up the Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Triangle, as some people call it. Kids and trips, man, really, this is probably one of the more fascinating things I've ever heard of in my life. I got a quick little interesting story that you guys might think is cute, but I don't know. But in the 2nd grade, I had a little girlfriend that I considered a girlfriend. She thought I was her boyfriend. 2nd grade. And she, towards the middle of the end of the year, she broke the news. She got off the bus. Let me, what'd you say?
I said she disappeared?
Let me tell you. It's interesting, man. She gets off the bus one day because I used to get to the school before she got there. We rode a different bus. I get there and I'm waiting for her to get off the bus. She gets off the bus and she gets off the bus crying. She's red. She's a little bright-skinned girl. And I walk up to her and I'm like, who did something to you? Somebody did something to you? She was just like, no. I'm ready to fight whoever it was. She's like, no, I got to tell you something. She said, I ain't never going to see you no more. 2nd grade kids. I'm never going to see you no more. What you talking about? I'm moving to Bermuda. My dad took a job in Bermuda and we're going to leave at the end of the school year. You talking about crush, kids and trips? Absolutely. No. As a little, that puppy love was just, oh my God.
I'll never love again.
Now this is me in the second grade finding information about Bermuda. In the second grade, I already knew what Bermuda was and the whole thing about the Bermuda Triangle, just from little books that I was able to find, little magazines, little stuff that I can find out and read. I knew something about the Bermuda Triangle. In my head, it's where people went to what Trish just got through saying, you disappear. And so anyway, long story short, they moved. I'm crushed. She's crushed. I didn't see her until years and years later.
Oh, she came back. She didn't disappear in the Bermuda Triangle.
She didn't. She never went on the water.
I said the exact same thing as you.
Never went on the water. Never went on the water the entire time she was there. All right. So, long story short, years and years later. Now I got to set it up this way so you can understand that I have a certain affinity for this subject because of the stuff that I've gone through in my life. As a child, I can remember when I was about 11 or 12 years old, there was one summer that I didn't really get a chance to be outside at all the entire summer because I was getting in too much trouble, man. I was fighting everybody and just doing all kind of wild shit. And my mother, this is like the first year that I'm living with my mother full time. And my mother ain't no joke. Mom's ain't no joke, dog. She ain't playing. When she puts you on a punishment, bro, you on a punishment. That means you ain't watching no TV. You ain't on the phone. You ain't doing shit but reading, doing assignments, and you're going to give me reports on them. And so I told you guys about the living situation that we were in, man. We were living in an apartment that was a former funeral home. And so they refurbished that funeral home. And the upstairs part of the very top of it was where my room was. It's like an attic, but they kitted it out. And so adjacent to my room was this nice, big, huge ass library. So the guy that owned the place, the funeral home director that rented the place to us, he was an intellectual. And so he had all kinds of books. He had a huge library up there. I mean, everything from dictionaries to thesauruses to Agatha Christie books, the Nancy Drew, all that old ass shit. And some of the stuff up there was the Bermuda Triangle. I found out a whole lot about this, and it just intrigued me to no ends, bro. The intrigue never went away from me. So over the years, I have written stories about this, written reports about this. I've been all over this stuff. So what we're about to go through tonight, just know that it's in me to talk about this because I've getting in trouble. I had to learn a whole lot. That's what one thing's about having a good mother. If you're going to be in the house getting on my nerves all goddamn, you're going to learn something. That's just how the kind of black mom I had. But what's you guys' relationship with the Bermuda Triangle and what you know about it?
I remember hearing about it, back in the, I guess, 70s when I was aware of things. And I was like, planes, boats are disappearing when they go into this quadrant. And it's like, well, as an inquisitive person and always have been, I always like to know how things work and why and what. But I also have the uncanny ability to not give a shit when there is no answer. So it's like, is it another dimension? Is it a black hole? Is it sucking down into the earth? I don't know. And guess what? Nobody else knows. So it's kind of like, and then I just don't think about it anymore because there is no definite answer as to what it is, why it is, what it does. All we know is that it's a phenomenon. And it's like, cool, phenomenons. And so I don't know. I mean, I remember the TV shows and the movies where it's like you're in a plane, then you're in the triangle now, and then you wake up in a cave with all these other planes and ships and boats that have disappeared there before. And it's like, I don't know. That was a movie. So, I mean, I hadn't really thought about it much since then. Yeah.
Well, uncanny and ability to anyways, that was well scoped. This this is just one of those ones. I don't know much about it. They say that stuff disappears in there. You're right. I've read all sorts of awesome comic book literature that is spun through and around the Bermuda Triangle. You know, that whole dimensional idea that you sort of just postulated is definitely come up a few times. You know, I've also heard something, you know, around the idea of there being some sort of special magnetic field in this area that does funky shit. You know, I just don't, you know, it's one of those things though that was like in the 70s and 80s, you would hear about this frequently. And I would always ask, like, so like, why y'all keep flying into the Bermuda Triangle though? Can't you just fly around it? And apparently they could, because it just kind of lost steam. Like I haven't, you just don't hear about this thing as a topic of conversation today anywhere near as frequently as we would have heard it as much younger men. So I don't know, you know, it's one of those things where I'm like, if I have the option of not going to Bermuda outside of non-expedition and tax shelters, I'm gonna dodge it because of the triangle. There it is.
All right. I'm gonna give you a couple of notes. I don't know that everybody knows that there's more than 1,000 people that have been in this triangle, whether it was flying, whether it was on a boat, or whatever it was. If you were in this area, more than 1,000 people have coming up, vanished, missing, no trace of them. Now, one little note I will point out, like right there in the dead center where it gets really, really dark blue there in this triangle, it's one of the deepest parts of the ocean. So you got to get submersibles to really get down there with some really good. Well, go ahead, kids.
No, I'm like, are you sure about that? I'm sure there's other parts of the ocean that are really.
I'm not saying it's the deepest part of the ocean. I don't think anybody knows exactly where. People tell you
that's the Great Barrier Reef,
the Barrier Reef, the Mariana Trench, and all these different places around the world. You know, it's people will argue about that, but guess what? Only 5% of the ocean has been freaking voyaged.
Hey, kids, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
I know they call it fathoms or leagues beneath the sea.
Beneath the sea, yeah.
But what's the difference between 100 feet and 1,000 feet?
Oh, you're asking me math?
Yeah, I mean, does it matter?
Is it feet or leagues?
Oh, you drown in either way is probably
exactly. I mean, as a human being, you know, without any apparatus,
unless you're Michael Phelps,
you know, so 10,000 feet, 50,000 feet, you know, there's stuff down there that we don't even know what it is, you know, not even specifically, but just in the ocean deep down there. And now you throw this triangle thing on top of it down deep. Does it just open up into like Mars? Or
no, they got hurricanes over there too. That's not surprising, just considering how frequently, you know,
most hurricane
season in Miami is like
most hurricanes form and come this direction.
Okay,
yeah, come from Africa,
Cape of Africa, and then the Horn of Africa, and then end up in this direction. And so the stories I'm about to tell you guys tonight is, I don't know of any of them that had storm predictions, because most of these stories come from military vehicles and, you know, U.S., you know, they don't go out on the ocean if they don't have to, unless you're one of those kind of mariners that have to go out in storm-ridden conditions. They have like Coast Guard that does that kind of stuff. They go out there in storms and get information and bring it back to the government so that we have what we have. These are guys going out in routine missions, or guys, you know, we got stories way back from early 1800s. There's stories to be told here. And let's start with one. And this is probably one of the more iconic ones. This is the Mary Celeste back in 1872. Now, the picture you see here with the red arrow, this is the captain, his wife, and his daughter. I think it's a daughter. I believe it's a daughter. Captain's wife and daughter. So only
She was a
like
handsome woman.
9 or 10 people were lost in this thing. But this was a basic cargo ship during that era. They were I guess transporting like 1,700 bottles of whiskey from, I think, somewhere off the east coast of the America, and trying to take it to Brazil or something like that. I'm not sure, so don't quote me on that. Or South America somewhere. And it just came up missing. And when it showed back up, there's nobody aboard the ship. The ship is totally intact. Now, there's everything on board. They had 6 months worth of supplies, food, drink, everything that you needed. They even had some other cargo on the ship. And this is the picture that's from the Smithsonian Institute. And what's weird about it is in those kinds of seas, you would expect that if a ship like this with a very thin look at the way it's made, it's easy to imagine this thing would have probably rolled over and nobody would be surviving on this thing. This thing came back after 800 miles with pretty much nothing going on with it. It was a little bit of water down in the belly of the ship, but not much. Little bit of rip in the sails. The sails were completely intact. The stems of the sails were completely intact. So we know that it didn't roll over and come back up and lose all the people on the crew. We know that. We know that it wasn't a pirated situation because they left all the good merchandise on board. The merchandise would have been the 1,700 barrels of whiskey, right? During that time. They had an upright piano on this thing, a bunch of jewelry that they were delivering personally to some people. It was just a basic merchant vessel for the time. And when it was discovered, it just came floating on the shore somewhere with nobody on board. Nobody on board. And movies were made about this. I think the movie, I don't know if you heard of a movie Ghost Ship. The concept of that movie is from this, the Mary Celeste.
Yes, the ship left harbor with people, and then it floated around with no people. It's did they jump, and if so, why? And all of them.
So quick question, like where did the ship launch?
Somewhere off of the coast of America. I can't, don't quote me on that because I got a lot of information in my head.
It's a good enough answer for me, because that just means that it's not like we're not talking long enough that these people could catch scurvy and you know what I mean? Like it should be a short enough trip that everybody would be of good sound health and should be able to make it without any questions. That's crazy.
Mermen and women with the siren song, and instead of the ship crashing, just called them down to the deep. Who it's if you've ever been on the ocean or
I have
out there, it's a very
it's weird.
Scary. It's a humbling feeling, because it's like, all right, I'm safe as long as I stay on this vessel, because you look around, it ain't nothing but water. You know what I mean?
Everywhere. Yeah.
Everywhere. And it's like the stuff that's under the water wants to eat you.
First time I ever felt vulnerable in my life.
The weirdest thing for me, and it was just like as soon as I got on my first boat in the ocean and being completely surrounded by water, I'm walking across the deck of this boat, and I'm walking in one direction, but the boat is traveling in the opposite direction. And it just felt like everything in the world is wrong at this moment. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to get to this side of the boat back to my area, and the boat's going, I'm walking south and the boat is going north. It's probably actually the opposite. But it just felt like I'm moving, but I'm at a standstill all at the same time. And everything around me is the same. It's the weirdest feeling, guys.
Hey, kids, I've only been out on the deep water one time, and that was going from the coast of Fort Lauderdale, Miami, to the Bahamas.
Okay, yeah.
And it's not a long ride, but it's long enough to where you're out there and all you see is what Triple R just got to describe.
Yep.
And you see nothing but blue around you and
Oh,
the power of that water
Yeah.
that you're running up against. And that's the first time in my entire life that I felt truly vulnerable and at the mercy of nature.
I fully agree with you. My trip was virtually the same, except it was Orlando to Bahamas. Same general patch of water, and about an hour in, you can do a 360 and be like, holy shit.
I
You
don't
know what I
like
mean?
that.
Like,
But
and
there's a comment that just think about this in the scientific way. That I took my first cruise, Patrick. I took my first cruise, and then we hit some waters that were so rough that he saw a boy get pulled out of the swimming pool from the motion of the ship rocking back and forth. So the kid is in the pool, and then the boat hits some rough patch, and then the water in the pool is sloshing around, and the kid is basically a passenger. And so if this boat, the Mary Celeste boat, if it hit a rough patch and it's getting whipped around,
yeah,
and these people aren't strapped down, and they fly overboard, and there is no life vest or safety mechanisms back in 1872.
yeah.
Now you got an empty boat
You're damn
just
straight.
because of rough waves.
Did either one of you guys experience any rough any rough waters when you were out there?
Hell yeah.
And you can't shit do it about it because you can't be like, stop, make it stop. It won't stop.
No.
That's the first time I got seasickness. They call it a name.
You got it. It hit you?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What about you, Trip? Did seasickness hit you?
Yeah, but that was because more of liquor.
All right. Go ahead, kid.
So for me, it was hilarious because with the roughness, like you're probably bang on, Trip. Like in that region, you can and will get into rough water situations. And I'm in like a Carnival cruise. And this is like what I'm trying to say is like that boat we're looking at right now, that's a tiny little ship in comparison to like what I was on. I was on a massive boat. And considering how rough the waters were, the boat was being thrown all over the place. Like there's no, it was rough, man. And I had to go, it was towards the end of my trip when the rough waters hit, and I had to go and pay for my incidentals so I could, deboard the following day. So I got to walk from my room all the way up, and the boat's rocking, and they call it sea legs. And after you're on a boat for a little while, you kind of get used to the movement of the boat. There's really no way to get used to the movement of a boat when it's rocking like that. So I'm being kind of like thrown all over the place. I get up to this area, and now I'm in a line with people, and we're all trying to cover off our incidentals. And I look at the guy behind me, and he goes, this is all I heard. And I'm like, oh no. So I kind of take a step away from this guy, and he starts blowing chunks right there. As he's doing it, everybody in the line, I'm talking the entire line, starts, systematically technicolor yawning. There's 12 people in this line just throwing up. And I'm like, oh my God. I look at the like concierge, and I'm like, do something. He's like, oh my God, like everybody's chucking. Let me get some stuff. And he's going crazy. Finds another person, they're going crazy. They're trying to help the situation. Meanwhile, I'm like, you know what? Like, I'm all right. I'm just gonna sneak up to the front of the line and pay for my shit while everybody else is puking. And I would get the fuck out of Dodge. So I walked up the line, looked at the lady, and she was like, I was like,
Yeah.
All right. I covered my stuff and got out of there. But it hits people so hard, man. It was wild to see.
Yeah, you're not made to. Your brain's not ready for that if it's not ready for that, and neither is your innards.
Mm-hmm.
Say that.
Just make it stop moving.
Yeah. all right, let's keep it going. This is Ghost Ship. If you guys have ever heard of that movie, the premise of that movie is from this particular incident in 1872. The Mary Celeste is an entire story that I would encourage you all to just go read for yourselves, or if you want to go to AI and just it'll give you a premise of what this was all about and what was on that boat. You'll find out it's very similar to what I'm telling you guys right now. I don't have all the details because there's so many stories that I wanted to do a story. I wanted to talk about each one of those and put faces to those stories, because I think it's important when you're going to talk about somebody's story that lost their lives. I think it's important to put faces to those, because I think when we hear about these things at this point in time, it's just a story. We don't put faces to those people that were lost. And I thought it was important to at least put a few faces to it. And that brings me to the next part of the story. And that's the next story that I want to point out. And that is, this is the USS Cyclops as it was in 1918. This is 3 of 309. I misrepresented this post when I did this. It's 309 people that were lost. This is only 3 of them. 3 crewmen that were on this thing. 309 people totally vanished with the ship. No records have been found, not a piece of nothing. Not any remnant has been found, not a trace. Not a trace in that triangle. It went down or lost in a time warp, whatever it was. These people were never seen and heard of again. Just imagine, as we talk about this, what you might have been like, or somebody in your family might have been like if this was you, and there's no explanation to where you mean he just went out on that boat. This is another cargo ship, but this is a huge industrial military cargo ship for, at the time, was transporting things like coal that was heating people's homes and things like that. So it go from here and get a big old load of coal, and it's built and sturdy enough with all that steel to be able to withstand storms and everything that came with it. It's getting a big old load of coal and taking it from A to B. This is, I think, during World War One or something like that. It's going to A to B and just vanishes in the Bermuda Triangle with all these crew members on board. What's weird about it is a few black people that I seen on that thing. I was just like, they had black people in the military during that time. And I had to think about it. I'm like, man, they had black people in the Civil War. So black people have always been there. And I just thought that was surprising in the story when I was hearing about it when I was a small kid. But to look at it and put faces to it like I'm doing right now, I think that's really, really important. These people are gone. Their families had no answers. This is it, man. You know, all they know is they were on that ship and it ventured into that space and was never seen or heard of again. I don't know if you can really relate to that, because as a person with family, how do you reconcile with that? You know what I'm saying? What do you do?
Well, not that it's easier, but I think it's easier being that they were in the military, and that's kind of a possibility. But this wasn't like a war kind of lost thing. But it's like, okay, we're going out on this boat, we're delivering our coal, and then they just never come back, and it's like, oh shit, and it's never easy to lose a family member, but it's like it's kind of not expected, but it's not a surprise as a shock. I don't think as much. And then, like back then, wasn't no internet, and so the word of mouth is traveling. The technology ain't all that, and so I'm just like wondering. Is like the question is, well, what happened to him? And that will be the question. It wasn't a wartime boom boom kind of suck kind of thing from a submarine. It was a disappearance in this triangle area. So more of a question there, but either way, they're gone. So yeah, they're gonna be sad. So, one of these guys could have been our great grandfathers, 1918.
Well, not if he.
Well, could have been.
Okay.
If they didn't disappear.
I'm sorry.
But I mean, that age, that generation, great grandfather, that age, I think would have been
crazy. I don't know how to. You're right, man. I don't know how you really reconcile this. The only thing that I can say is just, and it's slightly insensitive. Just if you are in the military, there is always the potential that you might not return from the mission that you're on. Facts is, this mission seems to be a pretty standard, naval mission. They're just going back and forth, and I can only assume they've been doing that for some time. Just given the proximity between the U.S. and you know what I mean? Like it's not as we discussed earlier. It's not a
the innards of this story. When you research the USS Cyclops and the mission that they were on that day, there was no bad weather.
Oh damn!
No
Sunset Bunny. I don't.
Wait,
that's
no
very,
way. I was just
likely.
learning about this in history today. Is it true that colored people had to use older military equipment compared to the rest?
Probably.
You are probably right.
Yeah.
I don't. You know how it was.
I wouldn't use the word colored people.
Me either. But in
I'm sure back then neither did they.
1918, I'm sure they would.
So this ain't 1918.
It is not anymore, and hopefully we get the same equipment as everybody else. But in those days, this is 1918, y'all. Like, yeah, there was probably some levels of
Yeah. What was the movie? Cuba Gooding Jr.
Which one?
I want my steps, Cookie.
Oh snap! I know what you're talking about.
When he was in the submarine guy or the underwater guy.
Yeah, I remember that one. That's not a bad. Oh.
Bobby De Niro, Cuba Gooding Jr. Man of Honor.
Man of
Thank
Honor.
you very much.
Man of Honor. Well done, concierge. Appreciate that.
But that was back in that era where the racism was palpable.
Yes, it was commonplace, regular, and the general understanding was that if you are white folks, you get better shit. So
that's a very sensical thank you for that, Sunset Bunny, because that's probably extremely true. That you probably was at the end of the line when it came to everything gear wise. You're not at the front of the line for sure during that time. That's just the way it was, and making no excuses for anybody during that time. But Black people were American citizens that were drafted into these situations, and they had to go and meet their assignment. And
I don't know. Navy at that in 1918. I don't know if this was like a draft thing. This is probably like, you also have to recognize that in that time, and regardless as to whether they got half-ass equipment or not, in that time, this was a easy route of and semi-safe route of passage for a Black man to go make money and survive relatively well. You are going to experience racism. Fact is, you're probably going to experience that in any other.
And you very well might die.
Well,
don't leave that part out.
Well, you might not survive just in your regular area, given what was going on in those days. So at least there's some level of payment. You get a steady meal coming in there. You get, for the most part, the benefits of not having to pay for room and board. Like,
I'm sure you got benefits too. I mean, that was a good job.
Yeah, it's at the time, at the time, it's a pretty decent, pretty good look for a young Black man to get into and do what he needs to do. There was definitely a draft. Was there a war in that time? I'm not saying that there wasn't, but like maybe
somewhere around World War I think.
Okay, all right.
Now, again, I've got so many different stories in my head, and there's like a whole. When I say a list, I'm talking about couple. It's better than a couple dozen of people and ships, and whether it was plane or boat that have gone through that I want to talk about, but let's just focus on this. And the race thing is definitely a part of the story, but that's not the bigger aspect of it. It's about human life that was lost.
Sorry, folks.
Good.
Yeah.
It's about human life that was lost, and it's a human thing as far as I'm concerned. But that's the USS Cyclops that came up missing in 1918. Not a single person aboard that ship. It was 309 in total, not 306, that were lost and never heard from again. These are three of the souls that were lost during that event. The next thing that was of note when I was coming up, and stories about this is wow. And this is give me 1 second. Flight 19 took off December 5th.
Well, hold on a second. Before we get into this one, that's so.
You want me to put the other one back up?
Yeah, just for a second. So what Patrick Higgins is saying, there's definitely a draft, yes, until November 11th, 1918. What are the odds that these guys were just not taken out by a U-boat?
Not in that area.
Why not?
Well, were U-boats this close to the continent?
1918, and U-boats didn't exist until 1940 something. 30.
Well, maybe they didn't tell us they didn't exist.
That's World War II. That's World War II. It's a whole different time. But let's get to the next story, and that is Flight 19. This is one of these. I'm just giving you a couple of the bigger stories and bigger incidents that happened in the Bermuda Triangle of note. This is 1945, December 5th. 19 disappeared, 12 crew members. Flight 19 disappeared, 12 crew members were never found. So you had 5 ships that were on a basic. What's interesting about this, kids and trips, is the navigation systems. Like in the Smithsonian Institute, they have reenacted audio from them speaking to the people on the ground. So I'm gonna put this back up on the screen real quick, just to give you a general understanding of where this happened. So where you see the point of that Miami, Florida point of the Bermuda Triangle, they were not very far from the coast of Florida when all this was taking place. And what happened in the communications were they got probably a little bit out towards Bahamas, towards Bimini Islands, over in that region is where everything got twisted. And so they've got, basic, real grits and gravy navigational systems. So, if you've seen one of those old school compasses that come in water and floats on water with the dial in the middle of it, and the thing kind of oscillates, right? And so as the vehicle moves around the navigational tool, the compass, with the buoyancy kind of moves with it, right? We all have seen those kinds of compasses, right? Those things don't spin, right? They do not just spin. These navigational systems, to your point, kids, about the magnetic field.
Magnetic situation, yeah.
Yeah, it's something going on there, which we'll finish the story talking about that. But there was something going on. They were at some certain point, they were in view of the Florida coastline. They could see the Florida coastline, but they were still confused as to where they were. And so the audio in the Smithsonian archives has these guys. They have a flight lieutenant flying with them. There are five bombers, which I'll put up again just 1 second, as soon as I find them. There are 5 bombers, and they're all in formation, flying around doing a routine navigational exercise. They're trying to train. They're training these younger guys on how to navigate in the air, using the compasses and all this kind of stuff. And all of a sudden, they get to a certain point, and the navigational tools start to go erratic and not make any kinds of sense. And one guy at least is in the view of the Florida coastline, and he's still confused. So they start arguing and talking crazy to each other, and it was bad sounding if you listen to the audio at the Smithsonian. This is just radio contact from the planes to the people on the ground that's communicating with them. It goes bad. And all of a sudden, they are not understanding where they are. They are not, everybody's confused. And all of a sudden, they go off of radar. When they go off of radar, they're never ever seen again. 12 crew members, 5 planes, 12 crew members, gone in a blink of an eye. And what's interesting behind it, and let me just throw this back up on the screen. These are the people that they sent behind them, Cares and Trips. These are the Avengers, they call them. These are the people a few months later they went to go, because just imagine what 9/11 was for us during that time. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. This was that for them. So a few months into it, after crazy negative press, nobody's going to go out there and go look for them. They sent this squadron out for them. These are called the Avengers. Every one of these guys you see on the screen right here were also lost looking for those guys in Flight 19.
Crazy.
Oh,
were they sent individually?
Every last one of them.
Because this is the military, and if they could see Florida, they had no Navy assets out there looking like for wreckage, or they looked for wreckage and didn't find any.
There's that too. There's that too going on, but they didn't want to risk vehicles. I mean, the oceanic vehicles going out in there, because they wanted to get a view from overhead to see if they can find some kind of semblance of something that they can, dig into.
Well, I guess the question is, did they not send boats out or ships out there looking for wreckage because of the Bermuda Triangle phenomenon, and they were trying to avoid it?
I've seen stories that they did send. There were definitely Coast Guard people that went out there, but they only went so far. My recollection of it. And they decided to pull those guys back without going too far and send the planes over it again, which to me didn't really make a whole lot of sense, because if the planes were having navigational problems, you sent boats out there, they didn't see nothing out there. Why would you send another group of a squadron out there to do the exact same thing? It made no sense to me, really, at all. But these are the souls that were lost, and they called them the Avengers. They called them the Avengers for a reason. They were there to redeem and find out what happened to their brethren, and they were lost.
Because every one of the ones that we're looking at, that the Avengers, they all volunteered. As we would. It's like, hey, and let me go. I'll go see what happened to our boys. And I was like, they all gone too.
It is absolutely frightening. The stuff that I'm showing you guys right now is stuff that I read when I was an 11-year-old boy. And I'm just having a conversation about it for the first time out loud. And this really, really frightened me, man. It really did, because I don't care what anybody thinks of it. I think there's totally a phenomenon going on out there, because this is just a handful of people in the grand scheme of all the people that were lost going through this vicinity. So in 1994, this group of guys and the planes that they were flying in 1994, 1996, somewhere in that neighborhood, they built a submersible able to go to the depths of that part of the ocean where they thought these guys probably went down. And to the people that are conspiracy theorists and think this or that, this is what I can say as an absolute fact. They sent a submersible down there, and they did find one plane of one of these guys. I don't know exactly which one, but they found one of their planes down there with not a body in it. Everything is sealed. Everything is sealed, but no body in there.
Where are these bodies going?
That's the question.
Mm-hmm.
They also found a whole bunch of speed boats and stuff from like the 80s and stuff when people were running drugs down to Florida from wherever. They found a bunch of those down there. They found some other mariner vessels out there, fishing boats, a lot of stuff sitting at the bottom of that particular area of the ocean, which also leads me to believe that there is something. So I'll describe something to you. So a boat is made to be buoyant because water gives you that buoyancy. One of the things that people have speculated about is there may be methane gas deposits beneath there. So, like if a methane gas burst happened beneath a ship in particular, it's going to take the buoyancy away from that ship. And that heavy ass ship that had all that buoyancy on the surface of the water is going to sink straight down to deep. And I mean fast, really, really fast. So there is proof of some methane deposits in that. I wouldn't say all over that area, but they have found methane deposit materials in that area. So that's like the only logical excuse to why something like the USS Cyclops, that big ass ship, just would come up missing.
Does the methane bother the planes?
It would bother. I don't know about the planes, but anything on the surface of that water is going down.
Hmm.
Does
the methane have anything to do with magnetic interference or anything? Could that affect that?
No. Not knowing the man that as physics and science would dictate, the methane gas would only have an effect on anything that's on the surface of that water. This is a big fart. It's a big fart that without the fart, that boat is going to float and have buoyancy and oscillate around on that water and really have no effect. But if that methane burst happened, it would have to happen exactly when that boat was right above that methane burst. So that burst had to happen immediately while that boat was there. It could absolutely sink it. But
have you ever been to see one of these methane bursts on film video?
I've seen a science project done. When I was in the 9th grade, I've seen it. And it came from this story. So we had I talked somebody into doing it, and it was a science project being done, and they did that at the science fair. You've been to
how
a
did they
science fair?
simulate that?
You get a fish tank, and you create the. You can do it.
Flatulence, man.
Put a fart underneath there. You got some methane now, huh? All right,
that's his name.
That leads me to this. And the final part of this story is this. You guys know where the Bimini Islands are, right?
I'm familiar, yes.
Right off of. So let me put this back up real quick just to show you. So if you see where the point of Florida is, right outside of there, you got the Bahama Islands, and probably I think due east of the Bahama Islands, you have the Bimini Islands. Great folklore has come from this story right here. But in the Bimini Islands recently, I think as recently as 1976, 1978, somewhere in that neighborhood, don't quote me on that, but this is an overhead view of what they call the Bimini Stones. These are the Bimini Stones in overhead view. And I don't know what you guys can take from what you're seeing on the screen right here, but it's definitely a rock formation that's not natural in my estimation. And you really can't tell from, they're just sitting and floating over the top of it, and you can't really tell. But it's important that I show you the overhead view next to the side view. That look like a formation to you, Triple
R? It looks like they're in a line.
Exactly.
I'm trying to see what it looks like. I mean, they're lined up. Yeah, I don't. What are they? The rocks or the coral, or there could be reef. I don't know. I mean, but it looks like the edge of like a breakwater kind of thing. So to where the currents change, and that's like that part of it. I don't know.
So what they call this, in I guess today's folklore, they call this the Bimini Road. They seem to think that this is a road, like a cobble road that's been sunken under.
Oh,
I think differently.
A road.
And it's going to lead me into the whole thing about the sunken city of Atlantis, which really captivates me. I think this is the top. This is the very top of some bigger structure that's beneath it. I don't think this is a road whatsoever. I think this is the top of a structure. You guys can give me what you think of this, but that's what I think this is. But they have called this the Bimini Road. I think it's like a cobblestone road, and we haven't uncovered more of it. That would be true if it was a whole bunch more just like it next to it, in my opinion. I think this is a top of some kind of structure.
You ever take a what is that ultrasound of it, or not ultrasound, but ultrasound. You know, look down in there, see if it's hollow or how deep it is or what's underneath it. You know, are these stones individual? Are they stacked? You know, like a pyramid that's sunken.
What's funny about you saying that, Trips, is there's information for another story that we're going to do in another week or two about the pyramids, that they did the exact thing that you're talking about, an ultrasound to what's beneath the pyramids, under the big pyramid in Giza, smaller one.
Your boy.
This is I don't know scientifically why they haven't been able to do that in the ocean, but I'm pretty sure that's a different animal.
Well, yeah, and I guess, you know, because there's a person in the picture here, it's not just a thing where it's like anybody in the area is just disappearing. So
no.
Yeah.
Now, to Kids' point about so the Earth has a magnetic field that we live under. We live with it every day. It's a magnetic field that keeps everything aligned, keeps us ground on Earth, and everything in accordance of what gravity can bring to us. I think Kids is right when he said that something about this area, the magnetic field changes. For whatever reason, that's the only thing. If you've ever seen a compass that was oscillating on water, Triple R and Kids, you know those things don't just spin. They just go left or right. Might go south, might go north, but they don't spin. Recordings in the Smithsonian Institute have people saying that these things are spinning and they don't know where they are. There is definitely something about this part of the world, this part of the ocean, that is different than everywhere else on Earth. My personal opinion, and this is my conspiracy theorist coming out of me, I think this is the sunken city of Atlantis. We're just seeing the surface of it.
The only reason why I don't make that speculation is just I don't. If Atlantis actually exists, I think it might be somewhere else. I don't think that's where Atlantis would be. I think Atlantis would be elsewhere. I don't think it would be there.
Why not?
Just because that's not where I expect Atlantis to be. I think geographically it would be closer to a few different places, but not there.
Why not?
I do agree. Just from what they've said, right? From what I've read and from what I've heard, and I'm terrible with geography, so I can't really give you a good description. But this wouldn't be the area that I would like. I wouldn't think Atlantis would be in the Caribbean. I think it would be closer to either sort of above and outside Africa, like or outside. Yeah, basically like above and outside Africa, like where Africa, like off of the Middle East, but further into the ocean. That's my thoughts.
I get your mind, and
it's just geographically.
I know why you would think like that.
Yeah.
I know exactly why you would think like that. And that part has gone through my mind multiple times. But my mind had to give way to possibility.
I agree with the train of thought though. Like don't get me wrong. I think you're on the right track when you're looking at this and you're thinking that maybe this is the Eye of Africa. Like that's where I think that Atlantis would be. You know what I mean? Like that's where I would think. This I do agree with your speculation though, not necessarily specifically Atlantis, but this is you're probably right in thinking that this is a sunken city, right? This is the top of a sunken city, and that's that's how it's represented. I'm not sure if that's
and when they release their sewage, that's when the methane comes up and sucks the boats down.
Let me give you
There
guys
has to be some kind of exhaust, right?
That's not crazy, Trip. That's not crazy to think of. Perhaps. Sorry, go ahead.
I want to just give you guys real quick, because we do got a couple more things before we get out of here. Some of the myths and some of the conspiracies around this. There are myths about people being abducted by aliens. That's why people were never seen or heard of again. And vehicles, ships, whether they were planes or vessels, were never seen again. People think they were abducted by aliens. There's stories out there where people say they ended up floating into an area where there was a mothership above the clouds that was doing something, and they just got caught in a time warp. They got that out there. People, I mean, the methane burst, which I told you about, there's been many, like if you were to do a Google search or AI search about the many sightings of people seeing vehicles flying over water or hiding in clouds in the area of the Bimini Islands, there's so many kids and trips, so many, and everybody can't be crazy. I'm just saying, but that's one thing. The navigational tools, that's a through line through all of these stories, and I told you there's more than a couple dozen of them. All of these stories that have had communication with the shore, all of them reported problems with the navigational tools. The same things, like this compass is going crazy, spinning, don't make no sense. I don't know where I'm at. Through line through it all. Let me see. And that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
With the multiple, like I wish we had time to talk about them all, because I think they all deserve some speaking to, man. These are people that lived their lives, went out there for whatever reason, whether it was just work, whether you were in the military, whether you were on a cargo vessel, whatever it was, those people are humans, and they no longer exist to our knowledge. And so I just think it's important that when you tell those stories, at least put a few faces to it. I tried to do that tonight. And that's the end of this, man. Any last thoughts about the Bermuda Triangle, Bimini Island, and these stones? Any last thoughts about them? Go ahead.
Well, yeah. I got there. Show me the camera here, because I got this compass, and now it doesn't work if you do it vertically. So you got to hold it up right here. You see that? Well, magnetic north. And then I got this magnet, and it's like this big side of the magnet here attracts magnetic north. Then I flip it, just the magnet, and the compass spins, to the south, so the different poles attract. So as I move the magnet, the compass is moving. So in order for the gyroscope on the compass to move, and let's say if you're in a plane and the magnetic stuff is fucked up, if you're moving vertically through the air, or horizontally rather, in order for the magnet to affect it, it has to be all around it. So it's like they're flying through a magnetic field of some sort.
So let me ask you a question.
Uh,
Why is that magnet attracted to that piece of equipment that you have?
Because polar north is
Is it
And
metal?
a compass is based on magnetism.
Is there metal there?
magnetism.
Is there metal there?
No, magnet.
No, is that other piece that you have in your other hand? Is there metal on that?
Yes, it's the compass.
Either
Right.
anything magnetized
There's
or polarized has
there's
metal.
two variables there that have to be reckoned with. That's that magnetic pull, and that is some kind of metal that makes that magnetic pull be effective, right?
Well, I mean, the compass itself works by attracting to magnetic north. That's how you know where north is. And so, with an actual magnet, the North Pole and the South Pole, it affects. It's like right now you can't see it because I can't do it sideways. But right now, north is to my 9 o'clock, so to my left. But when I put the magnet any place around it, now this whole thing is spinning.
Of course, because it thinks magnetic north is that magnetized
Right. And then
thing
when
that
I
you're
flip
holding.
it goes opposites because it's going to the south. And
Right.
so I'm just thinking of plane wise to confuse a whole squadron of planes, they all have to be affected by the same thing at the same time. And
They
if
would
they're
all
in formation, they're going to be in that same, radius.
Which is why none of them survive.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm just trying to think about it from a scientific aspect as well.
Oh yeah, I remember this shit in 8th, 9th grade, man. I remember it, man. But this hell of a story, one of the more intriguing mysteries of my life. That, like I told you, there's only a handful of things that really, really, really get my mind going. This hell of an imagination that I have. This is one of them, man. And man, dude, y'all ready to get into? We got a couple movies to get into, maybe one, but y'all ready to do that? All right, give me a second. All right, Triple R, now cool out. I'm talking about the Horn of Africa and the greatness and the what could be possible in Africa and all the history that we all know about as Black people that comes from Africa that mainstream doesn't talk about, and history books don't really give you the proper, basically, diagnosis of what Africa contributed to the world. I think this movie Black Panther, and Lord, all I gotta do is see old boy that played. I forget.
Chadwick Boseman.
Oh man, dog, he represented it so well, and then lost his life after I think one more movie after this. He was going through this, doing this movie and dealing with some kind of cancer and
colon cancer.
Yeah, it was so sad to me. But let's put that to the side and talk about Kez is a Marvel guy and read the comic books, which I had no idea about, none whatsoever, until it came into a screenplay and onto a movie. Had no idea about this. I just never really gave a shit about comic books, but how this came across and how people reacted to the movie Black Panther. I'm just talking about people in my community, people that I know, Black people. This was like, I don't know, man. I don't even know how to describe, but it was a visceral reaction to this in the best way possible.
From what I could tell, the greeting and, and dapping each other up and all that, it was a sense of pride because of the origination of, the motherland, oh shit, our lineage, is developed from superheroes or, or a society that had the vibranium or, the advancements of that or from that. And being from the hood or just from the city, that shit's boring. It's like, oh shit, we emanate from greatness. So everybody was doing the hand signals and proud of being just represented on the big screen, not slanging and banging or trying to carry a beat, but as an actual, hero of it all, and a whole society of people that look like you, doing the damn thing. And so that sense of pride of having an actual superhero movie that was like all about the brothers is like, oh shit, you know what I mean? That I mean, I think that's what I was feeling from just people in the hood or around the way when it came out.
For me, Trips, it was that Africa had the world's most powerful resource on its continent and had total control of it, which gave them pretty much if they wanted to, and they're invisible to society as far as that goes, and the resources invisible to society, and having that kind of power. And what they did with it wasn't heavy-handed. They didn't use it to oppress people. That's the crux of the movie, is they kept away from society, they kept in the shadows, and they used it when they needed to. So the character, the Black Panther, he was an avenger for the most part, and he went out to take care of the bad in the world, and they didn't use that very powerful mineral that they had on the continent to oppress people, and that's to me the story.
So I really like what they did with this particular comic book property. There's a couple of issues that I have with it, just in continuity, and man, they kind of man, like if he could have just been alive for just a little bit longer, it would have worked out so well, because like, I hate to say this, but the way that the Black Panther is depicted in the comics, at some point he dies. There's actually it's an important transition, and I'll get into that in a second. Part of what I wish they spent a little bit more time on, and they didn't, was the attempt at exploitation of vibranium. It's a very, they kind of downplayed it a little bit in the film. The attempt to exploit this resource that you know that the people of Wakanda were protecting, it's the biggest part of the story that they left out, or sort of downplayed. The character of the Claw, who's only in this movie for a little bit. I believe he's in another Marvel movie for a little bit. His entire character is based on going to Africa, stealing vibranium, and then basically going back to Africa, finding more vibranium, murdering black folks, killing, unaliving black folks, trying to get more vibranium and sell it to the highest bidder for reverse engineering, etc. Like, this is, one guy's hell bent on exploiting this natural resource. And it's not just a Claw. There's one other Marvel villain who does it. Both of these guys are from Africa. For some reason, they decided that the Claw in this film was from Australia. The original Claw was from South Africa, which again is a nod to apartheid, etc., and exploitation. So they kind of changed things a little bit there, which I didn't necessarily like. But what they did do is really focus on Wakandan society, which I thought was a beautiful thing. They did a very good thing there. Angela Bassett's performance in both of these movies is top notch, right? She did a great job, as did Michael B. Jordan. But to move to the more comic book accurate end piece to this, what is supposed to happen is, and they move down this road with Marvel, like Marvel MCU. I believe I guess it's part 2. So they do introduce Namor, the character of Namor, and Atlantis, considering what we're talking about earlier on, in part 2 to this. Down the road, the general thing that is to happen is that there's supposed to be a war between Atlantis and Wakanda, and in effect, the Black Panther is unalived, and they eventually move on, not just with
Kids froze up.
with the characters, with the new Black Panther, as well as with sort of a young group of Wakandans who some are mutants and have powers, some don't have powers, but sort of become more or less like a Wakandan force. And the story sort of moves on in that direction. They just they just unfortunately lost this guy before they could really pay off what they were trying to do. And what I'm trying to say is that this would have become a very large wing of what the MCU is doing. So they because Patrick Boseman didn't make it, they had to they had to pivot, and they pivoted hard.
I got to say this, kids. I love the way you break it down, because you're bringing probably the comic book. You definitely bringing the comic book and marrying it with the movie and doing it in contrast to say, you could have done more of this during the screenplay and that would have made it better. That's something I wouldn't know because I haven't read it. You're describing it to me. The screenplay that I saw, and there's many, many aspects of that screenplay. And screenplay, I wrote one time. I wrote one time by accident. Just wrote one. Anyway, that's another story. But how screenplays work, how they build character, tell a story, bring it to kind of bring it to a crescendo, get you all the way up and bring it back down. To me, that process, and you might think one or the other is more important in that, rise, crescendo, and then drop down to the conclusion. Your mind might find any part of that more interesting than the other. To me, 9 times out of 10, it's the story building, the character building, but more importantly, the crescendo, how it came to an end in the first episode, in the first series, the first movie. What they did with the vibranium was the most important thing in the world. You're talking about the most oppressed people, the most oppressed continent on Earth. Everybody has taken advantage of people in Africa and that continent. And here it is that they have the most valuable resource on Earth, the most powerful resource on Earth. And after all of that oppression, what did they do? They decided to use it, come out of the shadows and use it to bring peace to the world. Y'all know how I am, man. I'm a glass half full guy. Of course, I'm going to see that as the premise of the story. So that is, to me, the most important thing, that after all of that, and it speaks to the spirit of Black people that I know, that, we've been, oppressed and brutalized forever. But it doesn't do anything to our spirit, because we always have that. That's our baseline. That's who we are. We are survivors. We are resilient. And that's what this movie represented to me. It's like, you do all that shit you want to us, but you can't stop who we are.
See, and that's what you're describing is just captured so much better in the comic book, right? And what I mean by that is it's as opposed to being a the comic book representation of this Kilgore's not an important, like, he's a character, but he's not the focal part of the story. The focal part of the story is truly the white man's attempt to exploit Wakandan vibranium, and how hell-bent he is or and that's really what the comic book version of this is all about. And like I'm saying, in my opinion, they kind of watered that down a little bit and did not focus on that general, we trying to steal your shit. But hell or high water, we are trying to steal your shit. They really changed things to make it more of a a family story, which was cool. Like I liked it. I thought it was awesome. But it was a little bit different than what I'd read and a little bit different than what I was expecting. I was expecting something a little bit more I was expecting more of an expose on just the general oppression of Africa. And they kind of did that, but they did it at a much more palatable level, I guess, for folks to relate to. So
let's look at it this way: the most resource-rich continent on Earth is what continent?
Yeah, you ain't asking me questions.
Is that not true now?
But this was my point, right? My point is
what is Africa doing now? They're reclaiming their power and kicking other societies out of there to reclaim their power. And they're not trying to oppress nobody. They're not trying to mistreat nobody. They're trying to reclaim their power. Like, all you MFers can't come in here and just take our resources and keep all the power over the world. Black Panther is happening right now.
That's what the story is about, right? And the way that they went about it in the MCU is really just to sort of say, like, hey, we know that that's what's going on, and everybody around us is oppressed, and because we know that the oppression will happen, we've sort of cordoned off Wakanda and made it invisible to everybody. And you can't see or know what's happening here because of how we're using this technology. And I thought that was so cool.
Dope as shit, man.
It's super dope. The difference between that and the comics is just the comics is very blatant in showing the attempt of these villains trying, like, the villain isn't another black man in the comics, is really where I'm going. It's not black man versus black man in the subway system and shit. It's
that's the part I didn't like.
That's what it's not. In the comics, it's these two guys who figured out how to harness the power of vibranium to a much lesser extent than Wakanda has, trying to usurp Wakandan vibranium. That's really what it is. It is the African struggle against that oppressive force and theft of resources. And it's cool. It's a really cool spin.
Absolutely brilliant screenplay, absolutely brilliant storyline, character building, bringing things to a crescendo and bringing things to a conclusion. But you're right, Kez, about that, how they remain kind of a recluse from society with the technology was a hidden feature of the movie that I would have never seen coming, but that was dope. And how they went about it. You're talking about peaceful people that wanted to bring joy and love. In the scenes of the movie, all you see in the spirit of Africa with the dance and the music and the joy and what we have. Like, black people, the thing about black people that I know, you can give us a ball of clay. You can give us a ball of clay and a goddamn match, and we can turn that into a party. We are the best, and anybody, I'll argue with anybody. We are the best on the planet Earth of making something out of nothing. That's the spirit of black people. True or not?
Yes, very true.
And it's called Jimmy Rig.
Jimmy Rig. Or jury rig. I've also heard jury rig.
Well, that's something different. But the way that we are able to rig things, Jimmy Rig. Yeah, okay. Jimmy Rig.
So there's one other aspect of this film that I wish they brought to light, and it's really truly an aspect of the character T'Challa. So in Marvel comics, there's generally three guys who are respected as being the most intelligent people in in the superhero community, and T'Challa is a close number three. So those three people would be Tony Stark. You get a good representation of how smart the billionaire playboy is as a member of the Avengers. You get a good representation of Reed Richards' intelligence and high intellect in this latest Fantastic Four movie. T'Challa is like a close number three in overall intelligence and understanding. A lot of what they charged Shuri with from a like she's tech support type thing, a lot of that is originally T'Challa. T'Challa does all of that type of studies right alongside her and excels beyond her. He just wasn't given that intellectual the intellectual part of his persona was not paid off at all in this movie, and I found that a little bit weird. I thought that they should maybe cut to a couple of scenes where it was like, oh shit, this brother's super smart too.
That makes me challenge what you think of as an intellectual. Is it what you can remember and what you can recite, what you remember?
No,
no intellectual to you, or
no. That's not what I truly mean by an intellectual. I'm talking much more of a scientific mind.
That's a certain level, and that
not
doesn't
just book reading and book learnings. I'm talking like actual build shit, engineer shit.
That's a certain level of intellect, and that's a whole lot of memory to that, and there's a lot of understanding and fast processing that gets you to that level. I'm talking about brain processing speed.
And wasn't his sister more the brainiac?
But this is what I'm trying to say is that so strangely in the comics, sister isn't so much a brainiac. His sister is a badass fighting, like she's a fighter. So strangely in this like, and why she's a fighter is very similar to just about any woman in any sort of action type role. Her character is a character that has basically had to sort of fight her way through because she knows she'll never be the Black Panther. Her entire society is run by men, so she takes on that that more alpha woman angle as opposed to being a technologist. T'Challa's both a technologist and an alpha male fighter. Like that's really really who his character is.
Can I give you a perspective? And I think once I describe this, I think you'll understand where I'm coming from. Let's just talk about what people know me for on the Nomad Network, and that's football. I think I've told you guys stories about being when I first really got a real freaking play call book and had to understand it and know how to diagnose everything that I was seeing. Processing speed. How fast are you able to retain this information and be able to put it on the field? I think I've described that to you all. Me being somebody that takes to that particular thing, I think it's not that I'm fast to communication information. I'm really fast to it. But if it's something that I really, really like, I'm even faster to it. If it's something that I love, I'm going to be an expert at it. And so because I'm a football player at heart, the information that was given to me, it was like I vacuumed that up like you put that thing on your rug and it's in me that fast. And there was a whole bunch of people around me that was just like, how you know understand that fast? And to the people around me who weren't dumb people, they were intellectuals too. It was just that particular amount of information they just didn't take to as well as I did. And so when we're talking about intellectual, you have to understand that there are categories. You might be an intellectual of mathematics. You might be an intellectual of scientifics and biology. You might be an intellectual of a whole bunch of different things that come with the world. Does that make you more or less of anything? It's about processing speed. What do you do with information when giving it to you? Are you interested in it in the first place or not? That's what it comes down to. So Africa, as far as intellectuals go, the intellectuals are off the chart there and all over the world. Just for reference.
Fair. I'm not sure where you are, but what I'll say is I was hoping that, and maybe intellectual is the wrong word to use. Like I say, he's a scientific / engineering mind. If we're talking about categories and being sort of more specific to what I'm talking about with this particular character, that was not paid off in this movie in any capacity. They took those facets of his character and attributed them to his sister. That's what happened. She played tech support. She got all the smarts and scientifics. He was just the superhero guy. In comic book lore, this guy's basically number 3 scientist's mind. Right up there with Reed Richards and Tony Stark, right? Like Tony Stark built the Iron Man suit and they pay off all of that engineering know-how and brilliance. They don't do that with T'Challa. T'Challa built the vibranium suit. That's part of the story in the comic. It's how the comic goes.
The sister would be your hero in this movie. So her processing speed with science, mathematics, and quantum physics was off the chart.
Yeah, that and this is sort of what I'm saying is that is T'Challa. Those aspects of the Shuri character that they put forward in this film are all T'Challa's shit. Like that's a major reason why the Black Panther is who he is in the comic books. He's brilliant.
Yeah,
he's
because from what I get in the movie, not being familiar with the comic books, was the sister was the tech nerd and he was just to go out and kick ass guy.
Yeah, no, is what I'm trying to say. Is like, no, this is a king who is trained in science and engineering, who is also trained to whoop your ass, right? Like this is the full view of T'Challa that we didn't quite get in this movie. We got an awesome view. I loved it. I thought he really held it down. But like I'm saying, me and my boy came out of this movie and we're like, he's just as big a comic book geek as I am. And we looked at each other. We're like, damn, man, like I thought they'd make him look a little bit smarter in this movie. You know what I mean?
So I only say this not to contrast you kids, but to understand how minds work. You might have a mind for science. You might have a mind for mathematics. You might have a mind for any manner of different things. You might have a creative mind that doesn't take to any of that kind of shit. You might have a philosophical mind. You might have any manner of different kinds of minds. It's what you take to and what you really can pour yourself into. You know what I mean? Like for me, the physicality of my nature as a child turned into me as a football player, and my love for that and my processing speed made it easy for me, whereas it was difficult for other people around me. Did that make them not smart people? No,
you're missing me though. I'm
not accusing nobody of anything. I'm just talking about who has a mind for what. So when it comes to intelligence, you might be intelligent in the field of science. You might be intelligent in the field of mathematics. You might be intelligent in the field of whatever and be dumb as a goddamn box of rocks.
Yeah.
When it comes to other things. And so when you start talking about who's smart and who's not, you just got to understand some things, man.
No. I fully respect that. It's good. You know, what I'm trying to say has nothing to do with the way that others process information differently. Like to say that, like, you know, a ninja isn't a brilliant genius versus a artist isn't a brilliant genius. They're both brilliant geniuses in what they do. My point being, this guy's a brilliant genius in science and engineering, and they completely overlooked that aspect of his character. I'm not saying that he's smarter than the next guy.
Well, I hear you.
You know, in this particular character in the MCU, there's certain people, or in Marvel Comics, there's certain people that are respected with or lauded as being brilliant.
Mr. Fantastic.
Mr. Or even Ironheart, you know, that she's also a brilliant young mind coming up into doing what she's doing. This guy's right there with that level of overall engineering, scientific, mathematic, build, you know, break something down, build it up, you know, brain power. Like he is. That's this guy.
Kids and Trips, I gotta say this, man. And this is really what I think about this movie and how I think it affected the psyche of people around me, all the Black people I know. I think this is the first movie ever that I've seen that had this kind of lore. I'm talking about world, I'm talking about international kind of what Black people can be and are, and its effect on society, and be portrayed in that light ever. I don't think there's a movie. There's a lot of great movies I've seen over the years that had Black main characters, Black people driving the storyline, the entire gambit of things. I'm talking about the storyline, the nucleus, the crescendo, the conclusion, and it all meant that Black people have that much power. And I think it's that. In essence, is what made people react to it in such a visceral way. There's so many memes that happened after this movie, after people went and saw this, whether they saw it in the movie theater, they saw it at home, they saw it on Netflix, wherever the fuck they saw it at. But Black people reacted to this movie in a way that I can't really describe to you.
Well, it's positive. I mean, because look at the as Minister said, Rosewood, you know, with Ving Rhames. Yeah, I can't watch that movie no more because it gets me feeling a certain kind of way.
I watched it once and I don't never want to see it no more.
Right? Yeah, I mean, because it's like because that stirs up the ancestors in the soul. You know, whereas Prodigy, that's the word. Whereas Black Panther was more of a positive, you know, forward thinking. It's like, yeah, superhero kind of thing.
Hold on for 1 second, Trips. Kids, Triple R, I got one question before you finish, Trips. Is this the last movie of Stan Lee?
I don't think so.
No, there was another one after this.
Like,
what the hell was it?
That might be irrelevant. I just wanted to know.
I'm pretty sure he's in, like, he makes his cameo in all the Spider-Man movies as well. So I'm pretty sure he's in whatever the following Spider-Man movie directly after this was. Pretty sure. And yes, Minister Charles, Prodigy is probably a better word, you know, than me sort of just, you know, blanket labeling intellect or smart, but Prodigy is probably a better word for sure. But yeah, stands in all of this stuff up until, unfortunately, his passing, which is like just before
Chadwick.
Endgame and you know those the Avengers 2 films there. But you know, that's like Prodigy number 4 would be Peter Parker. Like these, like the fourth or fifth one. Those are like the brain trust of
I don't even know why I thought that this was his last movie, but I think this has had the most profound impact on people in the community that I live in.
It's interesting. They did a great job of making a cultural film, right? A cultural superhero film. They did a really good job. The culture appreciated what they did, right down to the soundtrack. Shout out Kendrick Lamar. I love that soundtrack from front to back. Very different, very cool. You know, all that stuff being said, they then tried to do it again and then tried to do it again. And you can't just rinse, wash, repeat culture and put it on a platter and hope that it's a winner.
Yes, you can. If you know what you're doing.
I don't think it worked like that.
I think you can. You got to have the right storyteller. Like
maybe
Coogler has proven to me that if he puts the right people around him, right advisors, right people that help him with the storyline, and if he writes a whole outline of the script. And one of the things about me that I think you guys kind of can feel that is I'm very open to interpretation, but I've got my own mind at the same time. Like if I was making a musical track or something like that, and I gave you guys the opportunity to say, hey, you know, what do you think about this? I'm going to hear you. But at the same time, my vision is what got us here. My vision is I'm not talking about this particular podcast. I'm just talking about creativity. And you just got to trust people who can put shit together, man. You know, we are some dynamic fucking creatures as Black people, man. We are dynamic as fuck. So you just got to trust some of that, man. But let's get to the next thing because Kez went off the reservation. We got one more thing. We're going to get up out of here. Y'all been talking about it for weeks. Go ahead and take off, man.
Oh, man. I didn't expect this. It's 2:30 on the East Coast and you bring up Fight Club.
Hey, before you get to talking, Kez, just know I remember bits and pieces about this. Y'all going to remind me more about this movie than I remember. I'm just telling you.
It was
you didn't like this one,
the mind of a schizophrenic.
Did you like this one, Trip?
Yeah, inside the mind of a schizophrenic.
Yeah. It's a schizophrenic insomniac. This is the coolest movie, man. It kind of just starts out with this dude on a plane. He's like, man, like I have the shittiest, most boring job in the world. I'm an insurance adjuster. I go places. They send me on a plane, and I go to these places. Meanwhile, like my crib, look at my crib. I just have because I'm never at my crib. I have just like IKEA shit in this place, and you know, I come home, I build my IKEA shit. And I sleep in it for a couple of days, and I'm back on a plane, and I'm out adjusting stuff and basically trying to screw people out of money for like the most traumatizing situations they could possibly be in. And then next thing you know, there's like a maybe 45-second flash clip to this guy screaming on a ledge and his apartment's on fire. And you kind of think it's just like a joke. And then they get back to him, you know, he's on a plane.
Wait, Kez. You know, you guys have seen this movie in depth and know this thing in depth. And you started off well, Kez, but I don't know. I don't know that you accurately set this up the right way.
What did I miss?
What is the premise of this movie? Like what are we getting to in this movie? And then you fill in the blanks. I would say.
Oh well, I'm getting to the crux of the film. I can't just drop. I got a Fight Club. I got to Fight Club
with that because it's so confusing.
I can't lead it. I can't lead with the premise of the film without getting to the reality of it, because this movie is presented as something that it's not. This movie is presented as a movie about two white dudes who like start a fight club because it's cool and they fight and like
buddy movie.
You know what I mean? Like it's a buddy movie with Brad Pitt and Ed Norton, and they fight, and it's cool. Like that's how this movie is presented to the masses. That's not like that's a part of the film, but that's not what the movie is. I mean, like Neil Red Pill, so did I.
Yeah, but then the culture that was built, from it throughout all the places that he was visiting, and how many underground, in the shadows, kitchen workers, bellboys, busboys, just not the dregs of society, but the forgotten
just
of society.
Hold on, fellas, before you go, kid. Am I the only one? Am I the only person that got some kind of sense or semblance of some secret society shit going on here?
Well,
not secret, but secret. Don't talk about it. Yeah, secret, but not secret society as in preying on others, but more so the bringing out the competitive nature and the animalistic side of themselves instead of being the mild-mannered, law-abiding, boring citizens.
It does get more like full-on secret society case scenario, but I'm going to lean towards like militia, like which I'm sure nobody wanted me to lean towards.
That's also a secret.
You know what I mean? Like it is very true. So what winds up happening is, again, this guy during these trips would fall asleep on the plane and basically take on a completely different persona, right? Because over time, what's happened is he's developed insomnia. He can't really sleep on his own volition, but he will fall asleep and turn into the character who's holding the pink soap. And the character who's holding the pink soap, in his opinion, is the apex version of himself. Super bad MF out there fighting people, causing trouble, burning down his house.
Hold on, kid. Look at Last Minute Mary. She said the soap part of the movie always confused me. Shout out to Last Minute Mary. You don't understand what the fuck that means, unless they just dirty as shit.
Oh, like there's like a reason for the soap part.
He's gonna come.
I don't remember the symbolism, but it means something.
That's what I'm talking about.
Blank it out. Well, there's a whole process. They get deep into the process of soap and selling it as a thing. I don't know why they were selling soap like as a thing. It was the weirdest. I'm kind of with you there. It's a weird part of the movie, but I think it's more of a I think it's more of a ritualistic thing that he had these men doing, because as it progresses and sort of catching up to where Trip was, this guy continues to travel around the world, like around North America, and he's changing into this secondary persona, and he starts fighting people. Initially, the first fight is against himself. And it's something that you don't get to understand until the very end of the movie. Mm-hmm. The first fight is these two guys against each other, but they're the same guy. So he's fighting himself publicly in front of a bar after getting drunk. And people are literally like, they're watching him beat himself up going, this dude's gotta be, he's crazy, this man. And they're just spectators watching him fight himself. But as it goes along, people start to join in on this action, and they start fighting each other and or themselves, and Fight Club becomes a thing.
I think you skirting around the truth, man. I think I ain't gonna say both of y'all. I'm just talking about you. I think you skirting around the fact that he was turning this guy into an animal.
He's turning himself into an animal. He is the guy.
They're the same guy.
So that's where the schizophrenia comes from. either way, you're talking about somebody making themselves animalistic in order to be what? So you're turning yourself into somebody that's indifferent about anything, violent on a whim, and obtuse to pain and anguish.
Well, yeah,
So
because it was the opposite of his daytime, the Jekyll to his Hyde, if you will.
Big
You
time.
know, Edward
there's a-
Norton was a big pussy.
But there's a lesson to be learned there. And what he's actually embracing is the ability to let that, and this is like a quote from the film, to let that which truly does not matter slide. So even though he's building himself up as this apex alpha male character, when it comes down to real shit, kind of recognizes in many cases that it's like, fuck it. I don't really have to do like society's
whatever
or anything if it doesn't matter, if it doesn't ultimately change or make a difference in my life, which includes work, which includes.
Here's the thing, fellas. I think y'all still missing the big picture. Both characters are showing each other what it's going to have to take in order for you to be what you need to be in this society. You're going to have to be absolutely violent. You're going to be absolutely indifferent to pain, indifferent to somebody else's pain. This is what you're going to have. You're going to have to be a fucking barbarian.
No.
And
no.
That's the secret to the society is you're going to have to do some things you don't want to fucking do. And you're going to have to learn how to be indifferent to it. That's what
No. That was just the building up of this particular character in order to
evil.
No, it's not evil. In order to gain fellowship and to be respected, he gains respect from just your regular average Joe America, because he's built himself up to be this person, this
person to be respected,
this person to be
worthy of respect,
and at the same time, in a manner under which he has and owns virtually nothing. He's not being respected for how much money he's generated or for the things that he has. He's being respected for the person he's turned himself into, regardless, right? His ability to fight.
So
and what does that do? That unleashes
for his violence, right?
Well, not because his violence, yes, but what the mild-mannered Edward Norton, who's a great actor, and the animalistic Tyler Durden. So the people that join the Fight Club that see him beating the shit out of himself and say, "Hey, let's get into that."
Last Ministry,
that animalistic side of them that they are not allowed to display in their own lives.
I put a star by it, kids.
That
she's awesome.
Enhances their lives because it cuts them from the shackles of things that don't matter.
And this is what it is. It is. He's just building himself into a person that, again, can be respected and followed, to then impart the understanding to others that you need to get to a level where you can let bullshit slide. That's the ultimate understanding in this with respect to his mission. He then goes on a full-on mission with these guys and trains them into becoming a more or less a militia, secret society type cult. And these guys are now off on missions because the way that this guy sees things, he saw things along the lines of this, which is pretty crazy.
So you have
I have to get to this. So he sees that all of the financial records for the world are stored in the towers. This is before the towers go down, by the way, right? So this is this guy's mission. He recognizes this fact, and his thoughts were that, more or less, I am going to cordon off this militia force, train them, and we're going to basically pull off a false flag type maneuver to take out those towers. And in the end, that's what he does. But to get directly to what Last Minute Ministry is saying, and again, big ups to you, because you see this.
Just read it. Don't put it up.
I'm not even going to read it. I'm going to speak to it. She mentions potential demonic possession, and that's an interesting view of this film. I never really thought about it that way, but I can see it. In the end, as she's stating, he basically blasts himself.
She's right.
I'm not saying she's wrong. He basically blasts himself, and as he does that, the way that it's depicted is as if something sort of comes out of him. So I can see that whole demonic possession angle playing out. The way that I saw it was a little bit different, and it was at that moment the two personalities synergize. I think they become one personality.
Right. Everybody saw that part of the movie, kids. But I think what she's saying is the evil in him took over. And the evil in him that you in this movie, the movie was telling you that you got to be a certain kind of that in order to have leverage in this society. That's what the movie told.
Evil?
That is evil. It's evil.
He wasn't trying to gain leverage over society. He was trying to make the playing field even.
He leveraged, I didn't mean leverage over society, leverage on the playing field in society.
He doesn't gain any leverage.
No, he doesn't. But his aim was to.
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
It was to actually make the playing field even by eradicating the records in those buildings. And he explains that in the film. It's like, this is the purpose of the mission. And this, like the part that I'm talking about is literally just before he winds up blasting himself and the two personalities are arguing with each other. Because personality A, Edward Norton, didn't understand what the hell was going on, because personality B, Brad Pitt, had basically shut him out of the entire operation. So in the end, Ed Norton kind of wakes up in a situation and he's like, what the heck? How did I get here? What's been going on? I've been trying to sort of reverse engineer your plot, and I don't understand what's happening. And he explains it to him. Look, here's what we're doing. We couldn't really tell you because, like, you wouldn't be with it, buddy. So here's what we're doing. There's all the financial information are in these two buildings. We've rigged these buildings. They're gonna blow, and you get to watch it along with me in all its glory. So and Ed still wasn't having it, and at that point he blasts himself, and in blasting himself, which is something that the Brad Pitt character never thought that he would actually do, the two personalities finally
talking about they're describing bipolar in this movie.
It's one way of looking at it, or schizophrenia. Sure.
That's why I want more schizophrenia, because he was well beyond bipolar.
Yeah, to the level that he could shut out.
The bipolar graduated into schizophrenia, is what it looked like to me.
Well, I wouldn't even go. The reason why I wouldn't go bipolar with this, and I would strictly go schizophrenia, and it has a lot to do with the fact that he's literally fist fighting himself publicly. And I don't think that would happen with
bipolar because there's two completely different personalities in the one person. So it's definitely bipolar.
So I would say that bipolar is more two aspects of one personality. One becomes stronger versus the other becoming more dominant at other times.
What happens once you get to schizophrenia? When you bipolar, you just acknowledge two parts of yourself.
Well, yeah, but the happy, extreme happy to extreme sad.
Sure.
But these characters, plural, however you want to put it, are well beyond that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. By the end, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Oh no, from the beginning, from the jump.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah,
like from the jump.
right. You're right about that.
It just takes a while to understand what's going on if you ever really do. But then we're talking about this, 30 years later.
Yeah.
Beyond just the physical aspects of the movie, and it's like, what the hell was that we just watched?
It took me
understand how I felt about it the first time I looked at it, and I told y'all I was like, what the fuck is this?
So Neil Red Pill here says he fell asleep in the movie, and I'm gonna tell you the truth, I did too. All right. So the first time I watched this film, I was coming home from work. It had a long night at work. It was on. It was like on. So I was like, oh man, all right, I'm just gonna lie down here and watch this. And I got to maybe 40 minutes into the film, and I slept like a baby. And when I woke up at the very end of the film with him in the building just before he blows his, blasts himself and all that. And I was like, holy smokes, how did we get here? You know what I mean? From where we were, I thought this was just like like I said earlier before, I thought it was just like a club with these two guys fighting each other. How did we get to this? I had to rewind the movie immediately and watch it from the beginning. And I watched it a second time immediately. So I'm gonna say something like, I love you. You are such an awesome last minute ministry. You are awesome, straight up. So what she's saying here is the really crazy thing about this movie is the debt cancellation at the end is something our government is trying to pull off right now. Super interesting. I'm going to heavily suggest that if for those of you who did not like this particular movie, whether you hate Ed Norton or hate Brad Pitt or was too too whatever, for one reason or that, if you did not like this movie, I mentioned this show, I think last week on last week's episode, go watch Mr. Robot. Mr. Robot is quite literally this film with completely different spins and twists and turns and meat. There's nobody fighting each other. There's no club of dudes who fight. But it's so much so this show that the final episode in the first season of Mr. Robot ends with the exact same song that this movie ends with. One of my favorite songs, strangely enough, it's a punk song called Where's My Mind by the Pixies. Love this song. Love it. What? It ends with a piano rendition of the exact same song. And why this show is cool is they do the exact same thing, Last Minute Ministry, with respect to the debt cancellation, but they do it with cryptocurrency, and it's like a cool hacker spin on just the general themes of what Fight Club tried to do. Man, watch this show. It's awesome.
This movie was about the violence inside somebody and the mental
illness. If that's what you thought, you missed the reality of the show. Of the movie.
Dog, this is about the violence inside people.
No, it's not.
All right, let me finish, man. And what mental illness can look like on screen. So whether it's bipolar that ended up being schizophrenia, that any way you want to frame that, this is about that. It's like you got some darkness in you, and I'm gonna teach you how to let it out. That's what I got from this movie. And the darkness, I'm gonna show you how to use it to your advantage. In the society that was 30 years ago, here we are at the very end of that society that's pretty much over with, and people kicking and screaming about it. This is we just came from a very extremely dark era in human history. We're talking about absolute violence. That's what this movie was. And mental illness combined. All that combined, and the darkness in human beings that seemingly in this movie, you're hiding what you really are on the inside. And that I'm gonna expose to you what you really are on the inside. You're absolutely violent, and I'm gonna show you what your absolute violence can do for you. Leverage. That's what this movie was to me. I don't. People talking about this is a great movie. This ain't no great movie. This is just crazy. Is what it was.
Yo, I last minute ministry. I'd love to spend time with you and really chop it up about this movie because you're nailing all of the important pieces. Like this is why this movie wasn't about like there's a big portion as to why it wasn't about violence. Part of the reason why the whole fighting aspect of the movie comes about, period, is because of the lack of the healthy father figure as a protagonist in this movie. That's why the violence takes place, period.
If it wasn't about violence, then the meat of this movie wouldn't have been about violence.
No, violence is only it's like a subplot. It's a precursor
why is it even there? If it's
to sell tickets, to make it exciting, to make it give an edge to it.
To give it some edge. This would be a boring ass movie, just like the hacker aspect to Mr. Robot is like the exciting subplot to the film to the show. It's not really just about hacking computers. If you have no interest in hacking computers, still watch Mr. Robot because it's dope, and what they try to do and how they get to where they're getting is they take the exact same route of passage as this film does. They just supplant boxing with bare knuckle boxing with hacking. It's the same angle. In the end, she's so right with that. It has that whole, and he gets into it. He stops and he says, basically, my father was just setting up franchises. He is going around the country setting up different houses with women and different families. And I was an absolutely, I basically raised myself. I had no father to really guide me in any capacity as to whether, as to anything. So this is part of his way to connect with men, his way to connect with other people. Right.
It wasn't a mean. That wasn't the ends. That was a means to the ends.
All I know, one other thing I know about this movie is every fucking body in here stank, and their feet smell like Parmesan. They stunk. I can see it through the film. They stunk.
Well, I don't know about that, but I will agree that definitely Jared Leto smells like armpits at all given times, and he was in this. This is the single only film that I can stand to watch Jared Leto in. And I love this movie. I fucking hate, almost as much as I love this movie, I hate Jared Leto. Can't stand him.
Who is Jared Leto?
Fair enough. Jared Leto.
Tall, kind of skinny, always looks confused or kind of dopey.
This guy is in
him if you see him.
He's been the Joker. He's in Tron. He's in everything. I can't stand him.
Yeah, that dude.
He doesn't have much range.
I can't stand him. He's my least favorite. If he's in a film, I will not watch it.
He plays the same character every time.
I will avoid it like the plague. Hate him.
I don't know.
The best part of this movie is him getting his ass whooped in the fight scene.
I don't know how y'all get to that level with actors, man. I've seen bad actors, man. Seen bad actors.
Sorry.
It's not that I haven't seen bad actors, but that level?
Ed Norton can't act. Have you seen 25th
Hour?
It's a great movie.
That was the shit.
Ed Norton's pretty good, man. Ed Norton's pretty good.
You know somebody that's all over everything, but to me ain't worth nothing as far as acting, comedian.
Drewski?
No. I've seen that guy. I don't even know what he's there for. I'm talking about the dude on Saturday Night Live. What's his name?
Oh, he's not talking about
what?
Who?
He's in everything right now.
Who are you talking about?
What's his name? He doesn't do anything. He just has a stupid look on his face all the time, and he's in every freaking thing.
Will Ferrell?
No, he's on Saturday Night Live right now. No, okay, I can't think.
I don't know who's on there now.
I'm like, what the? He must be dating.
Are you talking the one who's married to Scarlett Johansson?
Michael Che's boy?
Yeah, him.
Not that guy. No.
Colin Jost?
Colin Jost?
No, there's
Jost?
another dude. There's another dude. He's got comedy specials on there, and I don't know why. I'm not on the show, but he's got comedy specials. He's in every commercial. I don't know who that dude is.
Not Keenan.
It's not Keenan, and it can't be like Sudeikis or the other dude, the dude Tandy.
He looks like he's got these dark rings around his eyes. He's just got a stupid look on his face all the time. Like he's
who are you talking about? There's one other guy that it could be, and that would be Bill Hader.
No, that's not Hader. I don't know who he is.
Bill, I love Bill Hader.
I think all of these guys I just listed are awesome. I like
Hader. It wasn't him. It's another guy. Maybe he left the show recently, but this dude is just
got to be Taron Gilliam then.
No, I know his name when I hear it, and I know his face when I see it.
Pete Davidson.
Pete Davidson. There it is.
Oh,
what in the whole hell is he even there for?
Well,
is he funny to anybody? That I don't know if he's funny to anybody.
Well, he's Long Island funny.
To who? Who in Long Island?
Well, exactly.
So look, I'm gonna say that he was kind of funny at some point.
When?
Then I can't remember what it was I was watching with him in it, and just the sheer
fucking face. He ain't funny.
The sheer amount of weed, like I used to smoke a lot of weed back in the day, and I mean like a lot. It's full of like Rastafarian and all them things. My boy smokes an extreme amount of weed, and then like I watched him as he was going through it, and he just became like, as he was smoking, he became less and less funny, and I was like, this is weird. Normally I find pothead humor kind of funny, and I kind of lost it with Pete.
Oh, he's the guy on the couch standing up.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah,
that's a good call. That's a good call. Except the guy on the couch is fucking hilarious, by the way. Just saying. Stephen Wright.
Famous because his dad died in 9/11. He was a fireman.
Oh, really? Pete Davidson?
Yeah, his dad was a fireman. Yeah.
That man ain't funny worth shit, man.
And so his comedy, I think, was like not escape, but a way to cope or deal. And it's like, he I think he was on record as like depression and no symptoms, and he was self-medicating with the weed kind of thing. And so comedy was his outlet. And so here he is.
So he's the guy that's
last minute.
He's funny because he's baked all the time. Okay, so how long is that going to be funny?
It's like, and this is the thing, like it's only so funny, right? Like it's only so funny. I can laugh with you for a certain period of time, and then it's like, all right,
laughing at you.
Now I'm laughing at you, and that's not what I think what you had intended.
So, well, no, because he's very self-deprecating with his comedy.
He can be, yeah.
Because of lack of self-esteem and all that shit. But he figured out how to get paid from it. So
I think he's got mental issues, man.
Because he's in he's in that movie with Eddie Murphy now, ain't he?
Which one?
Where they're driving the truck with the money.
Oh, I must have missed that Eddie Murphy.
Yeah, they're couriers, and it's Eddie Murphy, Pete Davidson, and somebody. I think it's a Netflix or a Prime movie, one of them. But I mean, Eddie Murphy. You know what I mean?
Well, like I say, he's done very well for himself. He's got a couple of stand-up specials. He's been on a few other things too. I think when he was on Saturday Night Live, he was actually funny, and I'll just say that he probably should never have left Saturday Night Live. It worked out very well for him. Leaving hasn't worked out extremely well for him, except for the whole
secret handshakes, and it's paying off.
Oh, it ain't secret handshakes. He was banging Kim Kardashian, bro.
I think he's got some shit going on.
He was banging Kim Kardashian. That's what he has going on.
He was the other one too, Hispanic girl, singing girl. He was dating those.
Oh, Ariana Grande.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was smashing up with both of them.
Yeah, Keke Palmer. That's the other actress in that movie.
You know what's funny about that whole thing about you see?
Yeah, that's right, Minister. You know what I'm talking about.
different people pairing with different people. I don't even know if it's really going on like that. I think when they go out and walk onto the sidewalk and people get to take all them pictures and all that kind of shit, it's that. I'm not so sure that all of these things end up being relationships, man. I think some of it is really there for show and to get people talking and draw people into the conversation. Now, I'm saying some of them actually end up with babies and marriages and all that, and it gets real. But a lot of them shits is just made up, and it's just having people talk about it.
I don't know, man. This one with like Kanye West was real mad. That's all I gotta say about that one. Like Kanye West was real mad about this whole thing because he came into
What's wrong with Kanye, and that ain't no excuse for his behavior. Kanye West.
Well, but remember,
I'm not excusing Kanye's behavior. I'm just saying he was upset that this guy was polling his wife. Like he was not pleased by that.
And he went off on getting married in Hollywood. Shit, somebody gonna get on it.
But that's the thing though. None of these actresses or starlets are dating normies. And you know what I mean? So they're dating other actors, whether their agents are hooking it up for publicity, but they end up, doing all that together in those same circles because that's who they're hanging with, that's who they're working with, that's who they're partying with.
Bunch of business decisions, one after the other.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But if I'm gonna do a camera shoot over in Dubai, and then like you're over there too, who you gonna end up hooking up with?
Just think about it like this.
The one that's in the camera with you.
I would say look at it like this before we get ready to close this thing up. When we start talking about Hollywood movies, I know a couple people that live out there and a couple people that are in that business. One of them is Snoop's main bodyguard. He's been with Snoop for like 30 years. Somebody I know. I know this, and without giving any specifics away. Hollywood is an absolute fishbowl. It's a small place in regard to the rest of everything around them. So you're talking about Beverly Hills, you're talking about Malibu, and all the different areas surrounding it. Hollywood, it is so small, and so everybody's touching on each other out there. I'm talking about you got like I remember Eddie Murphy, and I would imagine Eddie Murphy could have touched anything out there. He's just like if you live in Hollywood. Ain't but so many people that you can, like, unless you're crazy, you're gonna stay in that circle. Like you start going outside that circle, you're talking about lawsuits, you're talking about people accusing you of stuff. The people that are in it are the most reliable and the most safe people once you're in that level. So to me, to make Hollywood make sense to the average person on the outside, like we are. Just look at it that way. It's a continuous fucking cycle of the same people. And every now and again, some new people get added into that cycle. And so all the people that are already in that cycle, oh, no, I got first dibs on her. I got first dibs on him. That kind of mindset. It's definitely a fishbowl. So, I mean, it's sad to be honest with you. And people think just because these people got so much notoriety and popularity, that this is what everybody should want to be. And I think they crying on the inside. Be honest with you.
A lot of them are. What was it? Speaking of Eddie Murphy, it was him, Steve Martin. They were actors in Hollywood, showing that side of the business. And they were filming the movie, but nobody knew they were filming it. But it showed, like the girl. She went from actor to director. She's just bouncing around to help her career. And everybody knew it. And no one cared. It was just very loose morals and standards because Hollywood, the business. And it was a comedy and it wasn't real deep, but it just gives you a different perspective when it's from the actor's perspective when they're making the movies. And it's like, that's a whole different world that they're in and that they're just, in those same circles. And it's like, normies, we get to take the pictures and go on social media. But, if you look at it, they're all getting each other pregnant.
It's ridiculous, man. But Go ahead, kid. You got one left.
No, I'm not going to touch this with 10-foot pole because it's going to lead into other shit. Let's
There
call
you
it.
go. There you go. Because we do need to close it. This is probably the longest show we ever did. This is 6 hours. No, it ain't the longest show we've done, but this is the longest some extra sauce that we've ever done.
Ain't even a game this week.
Yeah, but that's called good conversation. And whether we was doing touche with each other with the conversation going back and forth, either way it goes, we made it interesting by the fact that we had contrasting points of view about whatever for 6 hours. 6 hours. And so I would just like to thank these two
Shout
guys.
out to the Scrolls and Minister Charles, man, for always being around. Respect to both y'all, Crimson. Last Minute Ministry, Dixon 777, Angel WTF, Mr. One Boston. Who else is out there that
Everybody.
Oh, Dante Purify came in, Albert Francis, 7 Up Heads Up, Daniel Barris Ports Highlight. Sports Highlight. Flatulence Man to Beldar Conehead and Kwatu. Patrick Higgins was all over the map tonight. Thanks, Patrick. Big shout outs for all y'all for hanging out there with us. I could go through the entire list, but that would extend this show that much further. But mad love to all you. Oh, and shout out to Ron Bernarski for renewing his Super No Maniac status. You should do the same. Please like, share, subscribe for the Nomad Network. Do the same for Kenza Canuck. That's me, as well as my guy Triple R. Sports Chicago style. Deserves your love, needs your love. Like, share, subscribe, all three. We are triple streaming on a Wednesday night, now Thursday morning. And yeah, man, just thank you and respect to all of you guys for participating tonight. It was really cool.
Indeed. Once again, shout out to Chef Trips, Coach Tripping, and Trip, and all of the content under the Sports Chicago Style umbrella. Make sure you are subscribed at RRSCS. And yeah, enjoyed the conversation. All of the different subject matters, we covered. Thanks for hanging out with us on some extra sauce.
I'm gonna double down on everything that you just said, and make sure you subscribe to everybody's channel, man. Over here on this channel, on the Nomad Network, and all other channels, man. The Kids of Canuck, Sports Chicago Style, and I want to end this really, really quick, but I'm gonna get where I need to get to. But there's no way you do 6 hours of this kind of variety without at least 3 guys having respect for one another, having some kind of like for one another, even when you want to kick the other one in the face sometimes. And I know I'm probably the person they both want to kick in the face at times.
Most of the time, yes. Continue.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You want to put a boot to my face. But guess what, man? This is not possible without you all and without us having the willingness to have these conversations and respect each other's point of view, the way we describe things, the way we break down things, whether it's football, whether it's movies, whether it's, prepper stuff, whatever it is that we're talking about, whether it's the paranormal, unsolved mission, whatever it is, you have to have a capacity. And to the credit of these two guys you see on the screen right now, I just appreciate the hell out of them, man. And I don't say it enough. I don't want to say thank you to both of y'all for being able to have these conversations and freely. And I think we all had a good time with it. And 6 hours just came and went, to be honest with you. But we all got shit to take care of tomorrow. So we got to make it short and sweet. We got to get out of here. And I got to leave you all with a thank you. Keep on coming back. Hit every one of those subscribe buttons, the like buttons. Share this content with the people that you like and love. And I want to leave you guys with these famous words. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.